Good afternoon from a sunny yet rainy MTU Cork track for day one of the Irish Universities Athletics Association Track and Field Championships. My name is Jack Hickey, introing and then handing it on to the many minions of the IUA commentary stream. Alan O'Brien and Derek Hendy are standing alongside me. First event of the day will be the women's 100 metre hurdles. Men's javelin also going through a cracking men's javelin, but we're under starters orders. I'll hand you over to Alan and Derek Hendy.
Thank you very much for that, Jack. So here we go, the first event of the 2026 IUA Track and Field Outdoor Championships coming up. It's the women's 100 metre hurdles finals. As Jack mentioned, under starters orders here, ready to go. Straight final in this one. All 8 lanes being used. And away we go.
Looks like Laura Frawley UL out to a very good start, as well as Oku Bakari from DCU. Arabella Adekoya coming through in lane 8 as well, but it's going to be between DCU and SETU. And looks like Adekoya takes the win there, ahead of Oku Bakari and then Laura Frawley of UL in third. So 14:45. Solid enough time. I don't know what the wind is like out there.
So a whipping headwind coming down the home straight here, so don't expect the times to be absolutely setting the world ablaze, but yeah, really strong running in these conditions. Yeah,
very good runs from all the girls to get the events underway today. Also included in that race was the 100 metre hurdles for the combined events, so the likes of Laura Frawley will also be competing in the long jump, the high jump, the shot put and an 800 later today. So that 100 metre hurdles race will count towards the points for those combined events later.
And as you mentioned, the combined events there, Alison Dempsey, UCD, getting ready down in the starting block. She's going to be the only one going in this one, which is the 100 metres combined events. That's going to be difficult going out on the track by yourself.
Yes, it'll be very difficult going out by herself. I suppose Laura was entered in the hurdles and the combined, so she can run in that one race and have her time counted, but Alison is only doing the combined, so very difficult for her, but I suppose she'll have a nice crowd here. They might give her a bit of support. We have the men's javelin just warming up at the moment, and I suppose 2 men to look out for in this, probably the 2 best javelin throwers in the country, Oisin Joyce and Conor Cusack. Oisin Joyce, world under-20 bronze medalist back in 2024 in Peru, and of course Conor Cusack from the same club as Joyce recently threw a new PB at the European throws competition in March of 75 metres. So they're the 2 big names to look out for in the men's javelin competition. We turn our attention again to the combined events 100 metre hurdles race, where we've Alison Dempsey of UCD looking to gain some points in that competition. She's out well over the first hurdle, getting her 3 strides in between all the hurdles, doing very well. She's coming up to the last 2 hurdles now and over the finish line. So that time will count towards her combined events mark. And she'll be looking to add more points to that throughout the 4 other events, which will be the long jump, the high jump, the shot put and an 800 later today. So the hurdle heights will now change, and we will have the men's 110 metre hurdles. So again, we will have 2 races in this. We'll have one just for the hurdlers themselves, and then we will have a separate race for the combined eventers, where we hopefully see more than 1 athlete go in that race.
It's an intimidating sight, these 110 hurdles.
Yeah, I don't think people realise how tall they are until they actually get out onto the track and in front of them, and they could be up beyond your waist, and yeah, having to get over them at speed is tough work.
Absolutely, I see those things and balk at them every time. They are a spooky sight when you're looking at them.
Yeah,
particularly when you get up next to them, they are. The intimidation factor is very, very high with them. So
all these athletes will just be looking to get over them safely, first of all, especially in the combined events race. When they're looking to gather points, the main aim is just to get through the race. We also have the team aspect of the Varsity's championships today, so that'll probably put a bit of pressure on the first hurdles race to ensure that good points are scored for their teams as well.
Yeah, of course, it's a huge part of this championships, the team element, points going to the first 6 athletes in each event. So, it really does, particularly in a sport of individuals, it brings together that camaraderie of the
team. Outdoors is especially good as well, because alongside, I suppose, the overall team competition and the men's and women's, you also have a jumps trophy, a sprints trophy, a distance trophy, a throws trophy. So there's a lot up for grabs today, not just, I suppose, the overall team title. Having the individual kind of aspect, the event or discipline focused trophies might allow other colleges that mightn't have maybe the strength in numbers to get involved in the competition race as well. They might have, a good few sprinters, which could boost their hopes in the sprints trophy, whereas if they don't have the distance runners, they mightn't be in contention for the overall team trophy. So it's a nice way to probably promote people taking part as well.
Especially with the cyclical nature of college athletics, students are only going through it for maybe sometimes as short as 3 years. You can go through waves and spells of having a purple patch of athletes. So I suppose those kind of added elements of the team competition just sort of help out in maybe years where you're maybe a little bit leaner.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of leaves a lot to play for. You're not just coming down for yourself as well. You're doing it for something bigger, if that makes sense. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how those team competitions play out. I think I read a statistic there the other day. It was DCU have won the last 17 of these overall team titles, and UL have been second for 15 of them. So I suppose those two will be looking to renew that rivalry here today, and I wouldn't be discounting maybe the likes of UCD, UCC. I know SETU men's finished second in the indoor competition, so there's a lot of contenders, to be honest, for those team competition trophies. So we're just continuing to set up for the men's 110 metre hurdles. Getting underway shortly enough as well will be the women's long jump competition. So that will again include our long jump individuals and then our long jump combined eventers as well. I'm not too sure which pit they will be jumping into.
They're jumping to the one away to our left-hand side.
Okay,
yeah, so
bit away
they'll
from
be
us.
going downwind with that one.
Okay, yeah, that's probably the event organisers were nice to them with that.
The original plan was the pit down in front of us, but as mentioned, a huge headwind down the home straight this afternoon.
Yeah,
so
no,
decision switched.
The wind behind them could make it difficult as well, just trying to get their steps right. It might take a bit of adjusting in their warm-up jumps, but hopefully all the athletes can navigate it safely and get all their jumps in.
Of course, they're such a technique-based event, and like that, they would meticulously plan out their steps and everything. So wind can play havoc with that sort of preparation.
The wind can throw it off completely. And I suppose it's up to their coaches then, who play a significant role in the alterations that they can then apply to those steps. Because you can be quite under pressure if you maybe foul your first jump. Your pressure's on your second one. You kind of might have to hold back on that second one then just to get a mark in, and then the third one, again, you're trying to improve the whole time, but the wind, of course, can be swirling or can change on you, and that can throw all the steps into jeopardy then as well. So
looks like the last of the hurdles getting adjusted for the men's 110 hurdles. We'll take you through the start list for this. The men's 110 metre hurdles final. Going in lane 2 will be Josh Egan from DCU. Lane 3 will be Sean Owens from UCD. In lane 4, Owen Sharkey from UL. In lane 5, Ruben McCarthy from SETU. In lane 6, Adam Nolan also from SETU. And in lane 7, Shane McGrath also from SETU.
So our reigning champion Adam Nolan is the one to look out for in this race. He was also our indoor varsities champion, so probably the class act of the field. Again, due to the wind conditions, he'll probably be looking just to get the win in this race. It'll be very difficult to run any lightning fast times, but I suppose it's a nice way to open his season as well. This competition being in April, most athletes are probably still in that kind of building phase towards the summer. I don't think national seniors is till mid or late July, so there's a long way to go in this season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very much the season opener, the IUA Track and Field Championships, but a nice one that you could get your benchmark in early and see where you're at.
Yeah, exactly. And I suppose it's an opportunity to try out new things. Maybe in some of the distance races we might see some tactics playing, people testing their speed, holding back a little bit, or we might see some people who've built a new block of fitness maybe just going all out to see what kind of shape they're in. I think we're due to see some athletes compete over distances that may not be their usual events. I know I saw some colleges announce their teams. I think UCD specifically, and I was looking at it, and a few of their maybe more well-known 100-meter sprinters are stepping up to a 400. I saw on the entry list that MTU's Colin Doyle was entered in a 400, where we'd usually see him in a 1 or a 2. So they'll all be interesting to see as well.
Do you think that's at it's the athletes who are pushing that maybe they kind of want to test their endurance, or is that the limitations of the championship where you can only put in 2 per event? So
I think it might be a little bit of both. Probably to test themselves as well. I know a lot of athletes I know the UCG athletes, UL athletes have been on training camps recently, so depending on what they were working on over there, they might want to test it out here. I suppose if you take the likes of Colin Doyle, primarily a 200 athlete, stepping up to the 400 makes sense kind of to test that endurance, especially this early on in the season, because that's what the winter training would have been focused on, that kind of endurance building, and then you'd be sharpening up coming more in towards the summer. But yeah, it could be, I suppose, an aspect of it as well, people trying to score points. If you've 3 really good athletes in one event, one of them might have to take a hit and run something else, but they're probably still well able to cope with the demands of the other events. So yeah, our 110 meter hurdlers are just gathering up at the start. The javelin throwers are just taking their final few warm-up throws. It looks like we have a nice field in the javelin. I'd say maybe around 10 athletes by the looks of it. I'm not too sure. There's a nice field.
We've got 10 in the registered start list.
Yeah, and then beside them, I suppose the men's high jump won't be too long coming after that as well. So there'll be a lot of action going on down this end of the track.
Yeah, so men's high jump is scheduled to start at 2.
Yeah, so in just over half an hour.
Semi-final in 5 minutes, followed by the men's events, 400 hurdles. So then you'd help clear the track of the hurdles. Moving on to men's 10K then at 2 o'clock. Men's javelin is now underway, and women's long jump. Athletes should be making their way towards the long jump pit. The official has the sheet, and check yourself in with the official. Obviously, you can probably check in downstairs, but so should the official ready to there. Thank you.
So after the hurdles, then we'll have the men's 10K, so 25 laps of this track. Be very interesting to see how that plays out, what kind of tactics are put to the use here as well. I presume we won't be seeing anyone take it on themselves, especially in these windy conditions. Taking the brunt of all that wind yourself would be a very tough task, but I suppose we'll find out when that gets underway at about 2 o'clock. We'll probably see them. I think I could see a few already starting to gather up around this top end up here, getting their last few warm-ups in.
And a good field in that one, 17 registered to go in that one.
Yeah, so it'll be. So it's a nice. No, it's a distance, I suppose, that it might not just be athletics specialists that are entering. You could just have your runner who's just doing it for fitness or whatever entering as well. It's a kind of not due to its non-technical nature. I suppose anyone can get involved if they want to.
Yeah, so. It's the endurance one. It's one of those ones that people will get around it.
Yeah,
maybe they might underestimate how far 10K actually is if they're just trying to get around it. But
so yeah, we're just final warm-ups for this men's 110 meter hurdles.
We have athletes behind the blocks.
I
see
think
one there down there at the moment. So
I think by the looks of that could be the combined events race. I'm just thinking of who I know. I see Owen Sharkey there is supposed to go in the discipline-specific 110 meter hurdles. He's not one of those athletes behind the blocks. And I don't see Adam Nolan there either, so I presume that could be our combined events athletes that are getting ready to go at the moment.
Yeah, I think you could be right with Alan Jarrett's spotting the Trinity College Dublin singlet there of Jack O'Connell. He'll be going in lane 3 in this one. So we'll bring you through the start list for this one. So it's Taiwo Adareni from SETU going in lane 2, Jack O'Connell from Trinity College Dublin going in lane 3, Jules Roblin from Maynooth University going in lane 4, Lee Prendergast from SETU in lane 5, and Liam Murta from Toos in lane 6.
All those athletes have now been removed from the start line, so I think we might actually be doing just the men's 110 hurdles race first rather than a combined events race. But again, we won't confirm anything till they're actually in the blocks and ready to go.
I think we are now switching back to the 110 hurdles final for men.
Yeah, we are.
3 SETU athletes there getting ready.
Yeah,
McCarthy,
so
Adam Nolan, Shane McGrath.
Adam Nolan there in lane 6 is probably our athlete to look out for. Outside of that, it'll be interesting to see. I think Ruben McCarthy was one of our medalists indoors, so he'll probably be one to look out for as well. Josh Egan of DCU competed in the combined events indoors. A native of Ballina and Tipperary, a few minutes over the road from me. He used to run with Nino Olympic when he was younger, kind of took a break from the sport and has now found his way back into it. He competed last year at MTU and has obviously started a new degree in DCU, so I suppose it's a nice thing to see, and I suppose college athletics is probably something that allows for that to happen. If athletes competed when they were younger and took a break, this is the right environment for them to be coming back into the sport into.
Yeah, it can be that gateway back in. It's a lesser pressure environment maybe than some of the outdoor championships that are around the place, so it does give you that opportunity to find your way back.
Exactly. It's a very non-pressure environment. I think everyone here today knows that while they're competing, they're also wanting to have a bit of fun. As you mentioned at the start, you've very few years that you actually get to compete in this competition, especially if you only do maybe an undergrad degree. You have 3 or 4 years and then you're gone. I think we'll be getting underway shortly. They're just doing their final run-ups. SCTU, I suppose, will be looking to score some big points in this race with their 3 athletes in the outside lanes. Now, also comes into play that only 2 of your athletes can score, so those other positions are crucial as well to the team competition. So, but considering they finished second indoors in the men's competition, SCTU, I presume, will be making a big push to try to get over the line outdoors.
So behind the blocks, almost ready to go. So we'll run you through the start list once more. So in lane 2 will be Josh Egan from DCU, Sean Owens from UCD goes in lane 3, Owen Sharkey from UL in lane 4, Ruben McCarthy from SETU in lane 5, Adam Nolan also from SETU in lane 6, and Shane McGrath on the outside in lane 7 also from SETU.
So they're under starters orders now. Just waiting for the final few hurdles to be fixed up. And it looks like they've been given the good to go.
Thumbs up from the official. You can see from the trees behind them there just how strong that wind is coming across the track. Just getting set in the blocks now, and this is the moment when the world kind of goes quiet as a sprinter.
And they'll be focused now, looking to explode out of those blocks. Again, Adam Nolan, the one to watch in lane 6.
And away we go. Everyone over the first hurdle cleanly.
It is Adam Nolan who looks to be in control of this race, being pushed by the UCD athlete.
Sean Owens giving him a challenge. Adam Nolan clears the final hurdle, stumbled almost to the line, but gets across it. 15:46 the time in the clock. He followed home by Sean Owens from UCD.
Good run by all the lads. We did lose one of the SETU athletes.
Ruben McCarthy there in lane 5 was the one who came through for the bronze medal. So a double SETU podium in this one. And Sean Owens from UCD splitting the pair. As you mentioned, 2 to score from each college in these events, so they'll have to get their 2 athletes on the podium.
It'll be 7 points for first, and then it goes 5 points for second, and then all the way down to 6th, I think, is how the team competition works. So SETU will have scored
11, if
11,
correct,
11 points in that race, which is a nice tally. So they'll be looking to add to that over the next few events throughout the day. And the men's javelin looks to be getting underway. They're getting the tapes set up. All the warm-up throws look to be completed. And we're just waiting for our athletes to get going. I think that looks maybe like an Ulster University singlet ready to take the first throw, but I wouldn't be too sure. You don't have the start list there for the javelin.
For javelin, we don't have them in order, but Charlie Lawden from Ulster University looks like he could be the one throwing now.
Very nice throw. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to get any live results up to us here in the commentary area, but I suppose we'll be able to judge it by eye. What they might be getting near.
So it looks like we're ready to go in the 110 metre hurdles combined events final. In lane 2, Taiwo Adareni from SETU, Jack O'Connell from Trinity College Dublin goes in lane 3, Jules Roblin from Maynooth University goes in lane 4, Lee Prendergast from SETU in lane 5, and Liam Murta from TUS in lane 6.
Again, by the looks of it, there's only 5 in the combined events, 2 of them being SETU. They'll be looking to score big points in this combined events competition as well. That's Conor Cusack throwing the javelin just there, our reigning national outdoor champion. Looks to be a good throw, just further than our Ulster University athlete.
And we're underway in the 110 metre hurdles combined events final. Taiwo Adareni out front. Well, as I say that, let's be Jules Roblin from Maynooth University coming through. He's taking the lead here over the final hurdle and to the line. Roblin will take it. Adareni follows him home. And it was Jack O'Connell from Trinity College Dublin coming home for third in that. Of course, it's the start of a long 2 days for these athletes.
Yeah, it might have been a bit apparent there. If you compared those 2 races, the techniques might not have looked as smooth in that race, but I suppose that's to be expected. These athletes probably have their preferred disciplines, so we might see them in those events throughout the day. But yeah, good run from all the lads. Winning time of 17:94. I think that once again reiterates the severity of that wind out there.
Yeah, they're the combined events, as you mentioned there, athletes will have their preferred event, and the others really can just be about survival sometimes, can't they?
Yeah, and I suppose the interesting thing about the varsities combined events is neither of them are the heptathlon or decathlon, which are the usual outdoor combined events. I suppose it's probably a bit much to ask athletes to compete a whole heptathlon or decathlon at Varsity, so it's just shortened down to a one-day event for both athletes. So some of these athletes, their preferred events might not even be included here today. So, yeah, but they're still giving it a go. So that's what we like to see, I suppose. The hurdles are just being tidied up on the track. They won't be away for too long, though, because after the men's 10K, we will be going straight over to the 400 hurdles. So we'll have... I'm not sure if we're due to have heats in those.
We don't yet have a start list for those, so we'll confirm that when we have it.
Yeah.
But as the hurdles get put away, we are getting ready for the men's 10K final coming up. Scheduled to go off in the next couple of minutes. Timothy Grubwee from Trinity College Dublin goes on that one. It's Christopher McLaughlin from TUD, Technological University Dublin, Darragh Lennon from UCD, Adam Lavery from Queen's University Belfast, Giovanni Salvatore from TUD, Rory Manning from UCC, Liam Cotter from UCC, Adrian Sliva from SETU, Oscar Durston from SETU, Jack McMahon from DCU, Tom Tracy from UL, Masay Marek from SETU, Simon Farrell from UL, Luke Purcell from UL, James O'Keefe from UCC, Aaron Lynch from TUS, and Michael O'Shea from DCU. 17 men in this 10K final. 25 laps of the track coming up very, very shortly. As our army of volunteers try to get the hurdles away as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so we might just maybe run through some of the results that we just said there earlier. So in the women's 100 metre hurdles final, it was Arabella Adekoya from SETU that won in a time of 14:44. Oakley Bakari of DCU was second in 14:74, and then Laura Frawley was just behind her in 14:88. So they were your top three in the women's 100 metre hurdles with the times right all beside them. And then in the combined events, Laura Frawley is in the lead with a total of 858 points. Michaela Sobertova from SETU is in second with 547, and then Alison Dempsey of UCD is in third with 513. So Laura Frawley well in command of the combined events. I suppose that is what we would have anticipated, with Laura being the reigning outdoor champion, the indoor champion a few weeks ago. She's a vital part of UL's team title aspirations, and not only in the team title but also in the jumps and the throws trophy. So I think Laura today has the 5 events in the combined, the javelin as well, and will be back in the weight for distance then tomorrow. So a busy weekend for Laura.
Yeah, they're really going to be looking towards her as one of the point scorers for their team title push.
Exactly.
Trying to finally overcome DCU, the juggernaut that is DCU athletics at Outdoor Track and Field Championships.
Yeah, exactly. Again, now we might just run through the men's 110 metre hurdles results. So we had Adam Nolan taking the win in 15:47. Sean Owens of UCD second in 15:84, and then Shane McGrath of SETU in third with 18:08. So the 10K men just finally all gathering here at the start line. It looks like we have a nice few colleges down ready to run. We have UL, DCU, UCD, TUS, SETU, UCC as well. I think I see a main youth athlete down there. It looks like most of the 17 are down there and ready to run that are on the start list. I suppose we won't find out until they actually take to the start. I just see one of the SETU athletes, I suppose, taking to the javelin runway. They have 3 athletes entered in this competition. Not too sure which one this is. Very good throw. I suppose the main thing in the javelin, especially to get a legal mark, is to ensure that the front of the javelin hits the ground first. So yeah, that will be a legal throw for our SETU athlete. So I think I remember in the indoors, SETU made a very big push for that team title by really going at it in the field events. And it looks like they're, I suppose, doing the same again today with 3 athletes in that javelin, 2 in the combined events. And I've no doubt we'll see many others in the field events to come later today as well.
I suppose historically the field events maybe not as strongly represented as the track events. So, if you do put a bit of concentration in there and you do get those athletes, they are real big points earners.
Yes, I do think that the field events are what make or break the team title. And I suppose that's a vital aspect of that maybe is just having people entered in those events so that if there is a chance that not everybody shows up and 6 athletes are there, once you get a legal mark, you're guaranteed at least 1 point, and that could be the deciding factor when it comes to the end of these very long 2 days. So, yeah.
To borrow a turn of phrase from motorsport, to finish first you must finish. So
yeah, exactly.
To have people in there and putting in legal marks and just getting to the finish lines of things.
Yeah. Another good throw from our Ulster University athlete, I think just short of what he threw in the last round. These men in the 10k look slightly cold there on the start line. Looks a bit chilly down there, trying to keep themselves warm.
We have a bit of an unusual day here in Cork. That the sun is hot when it's out, but that wind is really cooling things down. The wind factor and the chill from that is making things cooler than it may appear on the camera.
Yeah, I suppose they might appreciate that cooling down a little bit during this 10k. I don't think a 10k is nice to run in scorching heat. So we might get another look here now at our national javelin champion, Conor Cusack. Set a new PB about a month ago at the European Throwing Cup. Another very good throw, I think just short of what he threw in the last round. I think he sustained a slight ankle injury in that European Throwing Cup about a month ago, so maybe just taking a little bit tentatively in his... It didn't seem to be a full run up there. Still, very, very decent throw, and it will be hard for many of the other athletes to beat. His main rival could well be his university mate and club mate, Oisin Joyce, who we also haven't seen in action since the European Throwing Cup in 2025 due to a sustained injury, and it looks like he's still trying to manage that injury there with a support on his elbow. So the 10k men, I suppose, just warming up nicely, getting ready to go. I suppose maybe some of the athletes to look out for are two DCU athletes, I suppose, never to be discounted. I feel like
if in doubt, and if you don't know Irish University Athletics, look to the DCU athletes.
Yeah, exactly.
And you won't go too far wrong.
I think also UL's Luke Purcell was one of the top 6 finishers at the cross-country championships last October, so a good bit of pedigree. Interestingly, he took part in the 800 at the indoors, running sub 2 minutes, so if it comes down to it, he has a nice turn of speed that he could use at the end of this race.
And conditions today maybe do favour the sprinters. It might be one of these sit in and wait and kick for home. I
would be inclined to agree. Yeah, I don't think anyone will want to be facing that wind by themselves. And I suppose not necessarily on their home track, but their home city. We have a few UCC athletes in there as well. Is it Robert Troy in there? I know. Decent enough runner as well. So maybe it's not him. Maybe I'm mistaking him for someone else. But
have Rory Manning in there, formerly MTU's cross lines and gone over to UCC where he's completing his masters. So back on the track he'll be quite familiar with.
They're just organising them now. Doesn't really matter too much in these races. They'll be all in one bunch now in a few minutes. So yeah, they'll want to get underway sooner rather than later. I don't think it's... You can even see just some of their singlets blowing there in the wind, really showing how tough these conditions are.
Darry, we mentioned about, you might not be the one to take on the pace. You also definitely don't want to be the one to fall off the pace in these kind of conditions as well, because it's going to make getting back on very challenging.
Definitely. When you can see athletes moving away from you slowly, it can lead for a very, very long race, especially in a 10K. It looks like maybe...
The commentators curse straight out there, and we've got two athletes immediately breaking away to the front within the opening 100 metres.
Maybe a slight bit of inexperience being showed here. They look to be going out very fast for a 10K. Too fast, in my opinion. They're going to go through the 200 in about 33 seconds.
So that's 2:06 800 pace,
which is fast, and it's not.
Probably 4:15 mile pace. You're either very, very good or maybe not quite experienced enough at this sort of distance.
Yeah, they could make this race very difficult for themselves. That's all I'm going to say.
So one of the Trinity College athletes there to the fore.
And I think the other athlete is a Maynooth athlete. So the pack sitting in behind them nicely, being led by... I'm not actually too sure what that singlet is there at the front. Is it an MTU singlet, the red one?
MTU, and we don't have an MTU athlete in the field for the 10K.
Because I see the three, maybe it's a fourth UCC athlete. Or a Queen's athlete, it actually could be in the red. I'm not too sure. Yeah, I actually think it could be Queen's athlete, yeah. At the moment, the pack are nicely bunched. I suppose we do have a UCD athlete and two SETU athletes just off the back. Our Trinity athlete is still really going for it now. We still are only in the opening 600 metres, so we can't really call anything too early, but very interesting tactics being shown here.
It's about 153-ish through the 600 metre mark. So still moving along at a fair clip.
Yeah.
Seems though our athlete from Maynooth has dropped off the pace.
Yeah, the pack are about to swallow him up here now. He's going to be caught firstly by one of his own university club mates. I suppose in there, up to the fore, we do have a UCC athlete, two UL athletes, Luke Purcell and Simon Farrell, followed by some more UCC athletes, an SETU athlete in there, TUS and DCU as well. Our Trinity athlete still out at the front, but maybe looks to be slightly slowing down and paying for his efforts at the start. He's going to go through the kilometre mark in about a 3:08, which seems very ambitious. Maybe a 31 something 10K, which would be very impressive in these conditions, but
and we'll have to very impressive to do solo as well.
Yeah, exactly. I suppose he'll come up here now and have these two SETU athletes as his target, considering he's so far out in front.
Not looking uncomfortable at the moment, though, Dar, as we said.
No, but I think maybe his cadence has probably dropped a little bit. The leg turnover isn't quite as fast as it was. That was a 40-second 200 there, which is quite...
80-second lap, and you're dropping to about a 10-minute 3K pace.
Yeah, which is significant drop. I suppose these athletes in the pack could very well coast for the first 5K and bring it home then the last 2 kilometres, such as the distance of this race. Again, the lap counter there at the end puts it all into perspective. 22 laps to go. Very, very long way.
As an 800 metre runner myself back in the day, that's 20 more laps than I'd like to see on the
Yeah,
counter.
exactly. He seems to have kind of picked up a bit again now. I think that might be...
Well, just looking at the gap to the pack behind, it seems to have sort of steadied and maintained there. So
Yeah, I think that push of a wind along the back straight might have been a factor there, and the increase in pace again. It's probably very nice to feel just a bit of a stride out.
I mean, we're looking, he's probably got maybe about 60 metres on the rest of the
Yeah,
fields.
I think that's an accurate...
So we'll keep an eye on that as the laps tick over.
Now, none of our athletes in this pack look uncomfortable at all. I think they're all working well within themselves. We have had some drop off the back. One of the DCU athletes, again, that red singlet that could possibly be Queen's.
It's the one outlier. We've only got one athlete from Queen's in it.
Yeah,
So
and
it looks like Adam Lavery.
Yeah, it could. I won't put money on it, but... and then we do have our 2 SETU athletes out the back, and one of our early leaders from Maynooth also finding the pace a bit tough here now as well. I think one of the DCU athletes really trying hard to reattach himself onto the back of that pack. It's maybe just 5 metres out of reach for him. It'd be great to see him reattached there just for the first half of the race. Anyway, it's a tough place to be with 21 laps to go.
It's 5 metres at the moment, but it could feel like a mile.
Yeah.
You've got the wind blowing into your face to come down the home straight.
Yeah, you're doing all you can to get back, and it's not working.
Looking at our gap here to the leader, and it's coming down slightly.
I think, I would agree. It has closed
maybe
slightly.
about 10 metres or so over the last lap.
Yeah, our Maynooth athlete at the front doing a lot of the hard work. He'd probably be hoping that maybe one of the other athletes in this race might come along and help him take a bit of the pace, but I suppose none of these lads here are racing to be friends. They're racing for the title, so they'll put themselves in the best position, they think. Oh, maybe it's not TCD, I suppose, then. Or maybe we've been calling it Maynooth. Yeah, that would make sense. Apologies. Very similar singlets. Maybe this TCD one, I suppose, is more luminous blue compared to what you might call turquoise of the Maynooth athletes. I
think that is Christopher McLaughlin from Technological University Dublin to the fore of the peloton, if you will. And yeah, that gap now coming down, it's down below the 50-metre mark. So
yeah, now our
lead athlete being rolled in.
Our pack is slowly but surely diminishing. We have, I suppose, 4 athletes who look, or 4 or 5 athletes who look quite comfortable. They are a little bit stringed out now at the moment, and we have a UCC athlete, a DCU, and 1 UL athlete really looking to try and stay in contention. Some of them look to be working very hard against that wind here on the home straight, with looks to be 19 laps to go, and they are definitely eating into the gap of this Trinity athlete. I'd say it's down to about 20 or 30 metres now.
So brave front running from Timothy Grobwe, but in these conditions that lead was never going to last too long.
No, not favourable to his tactic that he has employed.
So it is Christopher McLaughlin, it looks like, from TU Dublin to the fore of that chasing pack. 2 UL athletes coming in behind him.
Yeah, that's
2 UCC behind him.
Luke Purcell and Simon Farrell from UL tucked in there nicely. And I suppose, again, big points to score in this race, with 2 UL athletes up there, 2 UCC athletes. They'll be looking to get as much as they can in this team competition.
It looks as though McLaughlin at the front of the chasing pack, maybe just starting to struggle a little bit. Simon Farrell from UL right up on his shoulder now.
The TUS athlete and the SETU athlete not entirely out of it yet, I don't think. I wonder, could we possibly see a drop in the pace now that they've caught the Trinity athlete? There's no, I suppose, pressure to really kick on from here. They might just, again, they still have 18 laps to go, so a very, very long way.
For the first time since the opening gun, though, we do have a new leader.
Yeah.
It is Christopher McLaughlin from TU Dublin. As Timothy Grubwee sinks down through the chasing pack. We have the athlete from DCU now making a move up onto the leaders. So it's TU Dublin, UL, DCU, UL, UCC, your top five. And now the tactics will really come into play now.
Yeah, our TUD athlete has not let up in this pace, and some of the athletes are really starting to feel it, I think. We still have 3 UL athletes up there, a DCU athlete, and our 3 UCC athletes are hanging in there nicely as well.
There's maybe about a half step of a gap just appearing between our top 3. Indeed, the top 2 now just establishing a little bit of a gap. Our athlete from DCU making sure to close that down fairly quickly. I think concentration in an event like this can be so important, just to stay focused, watch these moves as they happen.
Yeah, it's, I suppose, the thing about the distance running is a lapse in concentration could very well cost you. If someone makes a move and you're not clued in for it, they could very easily open a 2 or 3 meter gap, and that can be the difference come the end of the race. Single file now the whole way throughout this pack, still being led by our leader TUD. Luke Purcell looking very comfortable there in second, as is our DCU athlete. I'm not too sure which DCU athlete is. We don't have numbers to match the names, unfortunately. Yeah, none of the athletes looking too like they're working too hard. The wind seems to have picked up a severe amount there in just the last couple of seconds. The trees all around the track blowing like mad.
So 8 athletes now in that lead pack. You can see strung out, fairly equal gaps between all of them.
Yeah, I think
maybe the UCC athlete at the back just beginning to fall off.
Yeah, our TUS athlete looks to be moving fairly well despite being off the back of that pack, even closing down on that UCC athlete in front of him. Again, all these boys look to be in a rhythm, I suppose is what you could say. 10k I feel is very well. This one looks to be very, very rhythmic. There's no surges being put in. It's all a steady pace.
So it's the way of 10k running. You sort of have almost like 3 phases to it. You've got your starts, you settle down throughout the middle, even as long as 20 laps, and then you kind of have your sort of finish towards the end. So very much in the, as you mentioned, the rhythm of the middle of the race. I think
what we might see is what they call a wind up, where the pace slow. There's no sudden increase in pace, rather a slow, gradual increase in pace over the final few laps. Again, we're halfway through the race. No, we're not. Sorry,
we've knocked off 10 laps.
I thought it's 25 laps, not 30. So yeah, we've 2.5 laps to go before halfway. So just a kilometre. So they're 4k in, or around that anyway.
I think
12.5 would be the 5k mark. So I suppose in the 10K as well, a lot of these athletes might just be looking to run somewhere in around their best time. Because the distance is so long, there could be a very wide range in that. If they're not up contending for these podium positions, the next best thing might be just a personal best.
It's the thing too with distance races like the 5K, like the 10K. You know what pace you can run.
Yeah.
So you will see a lot of them will even not really be concentrating on the athletes around them, but they're checking their watch coming through the line, seeing the pace that they are running, and making sure that they're on their own personal goals.
Yeah. Down just while we're passing this top end here, we can see the men high jumpers warming up. There looks to be a nice crowd of them down there. Maybe around 12 athletes. I know it was a very good competition indoors. I remember 3rd to 6th all jumped the same height of 180, with the defining factor being countback to determine the positions. And especially when the points go the whole way up to 6th, that countback can become very vital, especially in these team competitions that we've mentioned going on here throughout the weekend.
So just a quick look at our start list here. We've got 10 registered for the final of the high jump.
Yeah, so that's due to get underway. I think we said about 25 past 2, so we'll see them shortly. Back to the 10K here now. It's the same leader we've had all race. Our TUD athlete with Luke Purcell tucked in just behind him, and one of our DCU athletes following them. Still have our pack of 8, and our TUS athlete just maybe 20 metres, 30 metres behind them. When we get over to the far side of the track at the 200 metre mark, they will be halfway through this race. I suppose we're getting nearer to the exciting and defining part of this race. There's no medals given out to who passes the halfway mark first. So
approaching the halfway points here. 16:43, 16:44 as they move through that 200 metre marker. So looking 33 and a half minutes if they hold this pace.
The women's long jump looks to have started down here as well. Again, it's the far pit, so we won't be able to get too much information or coverage from that. Should be a good competition. Again, though, all these athletes tipping along at a very nice pace.
12 laps to go here. As you are at the front, it is still Christopher McLaughlin from TU Dublin, and then UL, DCU, UL, UCC, UL, and the pair from UCC making up that top 8.
We just have one of our DCU athletes and our very, very early leader from Trinity crossing the line now as well with 12 laps to go. One of our SCTU athletes coming around now as well.
Dara, how much are these athletes going to be aware of each other? Do they know who has a kick out of this pack of athletes?
I suppose if they've competed against each other, they probably do. But yeah, at Varsities, I suppose we could have a few unknown quantities, so to call them. But yeah, I suppose we'll find out in a couple of laps' time. But yeah, as we mentioned, Luke Purcell ran a sub 2:800 indoors, so we definitely know he has the pedigree.
With the other 2 UL athletes in the pack up there, they're going to be aware of that. Is that something maybe we see in maybe 5 laps time when they go, right, we know this guy's got pace in the legs, it's time to go and try to burn that out of him?
Yeah, I suppose they could. Or yeah, they probably could do that. Or they could play a bit of team tactics. I suppose try maximise each other's strengths as well. Try play into those team points. But we'll see. Remember, only two can score. So despite 3 being there, only 2 of the UL athletes can score. So it is vital that, I suppose, the 2 UCC athletes at the back, at least one of them stays up in that pack to just try and remain in contention for those, to try and boost their point score. Do we see thought for a second we saw a slight gap forming between second and third, but I just think it's them trying to overtake another athlete.
Moving past one of the left SETU athletes there. Still very much line astern in this top 8. And it is still Christopher McLaughlin, as he has been for about 6 or 7 laps out to the front.
So we've 10 laps to go. So just under 4 kilometres left in this 10k race.
Maybe just one of the UCC athletes getting detached off the back of this.
Yeah, just maybe slightly.
It's always a precarious position to be at the back of the pack. You know, are you sitting there comfortably, or are you holding on for dear life? And
yeah, unfortunately,
it looks like he's dropping off the pace here slightly.
Yeah.
Maybe just a bunch beginning to...
Yeah, it looks like maybe our top 4 are slightly starting to pick up the pace a bit. It's still our same leader that we've had all race.
Looks like Luke Personal maybe just moving past the DCU athlete here, trying to get back up into third, just sitting on his shoulder.
I agree, yeah. Now even a gap slightly forming between our second and third athletes, Luke Purcell and our DCU athlete. Our TUD athlete has been doing great work out of the front of this pack, constantly pushing the pace. And I suppose at this stage of the race, if the other athletes were able to go with them, they would. So this could be one of the defining moments. Now Simon Farrell from UL is bridging that gap. It could be that our DCU athlete is maybe suffering rather than the pace actually being increased. One of our UCC athletes going past him as well. So
he is sinking through this lead pack.
I suppose there's not a lot you can do when the quads start to get heavy.
And now we have a change at the front as we move behind the high jump.
Now this are only our third leader of the race. The 2 UL athletes really going for it now. Simon Farrell and Luke Purcell have put a gap into our TUD athlete, and it looks to be very, very definitive. Now our DCU athlete looks to be getting a bit of a second wind, coming back around into 4th place.
This is a major injection of pace at the front from the 2 UL athletes.
Yeah, and even our third UL athlete now coming up as well, realising and looking at that change in pace. What could be playing very heavily on the DCU athlete's mind is that team competition. Can DCU afford to let UL score big points in this race?
With the 2 at the front, they'll be scoring maximum points
for
this race.
12 points in this race if the positions stay with the way they are. Again, UL could very much, at the moment, it is possible to get a clean sweep of this men's 10k podium with 1st, 2nd and 4th. I know the athlete in 4th, Tom Tracy, competed in the 800 at last year's Varsities, so another UL athlete that could very well have a good change of pace in about 8 laps time when it comes to it.
As they went through the 100 metre mark there, both the UL athletes just having a look over the shoulder, and I wonder, were they looking for Tom Tracy to see where he was?
Yeah, could very
30
well.
or 40 metres back now, so
could very well be.
They're going to the top 2 to break away.
I think he's maybe doing the very smart thing of maybe he does realise the 2 other UL lads are away and clear, and rather than go out and take it on himself in this wind, he's just tucking himself in nicely behind this DCU athlete and hoping that it will come down to maybe a kick finish at the end. But it is Simon Farrell from UL going through the line with 7 laps to go, closely followed by Luke Purcell UL in command in this race, if we're being honest.
They looked to be sitting there comfortably behind Christopher McLaughlin throughout this race, and it showed a quick turn of pace, and they have gapped the rest of the field.
Yeah, Simon Farrell constantly looking behind him to see where everyone else is. And now, is he maybe slightly putting a gap in Luke Purcell? I don't know.
It's maybe a half step there, all right.
Yeah, no, maybe not what we were expecting, but I'd say Luke has the knowledge to know that he needs to close that gap if he wants any chance. And
that gap does look like it's widening though as they come around the
it
top
does,
end.
it does.
Out to about a metre or two.
This wind could be very well defining factor in the battle between these two. Luke's still not gone. He's still up there with Simon, and so having to navigate these lapped athletes as well could make it very difficult.
We are still quite a ways from home. 6 laps to go. It is a big injection of pace with that far to go.
Yeah, so we have about 2,400 left. So just under a quarter of this race still to go. It's a very, very big move, and potentially Luke could be aware of that. It's a long way to go.
That gap in the front is increasing ever more,
and I suppose
to about 10 metres or so.
Yes, it's very, very wide now. I suppose that might be also why our other athletes didn't go with these two, knowing how far they had left in this race. But Simon Farrell putting in a very impressive performance at the moment. Luke Purcell maybe taking a slight look behind him, and
it's a big gap back to third. He's probably got about 80 or so metres back to that chasing pack, which has been very much strung out now, and it's one of the UCC athletes to the fore of that. Our third athlete from UL sitting on the shoulder of him.
So it's Simon Farrell coming up to the finish now, Luke Purcell in second place, and the battle for third looks to be between UCC and UL. That I'm not sure which UCC athlete that is, and then we've Tom Tracy from UL just battling away for that podium position. But Simon O'Farrell is moving. That's the only way to put it. He's very clinically moved past our long-time leader and now has opened up a gap of close to, I'd say, 40 or 50 metres. Luke Purcell still moving nicely as well. The weather may be starting to take a turn a bit here as well. I think there might be some slight mist coming down. But Simon Farrell is firmly in command of this race. Luke Purcell also doing very well. Tom Tracy and our UCC athlete battling away. And they're coming up with 4 laps to go. So, I suppose
Farrell approaching 1 mile to go.
Still looks very strong.
Yeah.
The cadence and
46 or so on the clock.
Yeah, cadence looks good. Turnover is also very strong. Luke Purcell maybe looks a little bit more ragged in the way that he's running, but we'll know that he's almost there. Tom Tracy and our UCC athlete, I think, could possibly be maybe eating into that gap between themselves and Luke Purcell, but maybe not entirely.
It's still up about the 70 or 80 metre
mark.
It looks like the top two in this one, bar any disasters, are pretty much signed, sealed and delivered.
Yeah, and just as
the fight very much on for the bronze medal.
Just as some of our athletes are going through the line, the heavens seem to have opened a bit here now. I think I was looking at the weather and we're only supposed to get showers here today, so this is one of them, I'd say.
Yeah, hopefully it's only passing. Still plenty of blue skies around, but a big dark grey cloud overhead at the moment. And
yeah, hopefully it passes. Simon Farrell doing very well here now. Coming up with 3 laps to go. Going to go through the line in just over 29 minutes. So he could be looking for maybe a high 32, low 33 clocking, which would be very impressive in these conditions. Luke Purcell still moving nicely, just coming past a few of our lapped athletes, including our UCD athlete. And
yeah, when Simon Farrell, when they came through the midway point, they were on for about 33 and a half minutes, so
significantly picked it up.
Yeah, definitely upped the tempo as the second half of the race have gone on.
I hear cheers for a Liam so that could be our UCC athlete, our Liam Cotter. So it's Liam Cotter and Tom Tracy in that battle for third, and one of our other UCC athletes looks to be making a very strong move.
Yes, that was Rory Manning, who's moved now into fifth position.
Into fifth position, and Tom Tracy looks to be making his move into third place. Does Liam Cotter have any response? At the moment, it doesn't look like it. I suppose Tom Tracy is probably into the comfortable zone of where he can pick it up as a 800 metre runner last year. He knows that he only has a kilometre to go.
Liam Cotter very quickly indeed. In the back straight alone, already out to about 10-15 metres.
Yeah, so
with 2 laps to go, our leader comes through the start-finish line.
At the moment, it's a UL sweep in the men's 10K. Now, we still have 2 laps to go, but at the moment it is Simon Farrell in first, Luke Purcell in second, and Tom Tracy in third.
Of course, as you mentioned, only 2 to score. So
only 2 to score, yes.
Drop back
so at the moment in the team race, Liam Cotter still needs to hang on and get those points for UCC.
But for him, third or fourth points-wise is the exact same.
Yeah.
Regardless.
So Simon Farrell has just gone through he's coming up on 500 metres to go. Still moving very, very swiftly.
This pace at the front has been unrelenting from
very, very impressive performance. Just taking a quick look behind him. Tom Tracy
slightly track back there.
Tom Tracy slightly making inroads into that second place of Luke Purcell. Could be an interesting one to look out for.
Yeah, it will be UL 1, 2, 3, but what order will it be? As we take the bell here.
Yeah, Simon Farrell goes through in 31:33, I think it was. So he'll look to have a nice last lap, and he could get a sub 33 clocking. Again, Luke Purcell in second, with Tom Tracy not too far behind him. Luke Purcell needs to make sure that he solidifies that second place position. He could come under a little bit of pressure from Tom Tracy, but Simon Farrell striding out down the back straight.
That gap down to about 20 metres between second and third. It's about 200 metres out to the leader. Simon Farrell in first.
Yeah,
he comes through with 200 metres to go.
What do they say? It's easier to be chased than chased. So Tom Tracy will have a target on Luke Purcell's back for this last lap, looking to get that second place. But yeah, Simon Farrell just coming up past the steeplechase with about 120 metres left.
Very, very impressive performance from Simon Farrell this afternoon.
I think Luke Purcell has realised the danger of Tom Tracy and has really picked it up down that back straight. But it is Simon Farrell coming down this home straight.
Points to the crowd.
Going to take the Irish,
the friends and family there.
Going to take the InterVarsity's 10K title in a time of 32:40. I think that stopped a little bit early, but 32:45 or 46. And it's going to be Luke Purcell in second at the moment. Tom Tracy still pushing, but the gap looks to be a little too big to close in this last home straight.
Luke Purcell able to put on the afterburner,
or maybe not. Tom Tracy
here from Tom Tracy. Realising the danger.
The UL athletes coming across the line in second and third for a clean sweep in the men's 10K podium for UL. So UL will take a maximum of 12 points for the team competition there. Coming home in fourth place is going to be Liam Cotter of UCC, with our long-time leader, our TUD athlete, Christopher McLaughlin coming home in fifth place, and another one of our UCC athletes coming home
Rory
in
Manning
sixth.
From UCC coming through to take sixth place.
UCC taking seventh as well, and DCU coming home to take eighth, but
that'll be the final point scoring
that'll
position.
Be the final point. That could be a vital point, considering we had 3 UL and 3 UCC athletes.
Breaks the 34-minute mark
yeah.
for the DCU athlete. It's our TUS athlete crossing the line. We have athletes still going around.
So we just have a few final athletes getting their last couple of laps, and I'd say they have maybe 3 or 4 laps left. Our counters on the finish line will signal to them.
I think our
what laps
TUD athlete there saying, I think 4 to go for him.
Just a reminder to all women of the 4 hurdles, you need to make your way towards the finish line. You can check in with the starters for the 4 hurdles. That's included here today. Women's 4 hurdles. Just check in person after this 10K at the start finish line.
Oh no, I'm not running this now. Tomorrow I'll do it too. Oh, totally.
DCU athlete there finishing off. This will be our Queen's University Belfast athlete there as well, Adam Lavery. He crosses the finish line just under the 35.5 minute mark. Timothy Crowboy, our early leader from Trinity College Dublin, crosses the line.
One of our SCTU athletes going through the line as well. So we have 3 SCTU athletes still out on the track, 1 UCD and 1 TUD athlete. The men's javelin competition looks to have completed. We will try to get results for that as soon as possible. From what I could see, our 2 UL men, Oisin Joyce and Conor Cusack, looked to be launching some nice throws out there. Our Ulster University athlete had a couple of good throws as well, but we won't confirm anything till we get those results.
There's Derek Lenan looks to be coming to the line to finish the 10K here. 36-33 as he crossed the line. Your SCTU athletes and your TUD athletes still out there, Giovanni Salvatore.
And then it's our 2 other SCTU athletes still out in the track.
Huge credit to these athletes because the 10K is not for the faint-hearted.
No, it's a nasty little distance, I think. Well, not so little, but nasty distance.
Particularly on track, you know, when you're out in the roads, you know, it's not as bad when you're going around the track like this. It is mentally taxing as well as physically.
You take it lap by lap, and that can be hard to do 25 times.
Even, you know, I mean, I would run 10K cross country, absolutely no bother.
Yeah,
10K on a track is a whole different animal, a whole different beast.
Very different story. Coming up after this 10K, we will have the heats of the 400 meter hurdles. Now, we do not at the moment have any start lists for those races. Well, I don't anyway. I don't think you do either.
No, not in our IUA track and field updates WhatsApp group,
I suppose,
which you can get on the IUA Instagram. Go to their stories there. You can log into that and get updates and results as the day goes on.
Could be some very interesting battles in those races, particularly in the women's race, where we will have the last 2 national senior 400 meter hurdles champions going head to head, in the form of UL's Jenny Sawyer and UCD's Cara Murphy. Murphy was last year's national senior champion, and Jenny Sawyer took the title in 2024. So I suppose that race is maybe one of the ones that does highlight the calibre of athletes that are competing here at this InterVarsities Championship. Our men's high jump looks to have got underway with one of our TUS athletes after clearing the bar. We still have 3 athletes out on the track, 2 UD and 2 SETU athletes. Just coming up with a couple of laps to go.
That is Giovanni Salvatore crossing the line.
1 lap to go now, I'd say.
No, we didn't have a bell ring for them. I think it may still be 2 to go.
Could be 2.
Sorry, you mentioned there briefly about the type of talents that this championships attracts, and it has done throughout the years as well.
Yeah.
The likes of Tom Barr, Phil Healy, Sophie Becker have competed at the IUA championships and have gone on to great things. So, is there any athletes maybe that you think are going to be competing over the championships over the next 2 days?
There's a few, I suppose. In the men's 100, we'll have Craig Duffy from DCU. He was a medalist in the National Indoor 60 metres this year. DCU actually have a very strong men's 100 metre squad. They have Craig Duffy and also Michael Farley in there, who led off the men's 4x1 team last year in their national record setting run, the Irish men's 4x1 team, so they'll be 2 to look out for. We also have, Botswana bound Fintan Dewhurst coming up in the 400 hurdles. He's been selected for the World Relay Championships that are going to take place in about 2 weeks. He'll be representing UL in the 4 hurdles. We have the likes of, Joe Doody and Owen Kenny going head-to-head in the men's 400. Joe Doody's been a member of the underage Irish men's 4x4 squads, and Owen Kenny a member of the senior squad last year. They'll be looking to put in strong performances. In some of our other events, suppose we wait and see. I'm not entirely sure who's entered in what, and of course they also have to turn up and compete. I suppose maybe not some of the international class athletes, but we have some of the athletes that will be looking to score highly for their colleges. UL have Katrina Pastern-Skidey, who's the national weight for distance record holder. She'll be looking to claim the Varsity's title in that. We saw Adam Nolan earlier in the men's 110 metre hurdles. He won the national senior title last year, so he's one of the best hurdlers in the country at the moment. We just have to wait and see. I suppose. Alongside, Joe Doody and Owen Kenny in the men's 400, we could also have the likes of Dara Murphy. A 200 metre specialist, stepped up to the 400 indoors, has ran 48 seconds, and is looking to do that here again this weekend, so it could make for a very, very entertaining battle. Also in the 200, I think we'll have Max O'Reilly as well, one of the stars of Irish underage relay teams as well. So just a few of the names to look out for this weekend.
Just a reminder, the women's 4 hurdles.
So Giovanni Salvatore, our athlete from TU Dublin, has crossed the finish line. So with our 2 SETU athletes, one of which now crossed the finish line. So just one more athlete left out on track.
By the sounds of it, the women's 400 hurdles is going to be a straight final, but that will be ran tomorrow. So all the athletes have to do today is prove that they are here and ready to run, or as it's so-called, towing the line, and then they will return tomorrow to complete the final then. So that means after this 10k we will be going straight onto the heats of the men's 400 hurdles. So we will have to wait another day to see the likes of our last 2 national senior champions, Jenny Sawyer and Cara Murphy, go head-to-head.
Interesting that they're not running the final at the heats time. I know that's previously what they've done over the years. Is that more recent development to run the finals when the finals are...
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I don't know why they do it, but it seems it was done last year as well. I remember with the women's flat 400, they did that last year as well. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, I can see Jenny Sawyer and Cara Murphy down there are two standout names. Not too sure. I think I see Eve Mooney of UL down there as well, one of our MTU athletes. So could be an interesting one now tomorrow. But we still have one athlete out on the track for the men's 10K. I think I heard a bell ringing, so might be his last lap. Men's high jump getting underway over there as well. Unfortunately, we've no indication of what height they are jumping at. But again, should be a very entertaining competition to be watching. Yeah, our live results not giving us any updates on maybe the start list for these 400 hurdles heats, but hopefully we'll get them in a couple of minutes. Yeah, I suppose after the 400 hurdles, we're due to have the heats of the 100, which will always produce big numbers. And then we have the heats of the 800, the heats of the 200, and the women's 5K. So, all events to look forward to today.
Our last athlete in the men's 10K takes the belt, so 400 metres to go for him.
So once this 10K is finished, we'll actually begin starting in lanes 3 to 8 now.
But yeah, definitely some very tasty events coming up later on today there. The 100 metres there are always a highlight of any championships.
Yeah, no, the 100 metres should be one to look forward to. As I mentioned, the big, some of the big names from DCU, from UCD though as well. We also have the likes of Jessie Osas, who was first leg runner in the men's under 20 national team last year, not to be discounted. Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how they go. Be very interesting to see if Katie Bergen of UCC is running. She has been selected to go to those world relays in Botswana as well as part of the women's 4x1 team. So it'll be great to see her running at these championships. She was the indoor 60 metre champion. But we just have our SC2 athlete coming up to the line, finishing the 10K in 47 minutes and about 40 seconds. So, yeah, very good run. No mean feat by any means.
To stay out there, I mean, over 3/4 of an hour is a hugely impressive feat of endurance. So
to even finish a 10K is impressive in itself.
So hurdles getting set up out on track.
Looks like we're using lanes 3 to 8 by the looks of it.
I think they're setting up on the bend for lanes 1 to 8. So
I think he's taking them away now. So I presume by the looks now we might have one heat of 5 and one heat of 6, or maybe 2 heats of 6. We're not in the same situation as the women where we're going to a straight final.
Which is good to see. 400 metre hurdles, maybe not the most popular events 10-15 years ago or so. They're probably struggling to get numbers to fill it, but to have heats in a final in an event like this is great
Yeah,
to see.
it's very good to see. I suppose there's
The Tom Barr effect still living
yeah,
on.
and there's a nice few underage 400 meter hurdle athletes coming up, as well as we're going to see one of them in Fintan Dewhurst. We also have his brother Ethan, very capable 400 hurdler. The likes of David Davitt, based over in Penn University in the States, and also Stuart Tobin of Nino Olympic AC. All have represented Ireland at like European underage stage. So a nice bit of talent coming up, and I suppose now that Tom Barr has retired, it'll be good to see kind of that the event will be still of a very high quality come maybe national seniors and other events.
Well, it's just great to see once you get like one athlete having a little bit of success in an event, how it spurs on others to do it, and that has ramifications for generations to come.
I agree. No, Tom Barr, certainly inspired a lot of people, I'd say, and maybe slightly put Limerick on the map. I know he's a Waterford man, but training out of Limerick, and the likes of himself, Sarah Lavin, Ciara Neville, Charlene Maudsley, all based around Limerick.
It was really the start of that UL team sort of coming to the fore of Irish University's athletics, though, when he was coming through. Sort of cracked the Dublin dominance of university teams.
I suppose Haley and Drew Harrison putting in hard work down there. Also, Will Hughes, the distance coach down there, also putting in a lot of hard work. We'll see some of his athletes later today.
Alumni of here.
Yeah.
It used to be CIT, now MTU.
Yeah. So, lots of great work being done down there in UL. We'll look to see the heats of the men's 400 hurdles now on the track. If there's two heats, it'll either... I don't want to call out the qualification possibilities, but it'll either be first three with two to qualify, or first two and the next three fastest, or next four fastest.
They won't go first four?
No, I don't think so. Not in the sprints events. In a distance event, maybe like the 1500, they might just take the first few. But in the sprints, just I think just due to the nature of what athletes are in what heat, it could be unfair to, unless I presume. Well, I think these events might be seeded, so you might be okay. You might have the top athletes spread out throughout the heats, but if by some chance you've 5 of the best athletes end up in one heat and you've top 4, that immediately rules one of them out, which is not a nice position to be in. From what I can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks like we've 9 athletes on the line, which is why we're having to do a heat and a final. So it's a big aspect of these 400 hurdles if you're looking to have a smooth race, is to ensure that you have your stride pattern correct. So all these athletes will be looking to take a certain amount of strides between each hurdle to ensure that they don't have to shotgun into the hurdles and that they take off on the right leg.
I just said, McGregor, it's not 9 years to set up here with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9 years
Just literally just finished
And you're now joined on commentary by myself and Barry Clavin. I'm Sean Carmody. Alongside me, Barry Clavin.
Hello.
Probably easier way to introduce it. We're taking over there from the two lads as we look down at the lads warming up or setting their blocks for the 400 metre hurdles heat. We had a straight final there earlier, or well, not straight final, the women had to toe the line for their straight final tomorrow afternoon. The men have to go through the rounds. It'll be first 2 and 4 fastest, and I'll give you over the start list for Barry to take you through the names.
Yeah, so in lane 3 we have Edward Archer from ATU. Lane 4 we have Owen Sharkey from UL. Lane 5 we have Oisin Phelan from ATU. Lane 6 we have Liam Cotter from UCC. Lane 7 we have Jack O'Connell from TCD. And in lane 8 we have Stephen Kiernan from DCU. Owen Sharkey, a well-known name in varsity athletics circles. He's been around the block for quite a while.
Yeah, certainly. He's an absolute trooper, absolute warrior for UL. Seems to be doing absolutely everything for them. Probably would be the name to look out for in this race. He's there doing his few little hops before we get going. Oisin Phelan at ATU is probably another name to look out for. We'll be looking to try and get one of those automatic qualifiers into the final. A late call up for Stephen Kiernan. Was given a text on Tuesday afternoon. Any chance you'll run the 400 metre hurdles first? He said, I'll see. 20 minutes later he was like, I'm set. So we see him there just tying his shoelaces there all the way out in lane 8, running blind, so hopefully that doesn't throw him too badly. As we're just waiting now for Edward Archer of ATU to come back to stand behind his blocks, and then we'll be ready to go. So as I said, Owen Sharkey, probably the name to look out for in this heat.
Yeah, talking to Sharkey earlier today, he was tempted to do the multi-events as he traditionally would, but he's chosen to just take a couple select events and focus on them today. And as they're under starters' orders, they get into their blocks. And as they're out of the blocks, the UL man with the two ATU men either side of him, both getting out very strong. And the TCD from the outside, Jack O'Connell, also having a very good start. And as they come around the edge there, we can see Sharkey with a strong lead, with O'Connell looking to be about second place there. Looks to be Oisin Phelan from ATU with Sharkey now as they come around the back. With 100 metres to go, Sharkey has a confident lead here of about 5 or 6 metres. And it looks like it'll be a UL 1, an ATU 2, and either a TCD or an ATU third place.
Very impressive there from Owen Sharkey. The UCC athlete being roared on. That's Liam Cotter being roared home by his fellow teammates here in the stand. 58.3, very, very cool, very collected from Owen Sharkey. There's a strong breeze blowing down that home straight, so they were absolutely flying over on that back straight, really comfortable getting into those strides. Just as you notice probably on the replay, if it comes up, chopping and strides coming into those last two hurdles from Owen. But no, he'll be delighted with that. Safely through, no problems.
Yeah, and a 58 is quite a strong pace for a heat for Varsity's 400 hurdles.
Yeah, as I said, pretty impressive, and especially with the conditions coming into that home straight. I was down there myself setting up the hurdles, and it is really, really noticeable that wind.
So as we look now to Heat 2 of the men's 400 metre hurdles, we have Dylan Heffernan from SETU, Josh Egan from DCU, Rory Boyle from UCC, Caleb Bronson from ATU, and Fintan Dewhurst from UL. There's only one clear favourite in this heat. It'll be Fintan Dewhurst from UL. He's flying out to Botswana for the World Relays Championships on Tuesday. So he's a surprise entry for this weekend. I don't think many were expecting him to be competing.
No, he was there. I was talking to him as well. He's just after coming off the high jump runway. Is doing the 4 hurdles, so should be in tomorrow's final. And he's doing the pole vault as well tomorrow. A man of many talents, as we see him just coming out of his blocks for a warm-up stride. I'd imagine he's just going to look to safely qualify. No need to do anything crazy here. Just comfortably get through to tomorrow's final. Rory Boyle of UCC, Carrick Varman is another man to look out for in the red singlet. He'll be 2 lanes inside Fintan in lane 6, so he could be another one that should be expecting himself to make tomorrow's final as one of those fastest qualifiers. Josh Egan at DCU, doing the combined events and kind of everything in between. I was talking to him down there. And yeah, he said he just enjoys running. He plays a bit of hurling, a bit of rugby. He was part of DCU men's A rugby team that made the semi-final of the Varsity Cup. So a man of also many talents. We'll see how he gets on there today. He did combines for DCU indoors as well. Got second in the long jump individually. So the men are behind their blocks. Starter asking, is everything in check?
And as they're under starters' orders, all the men are into their blocks. As they get the all clear from the officials, the starters' gun is up. And they're off. And as we expected from the blocks, Fintan Dewhurst has already made a convincing start there. But UCC's Rory Boyle is also, without doubt, clear second favourite in this race.
As we said, it's first 2, so these 2 men looking really, really strong going down that back straight. Kind of easy to look strong when that wind is really, really aiding you. You have 2 boys really going hard for it, but I imagine now Fintan coming up the home straight will look to ease off a little bit.
Yeah, especially with the wind in his face now as he comes down the home straight, he'll look to just ease through this. He knows he's qualified at this stage, so he's just going to settle himself, get over the hurdles safely and make sure he can get into the final with ease for tomorrow. Rory Boyle comfortably there in second place as well.
Caleb Brosnan coming over the last hurdle. He'll get that third spot. 54.90 for Fintan. Very comfortable considering his standards. It was Dylan Heffernan of SETU getting up there for fourth place, and then Josh Egan of DCU coming across in fifth.
Just to go through from the men's javelin results have come in. So in first place from UL is Oisin Joyce with 63.64. Second place from UL was Connor Cusick with 59.36. Charlie Lawden from UU, fresh back from America, through 56.63. Hugh Kelly from UCD through 46.41. Freddie Young from UU through 44.20. Dean Leaper from ATU 43.57. Dean Martinek from SCTU through 38.34. Fiach O'Byrne from SETU through 20.91. And Matthew Sherlock from SETU through 16.09.
Men's 10k results after coming through here as well. Simon Farrell of UL won it in 32 minutes 45 seconds. Luke Purcell of UL 33 minutes 13 seconds. Tom Tracy of UL 33-14. So 1-2-3 there for UL. Clean sweep on the podium. Very important for them points wise. Liam Cotter of UCC 33-36. Christopher McLaughlin of TUD 33-42. Rory Manning of UCC 33-45. James O'Keefe UCC 33-51. Jack McMahon of DCU 33-57. Aaron Lynch of TUS 34-08. Michael O'Shea DCU 35-17. Adam Lavery of Queen's 35-26. Timothy Grobui of Trinity 35-42. Dara Glennon of UCD 36-33. Oscar Durston of Setu 36-45. Giovanni Salvatore TUD 41-03. Mate Marek of Setu 42-57. And Adrian Silowa of Setu 47-39. Now, next on the track, we're going to have the heats of the women's 100 metres. Supposed to start about 3 minutes ago. We've just after clearing all the hurdles off the track from the 400 hurdles, and the blocks are being moved down.
Yeah, special thanks to all the different colleges who are throwing volunteers onto the track to put up all the hurdles and officiating different events. And thanks to MTU for hosting this weekend. They have some very good facilities here, and they're putting that on display here today, particularly with their MTU logo in the centre of the pitch. It really looks quite well in the sun. Sue from DCU, Gabriella Bowen, Fatima Amusa and Nicole Walker from MTU, Sarah Fitzpatrick and Amy Hanley from Maynooth University, Clodagh Fee from Queen's, winner Alozi Arabella Adeoka, Jessica Sixkova from Setu, Sarah Malee from TUD, Ria Kelly from TUD, Carlotta Malaga from TUD, Holly Rogers from TUS, Katie Bergren and Viviana Messi from UCC, Deborah Lowell and Abina Arafi from UCD, and Aveen Mulligan from UCD, Nicole Quirk from UG, Roshi Gavin, Annabelle Walsh and Grace Rooney from UL. And that rounds out the entries for the women's 100 metres. So we're just awaiting some start lists for them, and we'll let you know once we get them. So we have the official time results for the men's 400 metre hurdles. So in Heat 1, Owen Sharkey, 58.37. Second, Oisin Phelan from ATU in 59.45. Third, Jack O'Connell from TCD in 61.69. Fourth was Edward Archer from ATU in 62.87. Fifth, Liam Cotter from UCC, 70.46. And sixth, Stephen Kiernan from DCU, 73.37. And in Heat 2, Fintan Dewhurst from UL, 54.90. Rory Boyle from UCC, 59.27. Caleb Bronson from ATU in 62.94. Fourth was Dylan Heffernan from Setu in 64.21. And fifth place was Josh Egan in 67.50. So just confirmation there, the men's 400 metre final qualifiers is in lane 1, Dylan Heffernan from Setu. Lane 2, Caleb Bronson from ATU. Lane 3, Jack O'Connell from TCD. Lane 4, Fintan Dewhurst from UL. Lane 5, Owen Sharkey from UL. Lane 6, Oisin Phelan from ATU. Lane 7, Rory Boyle from UCC. And Lane 8, Edward Archer from ATU. So that will be on tomorrow.
So we have the first heat of the women's 100 metres. It'll be first two from each heat and two fast qualifiers into the final later on today. So heat 1, lane 1 we have Ria Kelly, lane 2 Fatima Musa. Lane 3, Amy Hanley. Lane 4, Vivian Amaze. Lane 5, Lorena Harrison. Lane 6, Aveen Mulligan. And lane 7, Annabella Walsh. Lorena Harrison has a few under 23 national medals to her name, so it's probably one of the names to look out for in this race. As to Fatima Musa, part of Ireland under 20 relay team last year, and they are away the first time of asking. Fatima Musa there in lane 2, Rhea Kelly of TUD on the inside, but it's Lorena. These three women really powering away. Fatima and Lorena right alongside each other. 12:23, those two through to the final later on. Very tight race between the two of them.
Very tight race. I think Lorena might have just got it by a hair, but there wasn't very much between them at all.
Yeah, very, very impressive running from these two women. 12:23, considering the wind conditions that we saw earlier on. Running into that strong of a headwind is pretty impressive. I think it was Rhea Kelly of TUD getting up there for second or for third place. So there's the replay of it. Looks like Lorena might have just got up ahead of Fatima, and it might have been the UCD athlete of Aveen Mulligan getting up there for fourth place. So Aveen, who was in lane 6. So those two will have to sit and wait and see what other times come through the other two heats.
These ladies are all fighting for a place in the final later on today, so the final is on for 6 p.m. this evening.
Now, as we look down to the track to heat 2 of this women's 100 metres, we have Nicole Walker of MTU in lane 1, Deborah Lall in lane 2 of UCD, Claude Fee of Queen's in lane 3, Uche Disu of DCU in 4, Mia Casey in lane 5 of SETU, Grace Rooney of UL in 6, Carlota Malaga of TUD in lane 7, and Nicole Quirk of University Galway in lane 8. The girls being called to their marks here. The name to look out for here would be Uche Disu of DCU, who has varsity medals to her name indoors over the 60 metres. Deborah Lall and Nicole Walker as well. Probably other names to look out for in this race. And we are away, and it looks like Uche Disu of DCU and Debbie Lall of UCD really going together. Nicole Quirk of MTU on the inside, as to Grace Rooney, but it looks like Uche Disu and Debbie Lall will be the first two across this line.
12:42 on the clock, and it looks to be Uche Disu from DCU that has taken that.
Ever so slightly slower than the time we saw earlier. And I think it was Nicole Quirk getting up for second or for third place there.
Just looking at the replay there, we can see a DCU 1, UCD second, and UL third.
Yeah, so we haven't quite got those results to us yet, but Grace Rooney and Nicole Quirk will be looking to go faster than our third and fourth place athletes from the first heat. And there'll be one more heat to go. Very impressive running. We have two DCU athletes already into this 100 metre final for the women. Again, it was a very impressive time given this headwind we've been seeing throughout the day. It seems to be swirling, but when I was down there earlier on, about 10-15 minutes ago, it was definitely a headwind on that home straight.
And as we look back towards the start of the 100 metres again, we have lane 1, Sarah Fitzpatrick from Maynooth University. Lane 2, Holly Rogers from TUS. Lane 3, Afari Abina from UCD. Lane 4, Rosha Gavin from UL. Lane 5, winner Alozi from Setu. Lane 6, Gabriella Bowen from MTU. Lane 7, Arabella Adioka from Setu. And lane 8, we have Sarah Millay from TUD.
Yeah, so we had Arabella earlier on today in the women's 100 metre hurdles.
And with the strong wind today as well, we're hoping that all races get under 2 metres a second so that they're all wind legal.
Looked like a little twitch in the blocks there. My guess would have been winner Alozi there in lane number 5. We'll just have a look back on the replay there. Maybe a slight twitch. Hopefully that isn't a disqualification. Hoping for a green or maybe a yellow card so we can keep all athletes. Looks like we also have a non-starter of Gabriella Bowen of MTU in lane 6. We'll see what the starter's verdict is here. No, looks like it could have just been a green card. Doesn't seem to be any warnings given to anybody there at the moment. So hopefully now we can get away first time, or second time of asking. And we're away again, and it looks like the two SETU athletes getting away very, very good. As too is Holly Rogers on the inside of TUS. We have Sarah Millay on the outside, very, very close. I think Sarah Millay might have gotten that on the outside. Holly Rogers of TUS on the inside might have gotten up for second place. Arabella Adekoya probably, I think, getting up for third. 12:69. Slowest of our heats so far. I wonder, does that have anything to do with the wind that's going on down there? And it was also our tightest race of the day. Very, very close indeed. So very impressive running all the way on the outside from Sarah Millay of TUD. Yeah, as we look back at the replay, maybe Holly Rogers actually might have gotten up to take that, just looking back on the replay. But very, very close indeed. So it'll be a waiting game to see what times come up there for our third and fourth place athletes, to see who will get through to this evening's final at about timed for 6 o'clock this evening. Yeah, the breeze does seem to be picking up here. If it is a bit of a swirling wind, as Barry said earlier, if it is in their backs coming up that home straight, we will want that sub 2 metres per second on the wind gauge that's in the middle of the track to keep those times legal. As we see the men gathering down the bottom of the track at the moment, still with their tracksuits on, keeping warm. The sun has kind of gone in now, and it's just all about keeping warm, keeping focused. Looks like Michael Farley doing a little stride up the track there, keeping himself warm, keeping himself moving.
for the hurdles to the podium, the medalists for the 10K men, and the medalists for the long jump women. To the podium, please.
We have five heats here of the men's 100 meters. It'll be first 3 and 9 fastest through to our semi-finals. Semi-finals are timed for just after 6 o'clock, with the final likely to be tomorrow. I wonder if that women's final will also be moved, because the semi-final is timetabled for 6 o'clock, but we will have to wait and see if that is going to be moved till that final is going to be moved till tomorrow. So at 9 fastest loser spot, looking to get into these semi-finals, all lads will be looking to go as fast as they can, not pulling up early, in hopes that they will qualify for the semi-final later this evening. The rain is starting to come down a little bit. Looks like it is blowing into their face.
Athletes were checking from DCU, TCD, UCC.
As I said, all the lads still in their tracksuits and jumpers, keeping warm, so that chill is obviously affecting them down in that corner. I have the start list here for the first heat. In lane 1, Alman Bankole of TUD in lane 1. Tamid Alman of MTU in lane 2. Cal Russell of UCD in 3. Ace Rodriguez of University Ulster in 4. Tommy Arthur of Queen's in lane 5. Collins Igaro of DKIT in 6. Evan Tully of TUS in lane 7. Dara Burke of ATU in lane 8. Alman Bankole, probably one of the men to look out for in this heat. Finn Gallion's athlete, looking to qualify for the semi-final later this evening. Just causing absolute ruckus up here, Barry Clavin is. Kicking tables, kicking chairs, the whole shebang. It looks like the starters are after kind of calling them in, and hopefully will give them their heats. The rain, as I said, it is starting to come down just a little bit heavier. You can see all the athletes there with their hoods up. So hopefully we can get this going soon. Stop athletes getting cold. Stop them getting injured the sooner we get going. But yeah, just watching that rain, it is kind of coming ever so slightly into their faces. Just looking down through some of the other names to pick out in this men's 100. Craig Duffy at DCU. The man, he part of the under 23 4x1 relay team that was over in Norway, in Bergen. So he'll be a name to look out for. Who else is there to look out for? We have Michael Farrelly of DCU, also of DCU. He's in heat number 4. Who else? You have Jack Canan of UCD, another name, kind of staple of UCD sprinting. Kem Mera of DCU, lane 4. In heat number 5 will be a name to look out for. We have the women's long jump results here. Barry Clavin is going to take you through those.
So in first place from the women's long jump is Gabriella Bowen from MTU. She jumped 580. Second place is Laura Frawley from UL in 575. Third place is Daphne Dulhapsy Tuin from DCU in 557. Fourth place was Emma O'Neill from DCU in 533. Fifth place is Grace Fitzgerald from UCD in 527. Sixth place is Lucia Fitzgerald from UCC in 512. Seventh place is Michaela Sabrota from SETU in 5 metres. Eighth place is Liam Maloney from UL in 497. Ninth place is Alison Dempsey from UCD in 492. 10th place is Petra Igwe from Setu in 472. 11th place is Aveen Farrell from UL in 470. 12th was Rebecca Murphy from DKIT in 462. 13th, Elizabeth Babcock from UCC in 441. 14th was Isabel Kennedy Collingwood from Setu in 429. And 15th was Halamat Balogun from UCD in 413.
The men's high jump over here to our right hand side, looking at heading into the latter stages of it. Manny Osas of DCU, probably one of the favourites for that competition after winning a Varsity's title indoors, and was very, very close to clearing 2 metres. So with only a few athletes left out there, I'm not entirely sure what height the bar is at, but with only, I can kind of 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5 athletes left in that field. There was quite a big field. Finton Dewhurst was part of that field earlier on today. However, I think he should probably stick to the 4 hurdles, even though he's pretty good at the old high jump as well. But I think 4 hurdles is probably his best event.
Yeah, particularly with the World Relays on next week, he'd want to keep himself spick and span, no injuries on the table.
Okay, looks like we are ready to go here with the first heat of the men's 100 metres. I'll take you through that lineup again. We have Alman Bankole of TUD in lane 1, Tahmid Alman of MTU in lane 2, Cal Russell of UCD in 3, Ace Rodriguez of University Ulster in 4, Tommy Arthur of Queen's in 5, Colin Zagaro of DKIT in 6, Evan Tully of TUS in 7, and Dara Burke of ATU in lane 8. Now they're being called to their marks at the moment. Looks like we have a non-starter there in Tommy Arthur of Queen's in lane 5 next to Colin Zagaro. Empty set of blocks there. And we are away. First time of asking maybe the UCD athlete Cal Russell trainer Alman Bankole really getting up into his stride at the moment. Looks like the ATU athlete Dara Burke on the outside might get up for third. 11.1. That's very, very impressive running there considering that headwind. Very, very impressive. Really, Alman probably the taller athlete there. Takes a little bit of time to get into his running, but when he gets up into that run and gets up into that flying form, he is really, really difficult to stop. I think it might have been the UCD athlete of Cal Russell getting up there for second.
Yeah, and it looks to be Sligo man from ATU, Dara Burke, in third place there as well.
We just
look at a replay here.
Back at that replay. Alman Bankole of TUD in lane 1. Yeah, looks like that UCD athlete Cal Russell getting up for second. Dara Burke of ATU in third, and Colin Zagaro, who has been doing a lot of calling out of athletes recently, and has been calling out the likes of Craig Duffy. So I think that he's going to have to up his performance now if he's going to look to try and get anywhere near Craig Duffy.
Yeah, Collins has been talking large in the number of days leading up to this event, so he'll want to up his performance in line with his talk.
Well able to talk the talk, as they say, but can he walk the walk?
Yeah, he can definitely tick the TikTok anyway.
Yeah, certainly a man for an old TikTok live. Himself and Sean Doggett, and the likes of Adam Festus likes an old Instagram live as well. As we look down to our second heat of the men's 100 metres, we have Brian Lee in lane 1 of DKIT, Chib Mera of TUD in lane 2, Ugo Akabu of ATU in 3, Dave Forkin of UL in 5, Olafemi Williams in 5 from Queens, Oren Poole of Maynooth in 6, and Glory Wenigema in lane 7.
Yeah, Brian Lee, fad favourite of a number of spectators over the last number of days. They've been watching him in anticipation of this performance after his performance indoors for DKIT as well.
So we are called, the lads are called to their marks here. Names to look out for, probably Chib Mera of TUD being coached by Kay Bannon and as part of that DCU group. Dave Forkin of UL, consistent performer, cannot fault him. Glory Wenigema of UCC, trying ranging athlete from 100 all the way to 400. Right. And we are away. Looks like Chib Mera of TUD. Maybe that Maynooth athlete, Oren Poole, really coming strong. Glory Wenigema. Ugo of ATU looking really strong. So it looks like Ugo and Glory, first 2 men across the line. The clock doesn't seem to really be working there for us at the moment. Fair play to those 2 men, really, after really putting in a strong performance. Both quite tall athletes as well. Looks like our ATU athlete holding the back of his hamstring there, just kind of grasping it, able to walk on it, but hopefully he's not in too much discomfort as he'll have a semi-final later on today. As we look back at the replay, Glory and Ugo, really tall, powerful runners. Looks like Chib Mera of TUD getting up for 3rd, and our Queen's athlete Olafemi Williams getting up for 4th. So as I said earlier, it is it's first 3 across the line. So that means, from the first heat, it was Alman Bankole, Cal Russell and Dara Burke were your first 3 across the line. So they're into this evening's semi-finals. From this heat today, we had Glory, Chib and Ugo. So we unfortunately don't have a time for those men, as there seems to be some sort of issue with the clock.
We do have results here for the women's 100 metres. So in semi-final 1, we had Fatima Musa from MTU in 12.23, Lorraine Harrison from DCU in 12.25, Rhea Kelly from TUD in 12.73, Avian Mulligan from UCD in 13.31, Vivian Amise from UCC in 13.35, Annabelle Walsh from UL in 13.60, and Amy Hanley from MU in 16. And on the podium now we can see the men's 110 hurdle final. So in 3rd place is Shane McGrath from Setu. He ran 18.08 in the 110 final. 2nd place we have Sean Owens from UCD in 15.84. And taking the crown for the nth time is Adam Nolan from Setu in 15.47. Adam has won this 110 metre hurdles since he was in first year. This is his 3rd time in a row.
Unbeaten at varsity level, may I add. Much to my disgust to be mentioned in that, as I am a hurdler, but you have to congratulate Adam. That was very tough conditions there to be racing in. Looking lovely, they're full of smiles down there. Fair play to the 3 lads in very difficult conditions. Didn't quite get a wind reading on that. So, and as the track is just cleared here by photographers, we look down to the next heat 3 of the men's 100 metres. We'll take you through a few of those women's 100 metre results later on, but heat 3, Praise Wenigema in lane 1, Craig Duffy lane 2, Destiny Nosa in 3, Olabatui Jabita of TUD in 4, Nathan Endlove of UL in 5, Charlie Byrne running as a guest, and Daniel Etiko in lane 7 of Setu.
So without doubt now, Craig Duffy from DCU will be the hot favourite in this heat.
should look just to cruise through, get up to about 60, 70 metres.
Duffy, a senior national medalist in the indoor 60 metres. And as we can see here from the gun, he's gone out very hard, looking to his right to see has anyone in his way, but it's going to be a very convincing win for Craig Duffy in 10.99.
Yeah, it looks like we have Daniel there of Setu getting up for second place, and then it was very, very close between the UL athlete in lane number 5 and the UCC athlete in lane 1. So if we're gonna get.
So as we look to a replay here.
Yeah,
you see
Craig
that quick
Duffy
look
already
right.
looking around after 50 metres. Daniel of SETU getting up there. Very close between, I think maybe Praise Wenigame might have gotten up to get third there. 10.99 on the clock for Craig. Looked very, very impressive as he kind of just really shut off after 50 metres. In that heat there that we just watched, we had Charlie Byrne as a guest, a UCD athlete. He is one of our para athletes competing today as a guest. So we have our men's 100 metres. We have 2 more heats here of the men's 100 metres, followed by our 800 heats, which are due to start at 3:45, but that was 5 minutes ago. So straight away, as soon as we can, after the hundreds, the women's 800 will be starting, followed by the men's. Then we'll be moving on to the 200 heats. Then women's 5K is on. So I'll just take you through quickly that line up there of heat 4. So lane 1 SETU, lane 2 TUS, 3 UL, 4 UCD, 5 Maynooth, 6 DCU and 7 MTU. So Michael Farley at DCU really the man to look out for here. And we are away. Looks like Cormac Crotty as well, also getting away pretty well. But Michael Farley already up into his run and looking around, just cruising through. Looks like our TUS athlete O'Connor Booth might get up for 3rd. UL and MTU getting 4th and 5th. Michael Farley 11.31. That's all he really needed to do, Barry.
Yeah, simple maths there. He just got out hard, 50 metres into the race, same as Duffy. He was looking around, seeing who was around him. He could see, as we look to the replay here, he's coming through. He looks left, he sees Cormac Crotty is in his dust, and he's done. He's finished, he's away.
Unfortunately, the pole vault mat and shed is covering the shot put, so we can't see over there. After this men's final heat of the men's 100, I will look to get a start list for that shot put final. As we pan down to the track for the last heat of this men's 100 metres, we have Brian Maffany of SETU in lane 1. Derek Woha of University of Ulster in 2. Jack Canan of UCD in 3. Cam Mera of DCU in lane 4. Anna Fade, Iomede of Queen's in lane 5. Colin Murphy of MTU in 6. And Philip Finian in lane 7.
Mera and Colin Murphy, probably the two faster lads in this heat. But without doubt, Kem is number 1.
I am very good friends with Colin, and Colin will not mind me saying he probably won't be in that. He probably won't be in the top 2. Jack Canan, probably the other name. Really, I'm best friends with Colin, so I can kind of say what I want about him. And Colin will also say the same about me. He'll start giving out about me. So yeah, probably Kem and Jack Canan of UCD, probably the 2 names to look out for. Be interesting to see who can get up into that 3rd place and make an automatic qualifier into this evening's semi-final. The sun is after coming out again now. It'll probably go back in now in a few minutes, but while we have it, we may as well enjoy it. So lanes 3 and 4. Nice to see the 2 of them side by side. See can we get a bit of a race going. Kem, very, very good starter. Jack, probably more the 200 athlete, looking to see can he bring his top speed into it. Looks like Kem gets away very, very quickly. He's up into his running. The university athlete of Derek Woha, really actually surprisingly taken this heat in 11:35. Really, really impressive running. Surprising myself and Barry up here. Looks like Kem just may have shut down the last 20 metres knowing he was qualified. And Colin Murphy is going to be absolutely delighted with that, or very upset that he now actually has to do an extra race later on this evening. I'm not sure how he's really going to be feeling.
Well, Kem seemed to be very comfortable there coming through, as well as the UU athlete.
Yeah, Derek Woha of University of Ulster really, really getting up into that tall front side mechanics is incredible there. Kem was probably first to 30, but the real top speed running of Derek Woha was very impressive to watch. So I think, Derek Woha was 1, Kem was 2, and then I think it was Colin Murphy in 3. Owen Kenny supplying sweets. Well, I don't think he's going to give us any, but he has a big absolute haul of them. Jaffa cakes, jelly snakes, you name it, it's there.
He hasn't even gone for the off-brand. He's gone for the full name brand jellies.
And there's 2 bags of them. And a Red Bull.
All held in his physio bag, by the way, just to let you all know.
And a bit of bicarb. Is there anything that man doesn't have over there?
Probably physio equipment by the looks of it.
So next on track we're going to have this women's 800 metres. While we're waiting for those 800 metres to start, I will go see, can I source a start list for that shot put over on the far side, for that women's shot put. I think I see Ciara Sheehy throwing out there, so I'll be back with the start lists hopefully very shortly. Now, I'm back and I have the start list for the women's shot put over on the far side of the track. So we have Nina Wallace of DCU, Katrina Pakarinskate of UL, Michaela Subtrova of SETU, Kira Sheehy of DCU, Laura Frawley, UL, Emma Roach of TUD, Rachel Gardner of SETU, Alison Dempsey of UCD, Sophie Perrott of MTU, Rachel Donoghue of ATU, Abina Afari of UCD, and Sheila Murphy of MTU. Kira Sheehy of DCU, probably one of the favourites for that. Laura Frawley, the all-round athlete doing the combined events today, will be looking to push Kira as close as she can to help get vital points for UL. Kira with plenty of varsity and under 23 medals to her name. So the women's 800 should be up shortly. We're probably running about 15 or so minutes behind schedule just so far.
Take a look over here to the men's high jump as they're just in the final stages. The UL athlete has just failed to clear the bar.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is.
Let's see.
Though we'd love to see Finton in the late stages of a high jump competition.
The only other UL athlete in that is Tom Feerick. So to run through that start list has probably already been ran through, but Finton Dewhurst UL, James Kiley MTU, Chinozo Owedi of ATU, Tom Feerick of UL, Dermot Bannon of UCC, Jack O'Connell Trinity, Isaac Akindre of SETU, Manny Osas of DCU, Sean Kavanagh of SETU, and Shane McGrath of SETU. So there is an SETU athlete still over there in spikes and a singlet. So we're going to see.
I won't be able to contact.
Yeah, so he's still Manny Osas there, still in his singlet, looking down there as well. We have our SETU man. I'm not entirely sure as there are 3 SETU athletes. If he turns around, we might get his number. 216. I don't have 216. I just have the order they're jumping in. So Manny Osas and that SETU athlete look like they're going to have another go at this height. Tom Feerick still with his spikes on, but with his jumper on now, probably just to keep warm with that breeze coming around the track. Manny Osas was very, very close at clearing 2 meters earlier on in the indoor season. As I said, I don't have the height for the bar is at the moment. But we'll see can he clear this. Here we go. Oh, a little wobble at the bar, but it stays up. Just about from Manny Osas. I think it was 195 he cleared indoors, which is very impressive considering he is mainly focused on the multi-events. I'll probably focusing more on the high jump now, as he's kind of been dealing with a bit of a knee problem. I don't know if you can pick it up on stream there, but he has a little bit of a bracing on his left knee. So no multi-events. We'll watch our SETU athlete just refuse to jump. He'll come back around and he'll get another go at it again. Just I'd say between the wind and between the wind and maybe his stride's just a little bit off, but a bit later on in the competition, probably a little bit maybe a fatigue creeping in as we watch our women line up here for heat 1 of the 800 metres. As we just watched that or SETU, I don't know, is he Carlo or Walford? He's having another go at it here. Very laboured run up, building in a bit of speed. Oh, very, very impressive. Right.
He's not.
Okay, so we have heat 1 of this women's 800 metres. Looks like we only have 5 athletes in this race. We have Joanna Mullen of UCD in lane 4. Yeah. Aoife Dempsey of Trinity in 5. Fauve Almar of UL in 6. Zoe Ritchie of UCD in lane 7. And Kayla Ryan of TUS all the way out in lane 8. Just officials trying to clear that far corner of the track, as these women will be staying in lanes for first 100 metres of this race. I'm going to break in down that back straight. Qualification for the final. The final will be tomorrow. It's first 2 and 4 fastest. Tomorrow's final will be at 11:30.
So as they're off, it's a strong start from the UCD athlete on the outside there, which is Zoe Ritchie.
Just after closing up that gap on Kayla Ryan outside her, Kayla Ryan's just looking to stick in on her shoulder as they're coming into the break.
And it seems to be a lead pack here, with one athlete just lagging behind with a small gap as they go through 200 metres in about 32 seconds.
So it's our UL athlete, Fauve Almar, taking it on here. Quite an honest pace, really. Just really stringing this field out. Looks like we have the 3 girls, UL, UCD and TUS, coming through this 300 metres in about 50 seconds. So reasonably paced here.
As they come through the home straight here, there's just a slight trip there from the UCD athlete as she tries to move out into lane 2.
Slight tangle of legs going through in about 68 seconds there.
And a lot of pushing and shoving, but they seem to all be 1, 2, 3.
They're all still standing, which is the main thing.
And Kayla Ryan from TUS just making a move then just to try and regain her lead. Moving out to the outside as they come to the near end of the bend.
Yeah, with only first 2 getting through, it will be important that you don't want to leave it up to chance. As with these 800s, they can become very tactical. Now, I believe this is quite an honest pace that they're being taken through, so we should kind of expect a fastest loser from this heat.
Yeah, and Zoe Ritchie has made the move there to create the gap on her other athletes in the race, but Fauve Almar from UL trying to close that gap with all she has, and as she comes to 100 metres, she'll start to come up onto her shoulder and see can she fight it.
Just Zoe Ritchie looking around there as Fauve from UL just comes up by her there, looking very, very comfortable. Zoe Ritchie just checking behind to make sure Kayla Ryan isn't getting too close to her, but she will get through.
So that was a very tactically well ran race by the UL athletes to take the win in 2:17.
2:17, Kayla Ryan there getting up for third. So as I kind of thought that was a very fast-paced race, and with the win, 2:17 is quite a decent time. And we have UCD athlete Joanna Mullen coming through there now.
So a quick overview of semi-final 2. In lane 3, we'll have Sofia Glonkakova from TCD. Lane 4, we'll have Nicola Sullivan from UCC. Lane 5, we'll have Niamh Murray from DCU. Lane 6, we'll have Hazel Hughes from DCU. Lane 7, we'll have Eve Mooney from UL. And lane 8, we'll have Kate O'Sullivan from TCD. So a strong favourite here in this race might be Hazel Hughes from DCU.
Yeah, Hazel Hughes was getting up. I think she medalled at this event over indoors, so should be kind of one of the favourites to look just maybe comfortably qualify. As it is darkening. I know we mentioned earlier the sun was out, and we should have enjoyed it while we had it, because the rain is starting to come down again. And as I look at it, it is kind of blowing into the faces of the athletes coming down that home straight. Niamh Murray of DCU started her career as a cross-country runner, moved to 400s, and is now back to somewhere in the middle. 800 metres. Well, I don't think it's somewhere in the middle, but 800 metres is where she's found her home now, being coached by Joe Ryan back in Dublin. Hazel Hughes, also her training partner. So will these two girls try and work together, or is this going to be all bets off and try and get there yourself? As I think Hazel Hughes and Eve Mooney are just after walking up to the 400 metre start rather than the 800 metre start. The old 400 metre start is where the indoor break is now. Manny Osas just after knocking his last attempt there. So we have 6 athletes in this race. Looks like a late entry of sorts there.
No, it looks to be Sinead Fitzpatrick from Maynooth University. Must have been moved from Heat 1 to Heat 2.
So as we said, first 2 and 4 fastest. So 2:17 was what our winner was, Fauve Almar of UL in the last heat.
And as they're out of the blocks, Niamh Murray from DCU seems to have taken out a fast pace there to be on the shoulder of Hazel Hughes in the lane outsider. And it seems to be the 3 girls on the outside of Niamh Murray, Hazel Hughes and Eve Mooney from UL have taken a strong lead here, and they have a significant gap on the rest of the field, 150 metres in.
It has now slowed down to almost walking pace, with the 3 girls not wanting to show their cards too early. It's kind of allowed the two Trinity athletes to just close that gap up after the big gap that they made out on the first 100 metres.
Yeah, about 33 high, 34 low through 200 metres there. And we can just see the pedestrian pace that has been brought on here as we come up to 300 metres. The clock is taken up very high here.
Our other heat were 50 seconds through the first 300.
This is going to be about 57.
So it is really, really slow. I wonder, will that suit the likes of Niamh Murray now, who has that 400 metre speed? It's gone very, very slow. Going to turn into very, very tactical race. This slow pace will likely mean that there'll be very few from this heat qualifying to the final. Kayla Ryan, who was 3rd in our last heat, is probably looking at this thinking she are very happy with how this is looking. She'll likely make a final based off of what she's seen here.
Yeah, anyone in this race is going to have to get top 2 to qualify, because the pace has just been too slow. The other race has been significantly faster. As they come up with 300 metres to go, Hazel Hughes just comes onto the shoulder of Eve Mooney, but they still are at a crawling pace.
A slight pick up in speed as we kind of watch the 2 Trinity girls just dropping back ever so slightly. The strides are getting ever so slightly longer. This is going to be some wind up the last 150 metres as they go in behind the pole vault mat. Still Eve Mooney on the rail on the inside, Hazel Hughes out on her shoulder, and Niamh Murray just looking to come around, maybe give them a little scare as she comes down the last home straight. And it's really turned into a sprint, this last 100 metres. Hazel Hughes looks like she's in the lead. Oh my God, it's very, very close.
This is going to be right down to the finish, as Niamh Murray is currently in the lead, but Hazel Hughes just holding on for 2nd place there, and Niamh Murray takes the win with Hazel Hughes in 2nd. Eve Mooney just short.
2:33 on the clock, so very, very tactical.
An incredibly slow race, but an incredibly fast 100 metres there for the win. It looks like Eve Mooney will likely just not have enough done there to get through time wise. It's two qualify.
No, first 4.
First 4.
So that may be enough there for Eve Mooney just to sneak through. So as we look down to the track, we have the first heat of the men's 800. I think we're joined here on commentary by Rory McAvoy. Rory McAvoy going to be competing in the 5K, is it?
Yes. 5K tomorrow afternoon.
What time is that at?
10 to 3, so I believe.
So I believe. You probably would want to figure that out soon enough. Rory, probably more of a distance expert than I would. Would probably know some more of these athletes here, as the starters are kind of telling these lads what heats they're to be put in. I have the start list here. Heat 1, Lane 1, Oisin Dunn of University Galway. Lane 2, Neil Barrett of UCC. Lane 3, Matthew Fitzpatrick of DCU. Lane 4, Kayleen Gotelin of Setu. Josh Omani of MTU. Yeah, that's just making sure that they're in the right lanes. Kyle Moorhead of University Galway, lane 6. Jack O'Donnell of TUS in lane 7. And Deji Sanyaolu in lane 8.
Yeah, so looking at the start list there, Kyle Moorhead, Jack O'Donnell and Matthew Fitzpatrick will be the three to look out for in this heat. Kyle Moorhead of the University of Galway, former medalist in this multiple times. Matthew Fitzpatrick, a new first year, has a PB of 153 in the 800, I believe. And Jack O'Donnell from TUS, runner for Ratoath Athletic Club. Also very familiar with getting to heats and finals through these championships. And as the lads are under their starters' orders there. And as the lads have gone off on the gun there, we see Kyle Moorhead from the University of Galway and Matthew Fitzpatrick from DCU, as well as UCC's Neil Barrett, seem to be the first three heads coming through the break at 100 metres. So Matthew Fitzpatrick from DCU taking the lead with Kyle Moorhead sitting in on his shoulder. On the outside there is Jack O'Donnell from TUS, as well as UCC's Neil Barrett. 200 metres in about 30 seconds, so this is well within all of these lads' reach. Matthew Fitzpatrick holding the lead here for quite a significant amount of time. 43 seconds through 300 metres there. And he just holds a small gap there between the rest of the pack, but they're all well capable of this pace right now. Jack O'Donnell coming up onto Kyle Moorhead's shoulder there as they come through the bell there. Can't see the clock due to the officials, but it's just over 60 seconds.
Yeah, with 3 heats and first two with 3 heats, it's likely to be first 2 and 2 fastest. So with 4 men here, they'd be all bunching up, hoping to get into that top 2.
And it's starting to wind up with Kyle Moorhead coming past Matthew Fitzpatrick's shoulder, with Jack O'Donnell staying on Kyle Moorhead's shoulder as well. They're starting to build a gap between themselves and the DCU and UCC man. University of Galway and TUS holding it strong. 1:30 at 600 metres.
They probably just need to work together now. Just get through this last 150 as top 2.
Jack O'Donnell putting in a big series shift here, coming from the outside of lane 2. Matthew Fitzpatrick coming around in lane 3, trying to take the title. Matthew Fitzpatrick just coming up onto Kyle Moorhead's shoulder. Will he have enough to hold on? And Matthew Fitzpatrick takes the win with Kyle Moorhead second, Jack O'Donnell third, UCC fourth, University of Galway second runner coming in for fifth. 1:56 on the clock for the win there in Heat 1
very
of the men's.
honest run now. Very, very honest pace, especially with the wind conditions here. It is going to be tricky. So it is pretty impressive run, and it is good to be in the top 2, as you don't know, this wind could die down for this next heat.
And we have the final athlete from MTU just crossing the line there. So in Heat 2 of the men's 800 metres, we have Jiri Hajek from MTU. In lane 2, we have Matt Hayes from DKIT. Lane 3, we have Calum Hurley from DCU. Lane 4, we have Tor Jorgensen from TCD. Lane 5, we have George McGilton from UCD. Lane 6, we have Derek Keeley from UCC. Lane 7, we have Barry Murphy from UL. And lane 8, we have Andrew McGilton from UCD.
Rory McAvoy still joining us here. Rory, any predictions for this heat?
See DCU athlete Caleb Hurley, he's in good shape, good indoor season. I was running with Caleb there a few weeks ago, and he's looking forward, to final year engineering student in DCU, looking to take the title.
Yeah, so it looks to be Caleb Hurley, a 148 man, and Andrew McGilton, low 150s man, will be the two to watch in this heat. So that's Caleb Hurley in lane 3 and McGilton out in lane 8.
When did Caleb run that 148?
And as they go from the gun, we have from the inside line there, Hajek from MTU going out very strong, as well as McGilton on the outside from UCD. Caleb Hurley just sitting in behind McGilton as they come through the break there. Coming up on 200 metres now, we have McGilton, Hurley, McGilton. They're about 29 seconds through 200 metres. Coming up on 300 metres now. Everyone is still in a very strong pack here. Fortunately, we can't see the clock due to an official standing in front of it, but this is still a very pedestrian pace with the two men up front, but McGilton is pushing on the pace now. 58 seconds through 400 metres. Caleb Hurley just chilling in behind as the field just starts to string out. We've UCC in third there with Barry Murphy from UL in fourth there, as well as McGilton's brother, I assume, in fifth. So as we come now with 200 metres to go, it's Andrew McGilton and Caleb Hurley leading the charge here, with Caleb just starting to move out onto McGilton's shoulder. He knows he's safe from the crowd behind. He's had a look behind. Coming up now, he knows he just needs to do enough to get through here. McGilton looking left, looking right. The lads know they're through. They're high-fiving. And they come through the clock there, just on 1:56 on the button. Barry Murphy from UL there in third, McGilton in fifth, Hayes in sixth. So that's McGilton and Hurley through safely to the next round. And our final men's 800 metre heat of the day, we have Cian O'Boyle in lane 1 from UL. Lane 2, we have Sean Hayes from UL. Lane 3, Alan Hegarty from Maynooth University. Lane 4, Ted Collins from UCD. Lane 5, Dinny McLean from UCC. Lane 6, Roman Hogan from MTU. Lane 7, Anthony Rio Murphy from TCD. Lane 8, Finn Woodger from DCU. So Finn Woodger, another 148 man, will be the man to look out for here. Cian O'Boyle, an under 23 medalist in the 800 metres as well. Well capable of a low 150 pace. So the two lads will be well capable of getting some fast times here, but they're just going to do enough to get through to the final.
See Finn Woodger there making a few moves there down the back straight.
Man, no, throwing a few elbows around the place.
But as we look here, we have O'Boyle and Hayes up the front there, with Finn Woodger in second, Ted Collins from UCD sitting in there in third.
Woodger looks strong now, coming up to 450 to go.
As the field is really strung out here, we see O'Boyle coming through the clock here now in 57 seconds. Woodger sitting in behind with Collins, as well as Maynooth University's Alan Hegarty. And Hegarty is just losing a gap there behind Collins, as it seems to be a three-legged race now between Keane O'Boyle, Finn Woodger and Ted Collins. Collins just coming up onto Woodger's shoulder there, 200 metres, 1:27 on the clock. And Woodger and O'Boyle kicking on hard home. They've built a gap on Collins. Keane O'Boyle just looking left, looking right, making sure he's safe. Finn Woodger the same. They know they've done enough to get through to the final. 1:55 on the clock. The two lads know they're safe through.
Jack Hickey or Owen Sharkey, 2 results room please. Jack Hickey or Owen Sharkey from UL, results room please.
Can I have the 100-meter hurdle women to the podium, please? That's the 100-meter women hurdle to the podium, please.
So, Sean, what do you think of the play acting between Calum Hurley and the UCD athlete? Second heat, men's 800.
Very immature and unprofessional. The pair of them trying to think that they're Josh Kerr or something, not going to happen.
Do we think that
Calum
that could
Hurley,
come back to haunt them tomorrow afternoon?
Look, they're out to enjoy themselves. They ran well enough to get themselves through. They had enough done coming into that last 50 metres. So we'll see them tomorrow. We'll see will they be celebrating like that coming down the last 50 tomorrow. But I think with the likes of Finn Woodger, Keane O'Boyle in there, it'll be interesting to see will they still be celebrating at that stage. Next on the track here we have the women's 200 metre heats. We haven't currently got a start list on us for that, but the blocks haven't been set up over the far side. They have to move the timing system, etc., over to that corner and avoid the women's javelin throwers who are starting to warm up there. So we're looking over to that corner. The women just slowly starting to gather. So just before the women's 200 start, I'll take you through the men's qualifiers and the semi-final lane draw for the men's 100 metres later on this evening. So semi-final 1, we have David Forkin of UL, Praise Renegeme of UCC, Glory Renegeme of UCC, the two brothers battling side by side for spotting tomorrow's final. We have Chib Mera of TUD in 4, Craig Duffy of DCU in 5, Cal Russell of UCD in 6, Olafemi Williams of Queens in 7, Destiny Nosa of Maynooth in 8. So very impressive semi-final 1 of that men's 100 metres. Craig Duffy, who was very impressive earlier on in his heat, kind of got to 50 metres, was looking around, just kind of eased off, so should have enough energy to run another 100 metres this evening. Semi-final 2, we have semi-final 2 we have Ola Toby Jabita of TUD, lane 2 Nathan Endlovu of UL, lane 3 we have Ugo Okabu of ATU, lane 4 Dara Burke of ATU, lane 5 Alman Bankole of TUD, Ken Mera of DCU in 5 and 6, sorry, Colin. So finish out that. Sorry. Semi-final 2. We have Colin Murphy of MTU and Philip Finion of CBS. Semi-final 3
is it Jack Anane, UCD, Collins Igharo of Dundalk IT, Michael Farley, DCU, Daniel Etu Kudo of Setu, Cormac Crotty, UCD, with Derek Woha of Ulster University, Connor Butte, TUS, and Ace Rodriguez running in lane 8 for Ulster University in semi-final 3.
Just doing enough there to get himself into a semi-final spot. We kind of had to sit and wait to see did he get through as a fastest loser, but he is through. He's up against Michael Farrelly of DCU, who he will probably call out at some stage later on this evening. So our women's high jump, we just have a start list for that, but I don't see them out warming up yet, but I'll take you through that list anyway. So the women's high jump, we have Avian Farrell of UL, Lauren Duffy of TUD, Maeve Fleming of UCC, Michaela Subtrova of Setu, Isabel Shukat of Galway, Chloe Yan of TUD, Annabelle Walsh of UL, Aoife Sullivan MTU, Laura Frawley UL, and Alison Dempsey of UCD. So the women for this 200 metre heats are warming up over in that, are setting their blocks over in that corner. At the moment we don't have a start list for it. I don't see a start list here on the results. I'll be back. I'll run and get them and I'll be back in a second. So we are back for the start of these women's 200 metres. In lane 3 we have Emily Lynn of UCD. Lane 4 we have Angelina Siskova of MTU, Uche Disu of DCU in 5, Mila Hirstova of SETU, 7 Holly Rogers of TUS, and 8 Rosha Gavin of UL. So we saw Rosha Gavin, Holly Rogers and Uche Disu, I think that was all of them, race earlier in the 200 metres. Looks like Uche Disu of DCU in lane 5 is running pretty well, as too is Holly Rogers on the outside. Emily Lynn, who ran the 400 metre hurdles last year for UCD, is running really, really well on the inside. It'll be very, very tight between the three of them. It'll be first 2 and 2 fastest, so Holly Rogers just really gritting the teeth, getting through. Looks like Uche Disu will get up for second place, Emily Lynn of UCD in third, and our UL athlete Rosha Gavin. Just a faller there from MTU athlete. Hopefully she seems to be grimacing a little bit, so hopefully it's not too bad. 25.66 on the clock for Holly Rogers. We'll see her through to tomorrow's final. 200 metre finals. Tomorrow are at 1 o'clock, are they? Is that right? Saturday. No, that's the Saturday timetable. So Saturday is tomorrow. 200 metre finals are on at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock tomorrow. We haven't been able to get any wind readings, so it's kind of hard to know at the moment what it's like down on the track. Jack Hickey there, who's currently doing the long jump, I was chatting to him a minute ago, was saying that he feels like it's with him, so running down towards the start line of that 100, so it's probably in the face of these 200 metre runners, and just then kind of blows across as the stand ends. So that was impressive running there from Holly Rogers, who raced in the 100 metres earlier. So did Uche Disu and Rosha Gavin. So we have heat 2 of this women's 200 metres lining up over the far side, the girls standing behind their blocks. Lane 3, the UL athlete Grace Rooney. Lane 4, Claude Fee of Queen's. Lane 5, Amy Jo Cairns of UCD. Lane 6, Fatima Musa of MTU. Lane 7, Vivian Amaze of UCC. Lane 8, Jessica Siskova of SETU. So the girls settling into their blocks for heat 2 of this women's 200 metres for a spot in the final tomorrow. So first 2 fastest in. No, seems to be some sort of issue after developing over there. The girls have been told to stand up. Hopefully we can get going, and hopefully it's not too chilly. The sun is kind of coming out again. Seems to be very kind of intermittent, this sunshine we're seeing today. So girls into their blocks for the second time. Fatima Musa, who raced in the 100 metres earlier on today. So did Grace Rooney. I'm just looking down to see, do I recognise any of those names? Nope, they're away. Looks like Fatima Musa has already closed up on the ground of Jessica Sistova on her outside. Looks like Amy Jo Cairns of UCD and Grace Rooney. Grace Rooney in lane 3, running really, really well. Fatima and Grace both looking really, really strong. Looks like Fatima is just out in front of Grace at the moment. Really, really impressive running in this second heat. Just 25.88. Grace Rooney absolutely delighted with herself to see herself through to tomorrow's final. Hands in her head, can't believe that. Fatima Musa will be in tomorrow's final. Very, very impressive running from the two in these blustery conditions, I might add. Amy Jo Cairns, I think, was up for third there, so she'll be waiting and seeing what time she gets, and then seeing what the other times of her other competitors in the other heats were. See what she finds a spot in that final. As the women's javelin goes on the infield, I see can I get some start list there for that. currently don't have a start list for the women out there. Looks like Laura Frawley maybe standing behind the MTU athlete. I think that could be Lily O'Riordan throwing on the runway now. MTU athlete anyway. Very good throw. I'm not entirely sure of the distances that they have marked out there. Looks like we have Laura Frawley's next on the runway to throw for UL. Okay, if we pan back to the 200 metre last heat of this women's 200 metres. Lane 3 we have Laura Kelly of TUD. Lane 4 we have Aoife Lavelle of Galway. Lane 5 Nicole Walker of MTU. Lane 6 Emily Davidson of UL. Lane 7 winner Alozi of SETU. And lane 8 Grania O'Sullivan of UCD. Just trying to recognise some of those names. I think Nicole Walker and winner Alozi were in earlier's 100 metres. So can we get away? First time of asking. And they are off to see who is first to rise. Looks like Grania O'Sullivan of UCD all the way on the outside. Looks like also Nicole Walker of MTU after closing the gap on the SETU and UL athletes outside her as they come around to this bend into the headwind. Looks like our UCD athlete Grania O'Sullivan on the outside is working really, really hard. Nicole Walker, Laura Kelly of TUD also trying to close that gap. Might try and get up for an automatic place in tomorrow's final, but looks like Grania O'Sullivan eases up going over the line, sees herself through to tomorrow's final, 26.02. And I think then it was our MTU athlete Nicole Walker will get herself into tomorrow's final. We'll have to wait and see what times come through to see can we find out our automatic qualifiers, or non-automatic qualifiers even. So we have our shot put result from the women's shot put that was kind of hiding over behind the pole vault. Our winner and our IUA champion for 2026, Katrina Packern-Skate of UL, 12.55. Ciara Sheehy of DCU, 12.25. Laura Frawley, the multi-eventer, who's also throwing the javelin as we speak, getting for third of 11.52. Next then we had Sophie Parrott, MTU 10.48, Nina Wallace, DCU 10.07, Sheila Murphy, MTU 9.10, Emma Roach, TUD 8.84, Michaela Subtrova, SETU 8.71, Rachel Gardner, SETU 7.71, Rachel Donoghue of ATU 5.45, and Abina Afria of UCD 5.23. And while I have time, I'll take you through some of the results of the men's 800. So as we saw in Heat 1 of the men's 800, Matthew Fitzpatrick really coming late in that last 100 metres to take that from ahead of Colin Moorhead. 1:56 for Matthew Fitzpatrick, 1:57.21 for Colin Moorhead. Jack O'Donnell was 1:57.46. Neil Barrett, GCC in 4th. Oisin Dunn of Galway in 5th. Deji Sanyula of TUS in 6th, Kaelin Goteen of SETU in 7th, and Josh O'Mahony of MTU 8th. Semi-final 2, or Heat 2 of the men's 800 results. Andrew McGilton and Caleb Hurley both celebrating coming down that last 50 metres. Both see themselves through to final tomorrow. Dara Kiley of UCC was 1:57. Barry Murphy of UL 2 minutes flat. George McGilton of UCD 2:02. Matt Hayes of DKIT. Matthew Hayes of DKIT in 2:03. Jiri Hajek of MTU 2:06, and Tor Jorgensen of Trinity 2:08. Semi-final 3, Cian O'Boyle UL won it in 1:55. Finn Woodger was second in 1:56.07. Ted Collins of UCD 1:56.99. Alan Hegarty of Maynooth 2:01. Sean Hayes of UL 2:03. Denny McLean of UCC 2:03. Anthony Murphy of Trinity 206, and Roman Hogan of MTU was 8th. So that leaves us with our finalists for the men's 800 tomorrow. Lane 1 will be Ted Collins of UCD. Lane 2 will be Jack O'Donnell of TUS. Lane 3 will be Kyle Moorhead of Galway. Lane 4 will be Cian O'Boyle of UL. Lane 5 will be Andrew McGilton of UCD. Lane 6 will be Matthew Fitzpatrick. 7 will be Finn Woodger. And Calum Hurley will be out in lane 8. All the 3 DCU men out on the outside. So it should be a very, very interesting battle with Cian O'Boyle after winning a national under-23 title there in the indoors a few weeks ago. Calum Hurley and Finn Woodger both medalled at national seniors. Calum was second. Finn got up for third there. Kyle Moorhead, Jack O'Donnell, both names you cannot rule out. And the way we've seen 1 or 2 of our 800 metres going today, it could turn into a very tactical affair. Might suit the faster heads, the likes of maybe Calum Hurley there, might suit him a bit more if it is a tactical race. Now our men's 200 metres over on that far side. Just it looks like maybe Heat 1 trying to doing a few practice starts before we get going. I think that might look like Andrew Hayes, I think it is. Right, take a look at the list, see who it is. I think Andrew Hayes is there. He'll be walking back in the pink shirt. Was part of the under 24 by 4 relay squad that was over in Finland. Finland the summer gone by. Who else do we have in this heat? So we have men's 200 metres heat 1. Lane 2 we have Ugo Okabu of ATU. Lane 3 Sam Kiley of UCC. Lane 4 Andrew Hayes TUD. Lane 5 Chris Lynch DCU. Lane 6 Olafemi Williams Queens. Lane 7 Cian Cummins of Galway. And lane 8 Max O'Reilly of MTU. So very, very kind of stacked 200 if that's the sort of seedings we're seeing. Like Chris Lynch, Andrew Hayes, as I mentioned, both of those lads were on that under 24 by 4 relay squad that went over and competed at Europeans over the summer. Max O'Reilly of MTU, another name to maybe look out for. I suppose as he was part of that 4x1 squad over in Bergen. So really, really interesting to see how Max gets on over the 2. We know he's very, very good over 60 metres. We saw him indoors get himself up for a national medal. So very interesting to see how we get on here. We kind of have the pole vault shed just covering the start, so we can only get the inside lanes there. We have the ATU, UCC and TUD athletes there, so we can't really see anything past that. Long hold here. And we are away. Looks like Max O'Reilly on the outside, really getting a very good start. Looks like Andrew Hayes after closing up that ground on Chris Lynch. Our UCC athlete Sam Kiley also running really, really well. But Max O'Reilly will probably look to just see can he get up into his running and just cruise home and make tomorrow's final. Sam Kiley running really, really well after closing that gap on Andrew Hayes and Chris Lynch, and should be second place up into tomorrow's final. Actually, I'm not entirely sure what there's 5 heats, so I'm not entirely sure actually what the qualification is. Let's see. So there could be a semi-final actually. I see it's timetabled here for a semi-final tomorrow morning. Semi-final tomorrow morning is at 10:40. So likely those 2 lads will be in tomorrow's semi-finals. 22:33 from Max O'Reilly. We're not entirely sure of the wind conditions below, but yeah, reasonably impressive from Max. Just got himself safely through. No incidents. and Sam Kiley might have been next, followed by Andrew Hayes. As we look out to the javelin runway there, I think it's Laura Frawley, the UL athlete, who seems to be everywhere today, throwing next on this runway. Little stutter from Laura Frawley. She just came towards that line, but no, the judges have given that as a foul throw. Obviously just getting her toes on the white line. As we pan back across to our men's Heat 200, Heat 2. David Vieira of SETU in Heat 2. Gilbert Kalita of TUD in 3, Jack Barrett of UCC in 4, Oisin Phelan of ATU in 5, Dave Forkin of UL in 6, Colin Zagaro of DKIT in 7, Ben Cusack of Maynooth in 8. So can I recognise those names? Oisin Phelan qualified second in his heat for tomorrow's 400 metre hurdles final. Dave Forkin we also saw in the 100 earlier on today. And Colin Zagaro, who's in this evening's 100 metre semi-finals. So these men are down on their marks at the moment. No, these men have also been told to stand up, similarly to one of the heats we saw earlier in the women's 200. This will take a second go for them. We'll see, is there any repercussions for these athletes? No, all down onto their marks again. I don't think we lost any athletes there. Always a good sign. And we are away again, second time of asking. Looks like maybe Dave Forkin or UCC athlete Jack Barrett running really, really well. TUD athlete Gilbert Kalita of TUD inside him. And it looks like, yeah, Gilbert Kalita of TUD really getting up into his form. Dave Forkin pushing hard. Our ATU athlete Oisin Phelan looking to close that gap. But our TUD, UL and ATU. 24:05 on the clock for the men. Looks like the last 50 or the kind of last 100 or so, the wind might have picked up. The lads were all kind of seemed to be gritting their teeth, trying to get to the end of it. We look over now. Heat 3 of this men's 200 metres are looking just to doing their last touches before the race. Lane 2, we have Adam Russell of DKIT. Lane 3, we have Dara Burke of ATU, who I think is already in this evening's 100 metre semi-finals. Nathan Endlovu of UL is in 4. Jesse Osas of UCD is in 5. Ruben McCarthy of SETU is in 6. Joseph Egan of Maynooth is in 7. Park Hassett at TUS all the way out in lane 8. Park having to run blind now, but he should be backing himself to make this semi-final later today. The lads with all their tracksuits off being called to their marks, and at the moment Jesse Osas and maybe Park Hassett, probably 2 to watch. Park Hassett also allegedly doing a lot of work in weight for distance and a lot of training for weight for distance, so can that power be translated into this 200 metres. Reuben McCarthy also competed there today in the 110 metre hurdles, one of our first events on the track this morning. And we're away for the first time without having to go again. Park Hassett, after building up a bit of a gap to the Joseph Egan of Maynooth out inside him. Jesse Osas, Reuben McCarthy, both look as if they're kind of moving well. Nathan Endlovu of UL moving, kind of closing on for third, but it's Jesse Osas, Park Hassett kind of working hard together. Park Hassett looking very relaxed coming across that line. 22.76. Jesse Osas getting up for second, I think it was, and then getting kind of tight for position for third. Kind of difficult to watch all the athletes as they kind of come across the line, but Park should be or is through to tomorrow morning's 200 metre finals. As I mentioned, I do not have the exact qualifications or how many qualifiers go through, but I imagine Jesse Osas will also see himself in tomorrow's 200 metre semi-finals. So our 200 metres women's results. Heat 1, we had Holly Rogers taking first heat very impressively in a 25.66. Uche Disu of DCU got up for second, 26.02. Emily Lynn of UCD, 26.27. Rosha Gavin, UL, 26.56. Mila Histrova of Setu, 32.32. And then our faller from MTU, who just fell in the last 10 metres or so. Very impressive. Are kind of proud to get up and finish. Semi-final 2, we had Fatima Musa taking first place. Grace Rooney was second. Amy Jo Cairns was third. Actually, I have the men are on their marks there, so I'll go through that lineup next. So we have Heat 4 here. We have Kachin Mitrega of Maynooth University, Dan Long Setu, Ace Rodriguez, University of Ulster, Brian Lee, DKIT, David Ogavuvu of DCU, Brendan O'Leary, TUS, and Rob Hayes of UCD. Dan and Long probably a bit disappointed to be getting one of those inside lanes for such a tall, rangy athlete, but we're all away first time. Looks like David Ogavuvu has already opened up a gap. Dan and Long really working hard. That long stride of his working to his favour. Brendan O'Leary of TUS and Rob Hayes, both on 7 and 8 there, working hard as well. But Dan and Long, look at the long rangy stride he has, taking this very, very comfortably. We have 3 men really going for second place here. David Ogavuvu of DCU might have just gotten up for that. I think Rob Hayes of UCD might have gotten third, and Brendan O'Leary, TUS, got fourth. Sorry, I'll go back through those results of the women's 200. So I was midway through semi-final 2, but we had Fatima Musa won it in 25.88. Grace Rooney of UL was second. Amy Cho Cairns of UCD was third. Vivian Amaze of UCC was fourth. Claude Fee of Queen's was in fifth. And Jessica Sistova of Setu was sixth. And semi-final 3, we had Grania Sullivan all the way out here in lane 8, very impressive, 26.01. Nicole Walker of MTU, 26.57. Laura Kelly, TUD, 26.63. Winner Alozi of Setu, 27.15. Emily Davidson of UL, 27.86. And Aoife Lavelle of Galway, 28.20. So our 200 final, as this lane draw is: lane 1, Emily Line of UCD; 2, Rocha Gavin, UL; 3, Grace Rooney, UL; 4, Uche Disu, DCU; lane 5, Fatima Musa, MTU; 6, Grania O'Sullivan, UCD; Holly Rogers, TUS; and Nicole Walker, MTU. So we have our last heat here of this men's 200. Looks like we have a do not start for Anafade Iomede of Queen's. So on the inside is Sean Stratton of DCU, lane 4, Darragh Donoghue of Trinity; Lachlan Matheson of University Ulster in 5, Finn Campbell, UCD in 6, Jawad Dozunumu of MTU, and Praise Wenigem of UCC, who we will see later in the men's 100 metre semi-finals. Darragh Donoghue, probably the name to look out for here, in really, really impressive form at the moment. P being indoors, just back from a camp over in Estepona, already closing that gap on the man outside him, Lachlan Matheson. You have Sean Stratton of DCU closing up that gap on Darragh, but the two men will come almost side by side down this track. Darragh's big, long, rangy stride helping him carry him down this track. Sean Stratton, DCU, coming in second there. Really impressive though from Darragh. 23.05, I presume. Strong win there. Sean Stratton probably got up for second, and then it's probably the UCD athlete, maybe Finn Campbell, getting up for third. So that concludes our heats of the men's 200. So the women's are gone straight into a final, which will be on tomorrow at... That's the Friday schedule. At about 2 o'clock, 1:55 is what I have on my timetable. These men, any of them through to tomorrow's semi-finals, will be due to be on the track at 11:15, and their finals will be at 2 o'clock. Next on the track, we have the women's 5K. So at the moment I'm up here on my own and I have to commentate on this women's 5K. I have very little knowledge of this women's 5K. I think Keane O'Boyle is after saying he might come up in a few minutes. So hopefully they come and take over and save me from at least, or they might be able to yap a bit more than me anyway. I'm joined by 2 UL men. I'm passing it over now. I'm going to get out of here before I'm quizzed on any distance knowledge.
Is there service?
No, I haven't gone through the service.
Are you talking?
5k to start. Fairly large field for 12.5 laps of awful wind, I'd say. Cobb's going to give us a rundown of who's in the field.
Right, to run you through your start list, you've Helena O'Keefe, UL, Kerry Eager, TUD, Aoife Lucy, UCC, Adele McCreary, UCD, Veronica from TCD, Grace Ryn, TUS, Grania Moore from SETU, Kia Lavelle, UL, Kate McChrystal, UCD, Hannah Smith, UCC, Neve MacDonald, TCD, Eliska Pintarova, TCD, Faye Dervin, DCU, Caitlin Hughes, UG, Rosha Roberts, DCU, and finally Claire O'Grady from UL.
Girls are still being held on the start line here. Tension is building for them. Rosha Roberts probably the favourite for the race, Cobb.
Yeah, I would say so.
Multiple Eurocross participant. Been made to wait plenty now.
So Luke, you did plenty of laps out there this morning. How are conditions?
Conditions are tough. It's going to be headwind down the home straight and have a nice tailwind down the back straight, but I don't think they equal out. I think there'll be plenty of work, and the girls are going to be working hard here this evening.
And they're away now, so we'll see how this sets out. Will it be
Faye
fast?
Dervin straight to the front. I believe she won this race last year.
The two DCU athletes to the front now. Seems to have gone off at a decent pace. Maybe the two girls looking for a fast time.
Into the headwind first, so Roche is sitting in. UCC athlete in third, UG fourth, fifth for UCD, sixth UL's Claire O'Grady. So 12 laps to go from here.
The girls up front are going really well now. They're really strung out the field already.
So they have 10 metres on third and another 10 back to fourth.
Girls are going to have to work hard today for a medal. They'll be earning their points.
Most definitely. But looking good for DCU so far. 11 and a half laps to run. It looks like they're going to come through 400 in 75 seconds. So 15:35 pace for 5k.
That's good going.
This 5-minute miling. So it'll be a serious commitment from the girls from the early pace. And maybe someone else later, further back in the field, might come through if the girls start to feel this hot pace.
Wonder if there's any team tactics from DCU today.
Yeah,
will they start alternating laps?
Or is Roche Roberts just going to get towed around the whole way?
Much like yourself today, Luke, sitting in second.
Yeah, didn't work out for me though, so hopefully Roche's sitting can work a bit better than mine. Aoife Luce or Hannah Smith from UCC. We'll try to get a number when she comes around.
Caitlin Hughes of UG in fourth, leading out our two UCD athletes, and Claire O'Grady from UL.
Two girls still going well up front, just coming up on 2 laps completed. We'll try to give you a split as they go through. So they're through 800 in 2:35, so that was in 79, 80 second lap there for the two girls. So they're cruising through nicely so far, making this distance look pretty easy.
Yeah.
Still a lot of running ahead though.
Yeah,
UCC athlete is...
They'll be coming up to their first K split here now, so that'll give us a good idea of where they're at and what their intentions are for the race.
Roche Roberts still happy to sit in for the first kilometre.
Both athletes looking very smooth at the front, it has to be said. As they come through the K in a time of 3:13, 3:14.
So around 16-minute pace so far.
very respectable time.
Our third place athlete coming through in 3:22, so 16:40-ish.
As Claire O'Grady from UL moves up past the two UCD athletes and Caitlin Hughes into fourth place.
The rest of the field filtered through, all going well still though. A lot of time to pick off places in this race. The race doesn't start till 4K often in these ones, so.
Well, I think it started from the gun today. The two girls up front are looking very well, to be fair.
Relentless from Faye Dervin so far. They're kind of clipping off sub 80-second laps, so impressive running for anyone, especially on a blustery day like today here in MTU Cork. They come around to hit the wind here on the home straight. All our sprinters will know all about this from their 100 and 200 metres straight into the headwind earlier.
Yeah.
Not a day for fast time so far, but the girls aren't letting it stop them.
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, they're really clipping along now.
You can hear Daniel Buckley in the background here, so excuse any noise.
You probably hear him from home as well.
9 laps to go for our leaders. Hannah Smith of UCC is coming through now.
And Claire O'Grady in fourth place, followed by Adele McCreary.
Plenty of running. I wouldn't say the bronze medal is out of contention for any of them either, because there's a long way to go for Hannah Smith out in the wind on her own.
If the girls in fourth can start working together, might be able to reel in Hannah Smith of UCC.
Yeah, but up front, still Faye Dervin flying along. They're gone through a mile there in about 5:10, so they're holding that pace of probably 76 to 77 per 400. Not easy running in these conditions.
No, Rocha Roberts just sat in the whole way. Faye Dervin doing all the work up front. Will that hurt her in the later stages, or will she be able to burn the speed off Rocha?
So 8 laps to go once they reach around to our finish line here. See Ken Nason manning the lap counter.
Ken, a stalwart of Cork Athletics and Ken's track club itself.
Yeah.
They'll have plenty of his athletes competing today later, especially in the 1500s,
Yeah,
I see the three boys coming towards us now.
I can see Owen O'Connor, Daniel Buckley and Ben Smith coming towards me, all ready for a 1500.
Yeah.
Any comment from Daniel?
Yeah, look, the quality on show is fantastic. You know, we're seeing some elite athletes, and it's great that, you know, they get to show the people of MTU. It's not often it happens, but we're delighted to have it here, and hopefully it comes for more years to come. Thank you very much.
And we're delighted to have you here too, Daniel, making your return from France for the just for us.
Our MTU representative.
In the 800 metre final tomorrow. This guy's running 1:46. Be there.
Shout out to all the old boys at home.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll love to hear that.
Especially Colin. Right, back to the race. 2 girls still at the front. Faye Dervin leading out Rocha Roberts. They're coming up to 7 laps to go.
2K split there, but we'll be able to give you a rough idea. Probably looking in around 6:30 they were through
3K, yeah.
3K.
So 16:10-ish pace, so some going.
Yeah. Very similar to the time Emma McAvoy won it in last year.
Further back the field, Hannah Smith holding strong. We looked at Claire O'Grady from UL and Adele McCreary from UCD are maybe starting to bridge the gap across as they've left Caitlin Hughes and the other UCD athlete behind.
Yeah, Hannah Smith's done a lot of work herself in third place. Can the girls reel her in?
So those girls all have 7 laps to run, 2,800 metres. Caitlin Hughes coming through the finish.
Faye Dervin and Roche Roberts clipping off these laps very metronomically, it has to be said.
They're approaching halfway?
Yeah.
Halfway now, is it?
When they get around to us here.
Yeah, halfway once they get around to us. Is it halfway now, is it?
We'll start over there, so. Yeah.
Still Faye Derby leading into the wind. Roche Roberts tucked onto her. They've been stride for stride so far. So
You can see him digging into the wind now on the home straight.
Still, the racing starts from here.
It might have calmed slightly from earlier, but you can still see it in the trees.
We'll get their 3K split when they come around next time, so that'll give us a good indication of what sort of time they're on for. But I think it is helping that there's two of them together.
Yeah, certainly.
Roche is getting towed along, but she still is keeping Faye honest at front. See Owen Sharkey walking down below us after his hurdles exploits this morning. Still Hannah Smith in third, but it's definitely been closed by Claire O'Grady and Adele McCreary.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have a serious battle for bronze here. 6 laps to go for the girls.
Caitlin Hughes still hanging in there too. I wouldn't rule her out of a medal just yet.
Our leaders still stride for stride up on the top bend, up by the steeplechase barrier. Once they get around here to just in front of us, they will have 2 kilometres to run.
So they'll be under 10 minutes through 3K, so very good going.
So Faye Irvin leads them into the home straight once again. 5 laps to go for the girls. They're just going to be 54 through 3 kilometres, so out of 79 second lap so far.
Putting them in around 16:30
yeah,
if they can
especially
close
if
it
they
in
can
slightly.
close.
Yeah.
Once they start racing each other with a mile or so to go, it's all play for. So 2/3 of the way there for the 2 girls, really.
I wonder if Roche is thinking about making a move at some stage now, or will she hang on for as long as she can? Happy for Faye to break the wind.
Back her kick. We'll see.
Hannah Smith still hanging on in third, but the 2 girls are definitely closing it slightly.
Yeah. They've got a target on their back, but the gap is holding at 10 metres probably.
Yeah.
Adele McCreary sitting in then, letting Claire O'Grady take the wind.
As our leaders come up on some lapped traffic now.
This could be a factor in the last 3 or 4 laps, is they have to go around people. And it could give Faye Irvin a chance to get away, or if she can navigate them maybe slightly quicker. But so far, Roche Roberts has gone stride for stride with her.
Yeah, Roche is looking smooth now. She seems to be moving up onto Faye's shoulder.
Yeah, we might see an attack here with a mile to go.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It's her side by side now coming down the home straight.
Yeah, it's probably the first time we've seen Roche move out from Faye's shadow, so she must be feeling good. Maybe ready to attack here as the pace maybe has slightly slowed in the last lap.
Yeah, it seems to have slowed down slightly now.
They're feeling the burn. This is the real tough part of a 5K. Mile to go, so still no move so far, but
she seems to tuck back in behind her now.
It's about patience for the 2 of them.
There's nothing between them at all.
No, 1,500 to run here. We'll see the 1,500 races start from here later on in the afternoon, so there's something to look forward to. Or 6:30.
Claire O'Grady and Adele McCreary have really closed the gap in the last lap now to Hannah Smith of UCC. I wonder if Hannah can latch on to the 2 girls as they come by.
We've had Keane Hodgins join us in the commentary booth here. Any words from Mr. Hodgins ahead of a 1,500 race?
Looks like a cracking women's 5K at the minute. Let me watch a bit of this.
Hodgins is enthralled by this. He is enthralled. Anyway, back to the racing. Girls are up at the steeplechase barrier as they head back towards the wind here on the home straight.
I think Keane Hodgins has ruled himself out of any future commentary job.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be known for his English.
But Roche Roberts moves up on the shoulder again. She seems to be moving up onto her shoulder on the home straight, which is an interesting move. As
maybe the wind has changed a bit down the track. They might be feeling a bit bad.
It's been a while since both of us have ran.
Yeah, so maybe not as blustery down there. There's no real flags or anything flying that we can see, but still 3 laps to go for the girls. We're going to start to see it play out big time here.
Yeah,
who is going to win at this DCU versus DCU battle?
Will it turn into a bit of a cat and mouse? Who moves first kind of situation?
Hannah Smith still holding off the 2 girls. She hasn't let them latch back on, so they're still having to fight that wind on their own. Claire O'Grady just doing all the work, but Adele McCreary is still stuck to her tail, so we might see them start to draw level in this last kind of 1,200 metres.
As our two leaders start to approach the K to go. Rocha still where she has been the whole race, tucked in behind Faye. As they come up to their 4K split in about 13:37, 13:38.
So yeah, big finish here, and they could be 16:40, 45 to 50 probably. So some running in this sort of condition,
anyways.
especially from Faye Irvin, out front the whole way.
Yeah,
Really
she's
taking it by the
have to give her big credit for that, making it honest.
nothing easy. Don't think the rest of the girls in the field will thank her for how hard she's made this, but that's the tactic her and her coach have to came up with. Try win this.
There might be a few PBs back in the field, so they might be happy for her.
It's
yet.
working so far, but still, we approach 2 laps to run. Dervin followed by Roberts. Roberts has been in her slipstream the whole way, so maybe
Roberts, she's looking smooth.
Yeah.
Still
up.
Come through 800 to go now. It's an intriguing last 2 laps for the girls.
Yeah, we have a great battle for gold and silver, and an equally good battle for bronze. The 3 girls are all together: Hannah Smith, Claire O'Grady, and Adele McCreary.
Yeah, Claire's latched onto the back of Hannah Smith now.
Yeah, and she looks to be just going straight past her.
Yeah. This is a brave move.
2 laps to run.
Can Hannah latch on now, or will Claire break away? Adele McCreary also still there, trying to hold on to the 2 girls.
Yeah. So, the 2 girls up front, 650 metres to run, still stuck with one behind the other. Who will bite first? Cobbin, if you were in this situation now, what would you be your move? Where do you want to be kicking from?
I'd be leaving it to the last lap anyways. I wouldn't want to lead it into the wind coming in 500 to go. I suppose just depends how much you back your kick. The 2 girls probably know each other quite well, know their strengths, probably trained together a good bit up in DCU. So I'd say they'll know by the sounds of each other how they're feeling, and they'll make their move off that.
Yeah, it's a bit cat and mouse so far, so neither wants to show their hand. And would you blame them in this sort of tense situation of a race like this?
Rocha makes her move now. She's absolutely dropped the hammer.
Decisive move from the DCU athlete.
That's an incredibly impressive turn of speed there.
Takes the bell in 15:48. Blink and you miss it sort of move from Roberts. She's opened up 30-40 metres in the space of maybe 150 metres.
Yeah, this is incredibly impressive.
She's really backing the kick here.
And why wouldn't you if you have a kick like that?
Yeah, she takes a look over her shoulder there.
Another battle.
Happy with her day's work.
Might be a closer battle for third. Claire O'Grady, Hannah Smith fighting it out. Adele McCreary still there also.
The Cork Raw for Hannah Smith has been pretty strong all day. So
Rocha Roberts is really moving down the back straight here now.
Just something to behold.
It's going to be a very impressive last lap split.
I think I'd rather. Takes another glance over her shoulder. I think she has the race well won at this stage, but
she's opened up a gap of about 80 metres in the past 400, less 300.
Remarkable. I'd say many of the 400 athletes be happy with a turn of pace like that. So.
This is the kick of the weekend anyways.
Our winner.
Rocha Roberts, incredibly impressive.
Looks like she could go for another few laps. Going to cross the line just under 17 minutes.
16:56.
So probably a 65-second last lap from her. But in the battle for third, Hannah Smith has gapped Claire O'Grady.
Faye Dervin comes in along the home straight now. All credit to Faye. She made that a very honest run.
Yeah, led for the guts of 4,550 metres. So nothing easy about that. And
yeah.
Still a great
As
time.
we look down the home straight, Hannah Smith has opened up that gap again. She's going to take third place for UCC.
Seriously impressive to do that after being caught, rolled back in, and to find the legs to kick on for bronze.
And a great run by Claire O'Grady of UL too.
After spending most of the race alone. And Claire O'Grady, great result.
Getting us big points. Love to see it.
And Adele McCreary in for 5th for UCD.
A great run by the girls there. We have a big battle on here now. Caitlin Hughes trying to hold off the UCD athlete.
Battle for 5th and 6th? Or 6th and
6th and 7th. As Luke
Keen avoided.
makes a very immature joke there.
Girls are all...
They're feeling the conditions after that.
They're puffed now.
Yeah.
And as you expect to be, nothing easy about a track 5K.
Yeah. All you can do is give it your best.
Yeah, to be fair play to them.
I'm sure the girls will be happy with their performance out there and their effort.
And to be done for the weekend, unless any of them are...
I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are doubling back. These
Doubling
5k
back in the 3K.
athletes, these 5k athletes are crazy people sometimes.
Made of tough stuff.
Much like yourself, Luke. On the cool down there, Luke said, I kind of wish I was doing the 5k after having ran a 10k today.
And then I woke up and said that wasn't a good decision.
He then made it into the cool down and realised maybe not the best decision.
Daniel Buckley putting on a skipping exhibition here. One Tyson Fury would be pretty impressed with.
As our back markers come in now, they're closing well, the UCC athlete. I think that's Aoife Lucy. And Helena O'Keefe coming past the Setu athlete. They must have had a good battle there. The UCC winning out on this occasion.
I think Owen O'Connor wants to give us some political advice on what's going on in the world these days. Oh, would you like to comment?
He's after getting microphone shy now.
Yeah. These Cork lads don't like the microphone.
No. They don't like second halves either, do they,
No.
Luke?
We'll let the hurling on Sunday do the talk and
Yeah.
see if the Cork lads can redeem themselves after their performance last year.
We'll have to keep the head low now after that comment around here.
It's all about tip.
The banner rising of 26. Be ready.
We've had an athlete
As a man
lamp
goes,
himself.
A man goes through one of the seats in the stand.
Yep. I hope he pays for the damages.
Only at varsities.
Very true. Many would say the greatest event of them all.
So Luke, this is your second year on commentary now. How did that first year help you learn?
Well, I just kind of learned to not say anything that Barry Conway would have said, because he has subsequently been banned by Jack Hickey from commentating on such races.
I am Barry's replacement.
Yeah.
Slightly more PG version of Barry, I would say.
It's a bit more media trained, you know. Deloitte co-op student at the moment, so we're waiting here for the women's 100 hurdles final. We'll probably have to wait a while for that.
Did the women's 100 hurdles final not get run this morning?
It may have.
I feel like they did.
It's down. If they had less than 8, they could have ran it. So.
And the men's probably did too. I didn't see many of them out there this morning.
I think there was 2 heats of them, but yeah, unless they ran it on times.
I might be able to check in the results page.
And if they're not on, we'll move on to the women's 400 metres, followed by the 400 metre men's. Then it's the 100 metre women's, 100 metre men's, both semi-finals, and then the 2 heats of the hotly anticipated 1500, followed by another final, the 4x4 mixed, where UL will try to retain their title and record from last year. And then the toughest athletes of them all, the 800 metre and 1500 metre pentathlon. The athletes will have to endure the 800 for the women and the 1500 metres for the men.
Yeah, the pentathletes wouldn't be massive fans of the distance race at the end, I don't think.
No, probably not their favourite of the event, but still an important race nonetheless, and adds a bit of excitement as we saw Kate O'Connor battle at World Indoors for a medal. So.
I would say the neutral fans' favourite event to watch. Maybe that's just my distance bias, but
that or the walks are 2 of the staples of varsities, really.
Yeah, the walks. Now, that is one of the events to keep your eye out for this
weekend. And it's
weekend.
often not the elite athletes you're looking out for. Like, while impressive what Oisin Lane or Seamus Clark, Patrick Lennon can do it, sometimes it's the Killian Keegans or the Garrod Coffees fighting back for 1 point for their college where you'll see the real entertainment.
And these are the points that matter in the end.
Yeah, in the team battle.
People may laugh at them doing the walk, but we certainly don't.
Yeah. As we see UCC head coach Donny Smith here down on the track.
Donny Walsh,
sorry. He congratulates Hannah Smith on her bronze medal.
She seems delighted with her performance, and why wouldn't she be?
Over the moon.
Bring in.
I think it's UCC's first medal of the day, so they'll be happy to get on the scoreboard.
I'm sure they're on the scoreboard, maybe in a lower position, but to get the first medal in is always nice. Get the ball rolling, as we did very early this morning.
See Owen Kenny warming up down the back straight.
He's looking smooth.
The 400 indoor champion will look to do the double.
They'll have stiff competition, I'm sure.
Yeah, UCD have an absolutely stacked lineup in it. So.
He's a man who loves the varsity event and especially loves beating DCU. So
yeah, I'm sure he's tracking the points. Maybe not when he's racing right now, but I'm sure he has a lovely Excel going.
I'm sure he has someone working for him.
It must be 400. So you see the blocks being set up for the 400 here. So
yeah, the hurdles I think were run this morning. Just a straight final. So they seem to be moving on to the 400s now.
Yeah. So we'll see. Are there heats up for those yet?
I'll have a look.
Of course, we'll have a look. While sunny, it is very cold here. So I'm sure athletes are keeping their layers on before towing the line in any of their respective races.
So I'm not seeing any 400 heats yet.
We can give you some rundowns of who made the finals of the 800s. So on the men's side, it's Ted Collins, UCD, Jack O'Donnell, TUS, Kyle Moore at UG, our own Keano Boyle, UL, who's joining me on commentary right now, Andrew McGill at UCD, Matthew Fitzgerald, DCU, Finn Woodger, DCU, and Callum Hurley, DCU.
Matthew Fitzpatrick, DCU.
Matthew Fitzpatrick.
So DCU have a trio through in the 800 final. That would be to be expected. There are 3 top quality athletes.
Is there a women's?
In the women's
800 final, Sofia Glonakova, Eve Mooney, UL, Eve Dempsey, TCD, Neve Murray, DCU, Hazel Hughes, DCU, Zoe Ritchie, UCD, Fo Almar, UL, and Kayla Ryan, TUS. So 2 UL, 2 DCU, 1 UCD, and 2 TCD as well, and a TUS athlete. So those 800s were run off earlier, and those finals will be tomorrow at 11:45. He taking over. We have new commentators.
We've been kicked off.
We will return later for the 1500s, but we have brought in sprints experts from SETU. Take over.
Hey everybody. We're about to kick off with our 400s. So we've got a stacked field today, I think. Not sure what the start lists are, but we'll see as our athletes come out. So we're about to kick off for our 400s, starting with our ladies. Sorry, how rude of me to not introduce myself. Hi guys, it's Paula. And today we're starting with our 400s. 400 metres ladies. I don't know what the field is looking like right now, but we will wait and see as our athletes walk onto the track. Right now we've got lanes 3, 4, 6, 7. Nope, there's our athlete in lane 5. So right now we've lane 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. And lane 8. Just preparing their blocks there for the 400s. think we're getting ready to start here. Just patiently waiting at the start, waiting for our officials. So yes, we do have lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7 and 8 occupied. We have athletes from ATU, SETU, DCU, it seems, UL, and I'm going to have a guess and say lane 7 is MTU. Oh, there's our lane 3 athlete from UCD, I think. So our first 400, getting into our blocks. So we have UCD, ATU, SETU, DCU, MTU and UL. And we're out, no false starts, and it looks like a really good start from UL all the way out in lane 8. Also the ATU athletes going strong. So let's see now as they enter the back straight. Again, UL looking really strong there, kind of running on her own. We'll see now as the stagger starts to unwind in a couple of metres, but UL is still going really, really strong out there in lane 8 on her own. ATU following nicely as well. And it looks like UCD is also pulling ahead of DCU there as we come into the home straight. So it is UL. UL taking the lead. And that is Lauren McCourt of UL, followed nicely by ACU's athlete, all the way to the line, and she's going to cross in 58.47. So that was Lauren McCourt of UL, Heat 1 of the women's 400 metres. So Heat 2 then, of our women's 400. Again, looking like lanes 1 and 2 are empty, and we're working from lane 3 to lane 8. So our athletes are coming out, prepping their blocks, lining up. So we're about to kick off Heat 2 of our women's 400. We're looking like we've got UL in lane 3, DCU in 4, MTU in 5. I think that could be another UL in 6, I'm not sure. UCD in 7 and SETU in 8. And another clean start. So Heat 2 of our women's 400. That is actually TUD in lane 6, and she is getting out nicely there. Also our DCU athlete running nicely down the back straight. It's pretty even at the moment, but DCU is slowly starting to make her way up to the top as we come into our second 200. And now DCU is slowly starting to pull away. So DCU followed by UL coming in that inner lane. TUD is still holding on for that third position, but it is DCU coming into the home straight in first. UL being challenged by TUD, but it is UL UL is going to hold on for that second spot. 58.94 is the finishing time for that heat. Another strong run from DCU. 58.94. Third heat now of our women's 400. Still looking like we're not using our inner lanes. This is looking like a smaller heat this time. We've got an MTU athlete, MTU singlet there. I saw a DCU singlet, I think out in that outer lane. Lane 7, a Galway singlet. Lane 8, an SETU singlet. So we have 5 athletes in this heat. Again, not looking like we're using lane 1, 2 and 3, so we're going to go lane 4, MTU. Lane 5, again, my guess, TUD with the blue. Lane 6, DCU. Lane 7, University of Galway. And lane 8, SCTU. Heat 3, women's 400. And away we go. Another clean start. And it looks like DCU got the better of that start there, making ground on our Galway athlete as we enter our first bend. Nice strong running from her, also from TUG. And also really good run from SETU out in the corner. We are still yet to see how our athletes are positioned as we enter the second 200, and that stagger slowly starts to unwind. So right now, DCU with the lead. TUD crawling up on SETU's tail there. SETU out in lane 8. So hard to run a 400 from lane 8. So coming into the home straight, we've got DCU. SETU really finishing strong out in lane 8. Nice strong finish from her. So she's going to come, hold that second position from TUD's athlete. And that heat is going to cross in 58.87. So all around in the 58s here. Running really brave from our athletes. So DCU again taking that top spot, followed by SETU closely. We will now move on to our men's 400 heats. Hopefully we make use of our inner lanes, but I think that is very unlikely.
shot put women to the podium, please.
So it's looking like the inner lane neglect is no more. We have an athlete in lane 1 from MTU. Lane 2 has not revealed his singlet. We're still sorting our athletes out into our lanes and our heats. So it's going to be the first heat of the men's 400.
Women's 1500 metres is a straight final this evening. The women's 1500 metres is a straight final this evening. After this men's 4x4, we have the 400 flat, we have the men's 100 semifinals. 3 semis.
So it looks like we've sorted heat 1. So lane 1 looking like that MTU singlet again. Lane 2 is a mystery. Lane 3 walking in that lane, it looks like DCU. Lane 4 is giving SETU. Lane 5 UCC, I think. Lane 6 we got UCD, that bright yellow is really hard to miss. Lane 7 TUS, and lane 8 I'm going to give that to ATU based on my singlet knowledge. UL is our mystery athlete in lane 2. So we've got full 1 to 8 in this men's 400. These men are definitely very competitive. 1 to 8 heat numero uno. So we're just waiting for our officials now to set this first heat off. So our athletes are behind our blocks and we are ready to rock. Heat 1, MTU, UL, DCU, SETU, UCC, UCD, TUS and ATU. Lane 2 is looking like Owen Kenny of UL. Look out for him. National Senior finalist earlier on this year in indoors. It's a whole new ball game with outdoors though. Clean start from our gentlemen. So, as expected, really strong start from lane 2, but also a really strong start from lane 7, lane 6, UCD. Going really great. UCD is running away with this one here, this first heat. UL following nicely as well, but it is looking like UCD as we enter this stagger to unwind and bring us into the home straight. We have UCD to UL to DCU all the way into the home straight. Nice strong run from UCD here to take this first heat, and we are going to cross in 49.3 followed by UL. An excellent run there from UCD to take that first spot in our first heat of our men's 400 followed by UL. That was a very, very well executed run by our UCD athlete. And we swiftly move into Heat 2. Again, Heat 2 is looking like a full party. We've got Lane 1, Trinity, TCD. Lane 2, Mystery Athlete. We will find that out in a couple of seconds. Lane 3 is looking like UCC again. Lane 4 is looking like Galway. Lane 5 is giving DCU. Lane 6, I'll come back to you on that one. Lane 7, that green of UL. And lane 8, I think we've given to MTU on this occasion. Lane 6 is in fact TUS, and lane 5 is GCU. So Heat 2 of the men's 400. 49.36 was our Heat 1 winner. It's a very strong wind coming in that home straight, so our athletes are really, really pushing as hard as they can all the way to that line, especially with a 400. It's living hell for your legs. And our mystery athlete, I'm going to say that's UCD. That yellow is very hard to miss. So, TCD to UCD, UCC to UG, DCU to TUS, TUL's green, and MTU. Heat 2 of the men's 400 metres. And it's another clean start from our gentlemen, and UL is off like a rocket in lane 7. As is DCU and UCG. We are flying it here. This is going to be an interesting race. That back straight. UCD is working hard in lane 3. As we hit that last 200, it's looking pretty even, but we will know in a couple of meters as we start to come out of that stagger. Right now it's looking like UCD has the advantage once again, but it is pretty even. But as we break, UCD well ahead now into the home straight, followed by DCU and UL. So all the way to the line, we're going to cross in 49.03, UCD to DCU and UL. Again, another strong run, really, really brave run from UL on that back. Again, those two outer lanes, 7 and 8, hell no. But really, really strong runs from our athletes here today. UCD taking the cake again, 49.03 to take that second heat. And we've got heat number 3. And if I'm not mistaken, this will be our men's final heat. So 2 49s from 2 UCDs. And we move on swiftly to heat 3 as our athletes prep our blocks. So lane 1 is gone. We got no lane 1, guys. Lane 2. They're all a mystery because they all have their singlets on, but we will unveil our athletes. Lane 3, we've got another DCU athlete. Lane 4, SUTU. Lane 5, that bright blue of TUD. Lane 6, UCC's red. Our athlete in lane 7, I think it's TUS, we'll have to wait for him to come back. And lane 8, another mystery that we will reveal in a couple of seconds. So lane 2 is in fact empty. No, he's not. Lane 2 is UCD. Lane 3 is DCU. Lane 4, SETU. Lane 5, TUD. Lane 6, UCC. Lane 7, TUS. And lane 8, MTU. Again, heat 1 and 2 is taken by UCD. Can they make it a 3? Third time's the charm, they say. Let's see. And away we go again. So, in lane 2, UCD. Really strong start from him, and he is eating the ground up on those athletes there as we enter the back straight. Nice from out in lane 8 from MTU. But it is UCD again. Really running strong as we come into that 200, our last 200. Really brave run here. MTU still holding on strong. TUS also holding on strong there, but I think coming into this home straight now, it is going to be UCD once more. All the way, but he is being challenged by TUS, and I don't know if he's going to hold on here. He is easing off, so I think this top spot is going to go, in fact, to TUS, followed by UCD. Again, 49.57. Brave run there from UCD, but it was TUS to come in nice and strong in the home straight.
Mixed 4x4, technically needed from DCU. You've declared the women's athletes, but not the men. We also need running order for those as well. So we have checked in for MTU, MU.
So our 3 heats now concluded in our men's 400, and that is our 400 heats semis concluded. And we will move on now to our 100 metre semifinals in a couple of moments.
So we can clarify who has checked in and who has checked out as
Welcome back to the Irish Universities Athletics. We're going into the semi-finals of the men's 100 metres. From lane 1 on the inside is David Forkin of University Limerick. Then it's the Winagime brothers, Praise and Glory from UCC in 2 and 3. Chib Onamwera from TUD goes in 4. Craig Duffy was very impressive in the heats earlier today for DCU. Cal Trainer Russell of UCD. Oluwafemi Williams of QUB. And Destiny Nosa of Maynooth University. So eyes on Duffy. One of the Winagime brothers hasn't quite made it to the start line. That's Glory in lane number 3. And it looks like we have a non-starter in Destiny Nosa. But away gets Duffy, and he's followed by Onamwera, Forkin and Winagime going well on the inside. And it's already handbrake up for Craig Duffy, who was very impressive earlier this season in the National Indoors. And he's equally impressive here in the outdoors at the InterVarsities. Isn't that right, Paula?
He is, even with that horrendous headwind.
Horrendous headwind, horrendous mullet. Horrendous conditions for sprinting, but Craig Duffy will be back tomorrow. 11:25 on the clock. The times really today absolutely inconsequential, I think.
I don't even think the athletes are looking at the times today.
No.
I think they're just breaking into the outdoor season.
Exactly how you would imagine the weather to be in the middle of April. A fast track, unfortunately, being let down by April wind. But it's been a long day. We're getting close to the end of our day's action. This is the 100 metre semi-finals. The women had an extra round off. They had heats directly into finals later on. Then we'll have 1500 metre heats, followed by the mixed 4x4 and the multi-eventers. So that'll take us up to around about 7 o'clock, maybe a little bit afterwards. About 10 minutes behind time here. But yeah, Duffy was the fastest man in the heats this morning, 10:99, and somehow managed to realise he doesn't have to run that fast. He's only ran 11:2 there, but he's looking all right.
He did ease off like 50 metres left.
Yeah, and it's the 3 rounds. Probably you don't have to experience 3 rounds all that often outside of national champs, so some bit of practice, but it is a busy 2 days for Duffy, who takes the plaudits off camera.
And it is going to be a long outdoor season. It's only April.
It's going to be a long outdoor season. Taking you all the way up to National League final
When are they,
on the
like
second
August?
weekend in August.
Oh,
and
good
if you're
Lord.
lucky enough then to go straight from the National League final to the European Championships, which I can't imagine many people will be doing.
No.
Maybe as supporters.
But that is long. Very long.
We shall give you the second of 3 semi-finals. I should have said on the outset, I don't have the qualification, but I'm going to assume it's 2 and 2 fastest. But when we assume, we make an ass out of you and me.
I was assuming the athletes by their singlets there about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, you shouldn't assume in this game. Gets you into a lot of trouble.
Got them right. I'll give myself 80%.
But anyway, the start list for the men's 100 metres semi-final 2. Olawa Toolby Jabita of TUD goes in 1. Nathan Ndlovu of UL in 2. Ugo Kamsi Ogbapekpu of ATU in 3. Dara Burke, ATU in 4. Alaman Bankole from TUD in 6. Or 5 rather. Nikamjika Onamwera DCU is in 6. Colin Murphy from MTU 7. And Philip Finian from TUS rounds out your field. So they've been called under starters orders. Looks like one non-starter, Dara Burke from ATU, I make out to be. But the sun is just about setting.
Clean start from the gentleman, and as expected, Nkemji Krommer of DCU flying, and he is looking by his shoulder. There's Alaman Bankole, and Bankole's going to take it.
Bankole's going to take that. Kem got to kind of 20 to go and decided, I don't want to win this.
Nope.
I don't want a good lane for the final. I'm happy for Alaman to beat me.
But at least he knows he's in the final.
At least he knows he's in the final.
In the final. He might have to work a little bit harder, but it's okay for him.
So I'm sure those of you who have been putting off work all day today have been watching in from home.
Yep.
Hope you've been treated to some stellar commentary by my minions.
Minions?
Minions, yeah, that's the word I'm going for. Minions, as I look behind the commentary booth and I can see the physio studio that has been set up. We won't turn the camera. It's a little bit vulnerable what's going on back there. There's a lot of sore bodies after day one. A lot of multi-eventers This is the third semi-final coming up, and it's going to be, as my hamstring cramps slightly, so I'm going to stretch as I do this. It's going to be Jack Kinnan from UCD in lane number 1. TikTok sensation Collins Igaro from Dundalk goes in 2. Michael Farley, TikTok comment sensation, goes in lane number 3. Then it's Daniel Etikudu from Setu goes in 4. Cormac Crotty, UCD, is in 5. Derek Woha from UU is in 6. Connor Booth from TUS goes in 7. And Ace Rodriguez, the best named man in this field, is in lane number 8. His Owen Kenny stopped by to admire himself on the programme.
He did.
Yeah. Front and centre. He better go get warmed up for the mixed 4x4, which he found out he was doing 5 minutes ago. So, bring you a few results from the field while we're waiting here. Sean McCabe from UCD took the title in the men's long jump, 6:46.
Humongous.
Josh Egan was in second from DCU, 6:20. He's also given share for second. But Paula, you were on the scoreboard for that, so can you remember who won on countback?
So at first it was David until the last round, and Josh pulled away 1 centimetre.
Great stuff.
6:17.
So SETU, and I think the best 6th place of the day was by me in the long jump.
Yeah, he managed the 6 metre.
Well done, me.
Skin of his teeth.
Well done, me.
Yeah, pat on the back.
So points on the board for the old man from UL.
And we're called to our marks for our final.
This is the third of 3 semi-finals. So Kinnan, Icaro, Farley, Etikoda, Crotty, Woha, Booth and Rodriguez. And it's the only semi-final that's had a full lineup so far. As Collins Icaro from Dundalk takes his time to get into the blocks. But expect to see Farley in lane number 3.
Shoot off.
National 4x100 metre record holder. Pull away from the field, and indeed he does already after about 30 metres, looking around to see, and it is Derek Woha. Everybody say Woha, he's through to the final.
Woo. Oh, sorry, Woha.
Woha. Woha. Everybody say Derek Woha.
Woha.
Yeah, Woha, as the UU are a bit confused there by the front. They're not used to my sarcasm in the commentary. But 10.97 too, I didn't mind what won the second semi-final. Yeah. But it doesn't matter.
It was 10-9 as well.
10-9,
yeah.
Great.
With those DCU athletes claiming those final spots.
Yes, and we'll have to await confirmation of the fastest non-automatic qualifiers. Results available through the link on the Irish University's socials.
I have no idea who got up for third, actually. It was pretty tight, but 1 and 2 were pretty clear.
I was too busy planning my Derek Woha commentary.
We'll have to wait and see later.
Boom, boom, boom. Everybody say Woha.
Woha.
Yeah. Anyway, next up is the 1500 metres, and that means handing over to the man who nearly got out-kicked in the 10,000 metres for silver, Luke Purcell.
And
Keane O'Boyle.
Thank you. Keane Michael Patrick O'Boyle.
Now we're back for the main event, the 1500 metres.
Heats. Joined behind us, band commentator Barry Conway.
Yeah.
Outlawed.
Barry will be standing behind us and he won't be getting on the mic.
So just having a quick mic check here. You can see athletes warming up for the 1500 metres down below us and behind us.
The 1500, what a great event.
Owen Sharkey getting a rub out here behind us for his shoulders ahead of his 4x4 mixed.
Yeah, you're right. As in the women are now.
Mr. Conway calls
Ben
in trouble
Smith in his 8th year at Varsities, and he's still asking me if the races are about to start now. So
yeah. Tara Mulrooney getting awful touchy-feely with Keane O'Boyle here. I'm not sure what's allowed in Sligo and what's allowed in Cork are not the same.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the action on the track. We await the start of the 1500s. We do not have any start lists for the heats as of yet.
I'll have a look now.
Yeah.
It seems our start list people have probably gone home for the day, and that's fair enough. It's quite late. It's been a long day.
Ben Walsh here, plugging in the phone, charging it up. There we can see Mark Hanrahan warming up on the back street for his steeplechase.
So Ben, how excited are you for your 3,000 metre steeplechase tomorrow?
Hopping off the walls, fellas, can't wait.
He couldn't be contained. He was asking could they run it this evening, but and Darren Mulrooney, 5k tomorrow evening. How are we feeling?
Happy sound, man.
Two men of many words. They're just a bit camera shy.
Yeah, unfortunately, no start list for the 1500s just yet. We'll deliver to them. We'll deliver you them as soon as we get them.
So we'll have to try our best to guess their names as they come around.
Yeah, we should have a pretty good idea. These are kind of our specialty events, I would say.
Cobb's more than mine, but yeah.
But yes,
Boyle not running this year.
No.
Favouring the 800. He medalled in this race last year, so maybe a chance for someone else to medal this year.
800 is just the new 1500 in 2026. If we're still running 1500 in 2026,
none of the medalists from the men's are back this year. Keane Gorham,
No.
Louis Woodger,
and it was the same. It was the same last year. Actually, it was a bit of a trend. The podium doesn't return, but
yeah, they duck.
Certainly, plenty of quality in the men's. Darren Mulrooney needs to be banned from.
Yeah, can we have security to the commentary booth to remove Darren Mulrooney? Jack Hickey, I'm speaking directly to you. Still no athletes on the start line. Do you think we're ahead on time here?
Keane Hodgins doing one of his very elongated strides that don't really seem to work for him that often.
Keane Hodgins and Mark Hanron wearing marching outfits today, actually, on the back straight. Mark favouring a hat, though.
Yeah, he's got to hide the greys. In his fourth year at college.
Yeah,
look, I might be there next year, who knows.
Last dance for Hanrahan. PE and math student.
Until he does a master's.
Yeah, it's kind of a canon event for those PE teachers.
Yeah.
They do not like to do proper work.
But it is in fact the last dance for Bentley and Smith. I don't think he's going to do another PhD.
I'll watch your phone, Ben.
The women's will also be a strong race. Some top entries. Still yet to get them, but I'm sure they're probably pretty good.
Would you check the entries there? Pull up. I think the first heat of the women's is on there. Getting their names checked by our starters here today.
Yeah, they're down at the start line, going through the usual check-in process. Can be nerve-wracking for some athletes, but I suppose we're all used to it at this stage.
There are chances run off as a straight final?
Yeah, it was ran as a straight final last year, and I don't think there's that many down there by the looks of it, so it might be the same this year.
Some Hardy Books quotes being put behind us here by two resident troublemaker first years.
I think they should start doing freshers athletics like they do with the hurling to keep them separate until they mature a bit.
Two boys still think they're in sixth year.
Yeah. Getting ready for the big LC in a few weeks. We had the orals done there last week. I'm sure Barry Conway is keeping tabs on all affairs like that.
He can't wait for these exams to be over. See Anna Keogh leaving it tight, running across the centre of the track here to make it.
Hanny Keogh, she'd be a top athlete now, one of the favourites for the women's. I
say so.
I tell you, she's in fine form, as she did a mile of my warm-up with me there the other day. And from that I could tell that she's in great condition.
Oh, more waiting. Apologies to anyone who's in a rush and was hoping this race would go off on time at 6:20, but we are now 5 minutes behind.
It's not the worst, not the worst.
Yeah, actually, though, we've made up a bit of time.
I can see Alex Cashman down there on the start line. I believe Alex is doing an audacious 1500 and 3k steeple double.
Only for the toughest. Herself and Mark Hanrahan, maybe the only two athletes.
Mark Hanrahan of UL also doing that double. So, two warriors for their clubs.
team battle is clearly at the forefront of their minds.
Yeah.
UCC must fancy their chance at finally medaling in a team competition.
UCC maybe hoping to retain their title here in the women's 1500 from last year. Emer Maher taking that home ahead of Lucy Holmes in a very, very quick 1500. Yeah.
Don't think either of them are racing?
No, I don't see either of them down there now.
Girls having to wait patiently for the start of this race. I'm sure most of them would just love to get this started off.
Yeah, the wind's gotten from. It's not as strong as it was earlier, but it's certainly colder.
Yeah.
As the sun sets.
Not ideal for these
begins to set down here in
milers.
the sunny south.
The sunny south, yeah, that works. Sunny MTU. MTU hosting it. Hello.
Some of them are gone. You said her name. Why are they holding them so long? Is this a straight final? No.
I'd say
Last year it was.
I'd say it is.
It's straight final. So we've got word this is a straight final. So that's one less race for tomorrow.
Thanks, Jack, for that information.
Spur of the moment decision, obviously.
Jack Hickey's decided that from the stands.
Yeah.
Jack, how did your long
and
jump?
they line up now.
Windy. Very windy. On their way.
Two UCD athletes straight to the front. No waiting about. Now it starts to slow after 100 metres. All finding their position on the track. So looks like a big bunch so far. Hannah Keogh at the front, followed by another UCD athlete.
I believe that is Lucy Ritchie.
Lucy Ritchie.
UCD maybe with some team tactics, much like we saw with DCU in the women's 5K.
Yeah.
Lucy O'Flynn of UCC up there as well.
Elizabeth Gahan, DCU. Alex Cashman, UCC. No Nassani Hannafin in this, who won the indoor race.
She might be doing the 3K tomorrow.
Must be doing the 3K.
Because she is here. Maybe she's just an avid Varsity fan.
Yeah,
who'd blame her? So as they come around 400 now, in about 78 seconds.
Yeah, so fairly pedestrian for these girls. Similar pace to what the 5K went out in earlier, so I'm sure they'll start to ramp it up as they near the finish.
See him move on the outside by our minute athlete to get into good position.
Up to this steeplechase barrier, they're going to come up to 600 metres here. Be 2 laps once they come around to the finish line in front of us. Still Keogh leading.
As they bunch up now.
No one wants to take this on into the wind here on the home straight, so
might be in for a quick few laps at the end here. Got our Galway athlete moving up now.
Oh, 7 of them in the lead pack, 3 medals between them, so it'll be hotly fought out for these.
So Hannah Keogh still leads them out. Seems to have put in a spurt there. They seem to be moving a bit quicker now, and they're stretching out.
Richie's been dropped off the back, so 6 of them left. True 800 and 234, so picked up that lap.
She's starting to stretch away now in the back straight. She's opening up a metre or 2 gap on the field. Lucy O'Flynn trying to hang on, and is that Elizabeth Gann?
Yeah, she's closing down that gap. So
she moves into second, bridging the gap.
She'd want to close that down before they hit the wind, and then or else she'll be fighting it on her own.
This is a strong surge from Hannah Keogh. She seems to be moving away again.
Their gap coming up on 500 metres to run.
They take the wind into the home straight for the penultimate time.
So Kyo has
she's opening up the
7 or
stride
8
now.
metre lead on Gahan O'Flynn and our Maynooth athlete. They're going to take the bell here. Kyo leading by 10 metres.
Elizabeth Gann in second, Lucy O'Flynn in third. I think that's Maeve Caffrey of Maynooth in fourth.
So Kyo has street clear in the last 400 metres, really opening up a gap on the field.
Yeah, Elizabeth Gann seems to be putting in a move now with 300 to go to break clear of the third and fourth athletes. Maeve Caffrey moving past Lucy O'Flynn.
But Kyo putting in a similar kick to what we saw from
Rocha
Roberts earlier. So 2 dominant victories so far.
It's a good battle for second on here. But Hannah Keogh about 50 metres clear coming into the home straight. This is a strong showing by her.
Dominant, led from gun to tape.
She looks over her shoulder, she knows she's clear. A strong finish from Maeve Caffrey, I believe, of Maynooth.
Yeah.
Pulling away from Elizabeth Gann.
That's a UCC battle for 4th and 5th.
Hannah Keogh wins in a time of 4:36. With Maynooth in second. DCU third, and Alice Cashman beats out her teammate Lucy O'Flynn for fourth.
Winning time of 4:36. So not hanging about on an evening night tonight, especially off a slow first lap.
Yeah, that's impressive last 2 laps there by Hannah Keogh.
He really ramped it up. There's no heats for the men's.
I'll check now if there's heats for the men's. I imagine there probably is.
The rest of our field files on through. Nothing easy about a 1500 in these sort of conditions. Might look pleasant on stream, very windy in person.
Yeah, it actually looks like a lovely evening here, but it is quite cold and there is a breeze. Oh, well done to our girls there. Very good running in those conditions. As our Maynooth athlete comes in. The final few finishers now on the home straight.
So 3 heats of the men's, or 2 heats?
I'd imagine it's 2 heats.
We're going to say it's the same as last year, 4 fasts from each and 4 fastest losers.
Potentially. If someone could let us know the format of these men's 1500, that would be greatly appreciated. Darren Mulrooney, do you want to go help us out instead of just
standing
hating from the sidelines?
Standing here and sneering.
Yeah. How about you go over and ask the official for us, seeing as you've done nothing today other than eat?
Yeah, he's nicknamed himself the Schneery Sligo boy.
Yeah.
That didn't come from us.
Darren Mulrooney, Keelan Kilrahel's cousin. That's his claim to fame. As we turn our attention to the men lining up on the far side of the track.
It's very hard to make out who's in this heat, so we'll try our best once they start.
It looks like Mark Hanron and Keane Hodgins are not in the first heat, so we'll see who is. Ben Walsh has informed us there's 2 heats, so if he's wrong, blame him.
You can see in this one Owen O'Connor, Daniel Buckley.
How many qualified?
4 from each heat, I think.
And 2, yeah, as we predicted. 4. First 4 across the line. I think your man knows.
I can see Paul Hartnett at the front there of UCC. He's a man who likes to take out the pace in these races.
Yeah, he'll make this honest. And it's probably great for the rest of that, especially in this first heat. The advantage is
I can see the two Galway Ushins, Murray and Davis in this. Lorcan Benjacar up there as well.
Owen Aylward, Owen O'Connor, Daniel Buckley,
Tommy
wedged
in on the inside.
Sean Cotter. So 3 Galway in one race.
Cheapers.
Rory Quill of DCU. Oh, Hartnett's stringing him out. He's doing them all a great service here, because even if they don't qualify as one of the 4 automatic spots, it gives them a much better chance.
The true 400, about 64, 65 for Paul. The other boys in about 66 seconds.
He's keeping him honest, and he's holding a 10-metre lead here. Oisin Murray isn't too fond on chasing him here.
No, Oisin would have a strong kick, so I think he's trying to save as much energy as he can before the final tomorrow.
Yeah, looks like Oisin Davis is going to be the one who maybe takes this on to close Paul down, but maybe they'll back their kicks to be the one to bridge the gap.
It's 2 Oishins, 2 very strong athletes, both coming first and second at Varsity Cross this year. But Paul Hartnett has a nice gap built for himself now, and he's looking good.
Yeah, 2 laps to run here though,
yeah.
Out on his own, so he's making them all pay for it.
You see Owen O'Connor and Daniel Buckley glued together, the 2 KTC athletes. Daniel representing the home MTU this weekend.
Back from his Erasmus in Grenoble in France.
Yeah, he's over and back like a yo-yo these days.
Hopefully the Cork lads go well in the second half of this 1500.
We all know the history of Cork in second halves, don't we?
Yeah. Back to the action on the track, and Paul Hartnett's lead is staying. Now once the lads start to work together here with 600 to go, they might be able to reel him in, but
there's a group breaking away. There's kind of 5 athletes in the second group, starting to open a slight gap.
But honest running from Hartnett. Oisin Murray leads the chase group, followed by Oisin Davis, Lorcan Benjacar, Owen O'Connor, Daniel Buckley.
What's the case split, boys?
Case
I'm going to see now.
Come through K in about 2:40.
2:40. So 4-minute flat pace for 1500 if he can hold this to the finish. Gap doesn't look like it's come down over the last bit, so the lads will start to roll though over the final 400 metres.
2 Oishins of Galway now, shoulder to shoulder.
So Paul Hartnett hits the bell in 3 minutes.
The gap is starting to close. Daniel Buckley will want to latch onto that front group.
It's rabbit in the hair stuff here for the lads.
The 2 Oishins are really closing the gap now, and Paul Hartnett
puts the pressure on the second heat for an honest time though.
As they come up along Paul now.
Yeah, they've reeled him in even in the last 150 metres.
Paul's rallying though. He might hold on.
Might latch on because Lorcan Benjacar hasn't really made that jump.
His hard work might pay off for him in the end if he's putting himself far enough ahead. Benjacar is going to have to kick hard here if he wants to make it into the top 4.
4 automatic spots here, and then 4 time qualifiers across the 2 heats.
2 Oishins break clear now. Owen O'Connor following them through, and Lorcan Benjacar is coming up alongside Paul Hartnett. He moves past him.
So after all his hard work, Paul Hartnett's going to have to hold on for a time qualifier here.
Daniel Buckley finishes it out ahead of his MTU teammate.
The rest of these lads will have to have an anxious wait to see if they can get into the final on time.
A nice finish by Tommy Arthur there, pipping a fella on the line. Sean Cotter, fan favourite, comes across with Owen Aylward. A great pacer Owen is.
Our minute athlete comes into the finishing last 30 or 40 metres here. How many UL into?
So an intriguing first 1500 there.
We'll see how this second one pans out, because I'd say sub 4:10 to get the time qualifiers.
Yeah, around that I
was
think.
Probably our slowest, so Paul Hartnett was probably 4:02, 4:03, so it would take something very fast in this one to stop him from making the final.
And they're away. Looking to see Mark Hanrahan. I do see him, the tall figure from UL.
James Tanner, Sneen Olympic and TUS Athlone straight to the front. Doesn't look as aggressive as how Paul Hartnett took out the previous race. But we can see how it develops over the next 1,350 metres.
They're a big bunch of them at the front now. No one really wanting to take it on. So they'd want to be careful that they don't let it go too slow.
They know what time they need to run, so someone will have to take it on. Someone maybe who doesn't back their kick. Compare the rest of them. So Mark Hanrahan moves to the front. James Tanner lets him take that inside. Ben Lean-Smith in his possibly final ever 1,500 metre race, or varsity race if he doesn't make it out final.
He'll be hoping for a better last season than Mo Salah's been having at Liverpool.
Oisin Toy, Cian Hodgins, Nisha O'Flaherty.
A breakaway group already.
UCD. So
Mark Hanrahan hits the front.
7 in the breakaway group.
Mark Hanrahan hits the front. He'll want to stretch him out a bit. JT James Tanner up on his shoulder. Up to his shoulder.
up to his shoulder. Ben Smith. Cian Hodgins kind of just going around business quietly in the middle of the pack here. Just letting the lads tow him along. So smart racing so far from Cian.
Yeah.
See 2 more athletes starting to struggle. See a bit of a group of 5 getting away. We'll see if the UCD and UL athletes can cover the move.
Yeah, Oisin Toy in that group too. Oisin's a strong athlete. One to watch for sure.
Still Hanrahan and Tanner at the front. Ben Smith tucked in. Oisin Toy. Cian Hodgins.
And the UCD athlete.
So they come up to 800 metres. For reference, the other heat went through in about 2:08 for a leader, Paul Hartnett, so they're fairly similar. So they'll back themselves to close off this pace. Still 6 of them at the front, though. 600 metres to go. Philip McGee.
So they're coming up to a K now. It's a group of 6 of them for 4 spots.
Looks like Oisin Toy has shuffled up, and so has Cian Hodgins and James Tanner slipped back slightly.
So they've come through in about 2:41, much the same as the first heat. So it's all down to how they close here.
The first heat did close pretty well.
Cian Hodgins moves past James Tanner, but our UCD athlete comes around the outside.
I think that's Philip McGee. So I think they're slightly ahead of what the first heat was.
As they start to wind up now, Mark Hanrahan strings them out.
Looking to secure one of those automatic spots.
Cian Hodgins seems to be moving well. James Tanner will want to hold on to that.
Ben Smith closing the gap. Looks like the 4 might be getting away with Cian Hodgins, Philip McGee, Oisin Toy and Mark Hanrahan.
Ben's rallying. If he can just hang in there, one of the boys might falter in the final 100 metres.
Yeah, Ben will back his strength.
Cian Hodgins moves into 3rd now. That's a good move by him.
Hanrahan cruising out front.
Philip takes a look over his shoulder there. He'll see Ben digging hard. But Mark Hanrahan comes into the home straight. He looks over his shoulder. He's away. He's clear. He'll be shutting it down now to save energy for tomorrow.
He's got to cruise through.
Cian Hodgins comes through to make it a UL 1-2. We'd like to see that tomorrow in this final.
So Hanrahan close to a canter. Philip McGee
holds
takes
on.
the last. Ben Smith, James Tanner. I think the lads will all be safe there. The first 6 across the line to get automatic spots.
Yeah, they should be. Nisha O'Flaherty of UL comes in.
Nothing slow about a 3:58 in a heat.
Certainly not.
Last year, Keena Boyle, can you remember what time you ran in the heat to qualify? Bit more pedestrian?
I think it was about 4:17.
Right.
That day I had a nice chat with Daniel Buckley at about 600 to go.
Yeah.
Just making sure that
seems
we
like
had
a better
the right
job's been done on seeding the 1500.
Yeah, they were 2 good heats in terms of seeding. Kind of had 6 athletes in both of them fighting out for
all the coaches, especially UL coach Will Hughes for seeding.
Yeah, big shout out to Will.
I know he's tuning in.
Will Hughes, he's one of our own.
Another proud Tipperary man, and third is Croke.
As I see 2 tall UL men in half tights walking around. This is the camaraderie we have in UL. Please join us.
Scholarship applications no longer open though, so
club needs the money. As our treasurer Luke Purcell beside me well knows.
Yeah, any sponsors tuned in, we'd be happy to take any sort of funds.
Yeah, 2 or 3 interesting 1500 races there.
Yeah, a Galway 1-2 in the first one, a UL 1-2 in the second, so...
There'll be a big battle on tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we know how that normally ends.
Yeah.
As we're joined by Jack Hickey again.
Hello, Keane.
Hello, Jack. How did you find those 1500s as the
I found
expert 1500 runner you are?
I didn't watch them, to be honest. We got through in 1 and 2 though.
We did, and Galway went 1-2 in the first heat, so that'll be an interesting battle tomorrow.
Well done to all involved.
Especially the UL athletes.
And other colleges are available for sponsorship as well. Just not advised. I just had to second Luke Purcell back to his club committee duties, as it appears there's quite a number of UL Athletics athletes already at the hotel and not knowing who they're rooming with. Yeah. Club treasurer.
Yeah. A fine treasurer, Luke Purcell.
A fine treasurer he is too. He's actually surgically attached to the sum up these days. Of course, all of these universities, strong student committees.
Yeah, especially UL, with Jack Hickey entering his 9th year on the committee.
7th. Actually, no, I wasn't on the committee in first year.
Ah, that's poor. I thought
So
you
it's
were
just the 6. Ben Lean Smith is significantly older than me. Significantly. He is way older.
Ben Smith, I think he may have made it through there as the fastest
non-automatic
qualifier, I should say.
Because we're all winners here.
We are.
He will get one more race.
And I'm sure he'll probably wear a lot more races.
He may
in the
do a
future.
second PhD. Significantly older than me, Darren Maroney.
32.
Significantly older. Of course, there are other athletes significantly older than me. Owen Kenny.
We can name them on one hand.
I can name them on one hand. No,
These are mixed 4x4s,
It's the mixed 4x4, which I think is a straight final. Because I was harking on about... We are in it, yeah? They're just very keen. This is a conversation that's happening off mic, which is terrible for
viewers.
But yeah, SETU just very keen to learn how the blocks work, I think. But if I remember a conversation between Marcus Lawler and Killian Griffin.
I can see our UL men, Owen Sharkey and Owen Kenny, making their way across, so they haven't missed a race just yet.
Chris Lynch as well on the high jump apron in full Irish gear at Varsities.
If I had some, I'd do it too.
Yeah. Does the gear you get from Euro Club Cross not count? No.
The Ennis track gear that we get at Euro Club Cross. I'm sure I have it in my bag somewhere.
We've got Barry Conway as well, who has been banned from the commentary booth indefinitely. Coming up.
He's looking well.
Nonchalant.
Hood up, shades on.
Hood up, shades on.
You wouldn't even know it's him.
Have you done fashion show yet? Have you done a fashion show? God be with the days when we used to have to fill time on the Varsity's live stream doing a fashion show. Yeah.
I see.
Let's see. As we look at... I think Cyril Smythe... No, we're not getting him on. Cyril Smythe is probably winning fashion for today. There he is. Waving at the camera, I would assume. There he is. Orange hat on. Harking back to Schleikulen. Harking back to Schleikulen in Wicklow. I can see some UCC heads resting on the steeplechase as well. One of the Cashman sisters who formed a crucial part of the UCC Ashburn side. And turning back to the athletics now. Let's see who else. There's Killian Griffin teaching SETU athlete how to use blocks for the 4x4, such as the joys of the Varsities.
I see Nassani Hanafine down at the start line for the mixed 4x4. We were just wondering if she was competing in the 1500, which you didn't, maybe saving all her talent for the 4x4, which she'd be well known for.
So, what is the record in this race? Luke Purcell asks me off microphone, forgetting he's not holding a microphone yet again. I don't know, but UL has it.
I do know that. UL do, in fact, have it from last year.
This is great research. Let's pull up the website. And you can too at home. See if you can get there before I can.
And remember, Jack is old and slow on technology, so you have a good chance.
The words are very small on this. And I haven't got my glasses on.
Jack, struggling with the website here, but we'll find it eventually.
So the mixed 4x4 record is held by UL with a time of 3:35.54. That is Jack Rainey, Fintan Dewhurst, Lauren McCourt and Eve Money Mooney.
What did we run indoors, Jack?
Don't know. Come on, that's a different web page. Like, I have to now get my phone back open.
Yes, it's one of the Manions. Jack would have a better
idea. So
idea.
the mixed 4x4 indoors record is 3:36.47, also held by UL with Jack Rainey, Fintan Dewhurst, Miriam Daly and Eve Mooney.
Oh, I didn't make that
So
team.
Keane O'Boyle clearly thought he was on that record and wanted a bit of ego boosting.
There will be a 4x4 record tomorrow evening. You heard it here first.
I can't see that 4x4 record going.
I haven't a clue what
that
it is.
had Rob McDonald splitting a 45 on it.
I'm sure my 50 point will match up to that.
That'll do the job, yeah. Oh. I am going to run through the teams, but I'm going to do it off memory because I don't think I have a start list. It's good that Luke Purcell's telling me how to commentate. I can tell you that Callum Keating won the shot put with a throw of 14.42 to break his own UL record, and he told me that himself. So another 7 points for the mighty green.
There's no bias in the commentary box at the moment.
No bias in the commentary box whatsoever.
The green machine.
The green machine rolls on. Green means go. Okay, so it looks like UL are in the mixed 4x4. UL are definitely in the mixed 4x4. CESU are there. DCU have checked in. UCD also have a team.
Minute?
No, Minute. MTU and UCC, I think, were the other teams on the list. Angola is there? He's a bit lost.
Yeah, I think he's
because they
lost.
weren't entered. Unless it's Jules Robelin who's doing the multi events and is looking for the 1500 start line.
Yeah, he was only 50 metres wrong. Yeah, no, Minute look like they're lining up to race, so they mightn't be entered, but they are going to try to race.
Running under protest?
Yeah.
They're protesting the fact they didn't enter the event. Nice. But a nice bit of giddiness now as people. It's get to the stage of an intervarsity weekend where you plan what you're going to get in the local boojum or other burrito establishment,
Or how you're going to get to your
place of accommodation.
So, Jack, any predictions for this biased aside?
Pardon?
Any predictions for this bias aside?
No. I hope you will win. UCD have a strong quartet as well as always. They've dominated the intervarsity relay scene. I think they won every relay last year in Dublin, except the mixed. No, it was Belfast they did that.
Yeah. You don't need bias to know that UL is the best.
You don't need... MTU do appear to have a team. Or Minute appear to have a team. I don't remember them being
hated
entered.
on from the sideline right now.
Molly Horahan looks very cold. Oh, we're in the stand now. Let's see.
The Cork Camogie International
MTU and
advertisement.
UCC contingents. I wonder is Donny eating pizza? Donny is here. Let's play a game of Where's Donny. He's down a little bit to the left. He's wearing a red jacket, but not that red jacket. No, we're playing a game of Where's Donny.
Can we get a score? Can we get how many
very
points?
big deal. Avril Cashman, Ashburn Cup winning, steps in and out of the way.
Oh, she's just got microphone shy. Avril, how many points will Cork score in the second half this weekend?
Second half, there's going to be 2 goals by Alan Connolly.
That's 4 more points than they scored last year in the All-Ireland final, so we'll see how that pans out for them.
Leinster hurling is better. So I'm going to give the microphone back to Cian O'Boyle. We've filled enough time. It's the mixed 4x4 final.
Wow.
Thank you, Jack.
I can see some big boys down the top bends. Daniel Buckley, Sean Hippo Hayes.
2 big boys.
James Tanner and Cian Hodgins.
Sean's belly is actually around the bend already.
The ground has started shaking. We have...
Looks like the 800 squad are out for the UL women's team.
Yeah. Both girls have moved up from 400, so they're well experienced at this distance. Jack Hickey has gone off in a struff after seeing MU entered.
Yeah, he's going to go resolve that issue, I think.
He's not a happy camper.
No. Oh, Barry Commerce after experiencing an incredible aura loss here in front of us. He's after upending himself over a chair. Was that chair?
Holly O'Boyle giving me commentating advice. I won't read it out, but...
Yeah, very harsh language from Holly.
She's not here today. Huh? She's, I don't know, probably, as Barry would say, getting that snap score up. I think
that came from her own
2.5 million last year. I'll give you an update. She's only gone up 200,000 in the past year.
That's not... She's slowing.
I don't think she's listening right now because I would have received a text already if she was. But here we have a smug-looking Cian Hodgins come up the stairs.
Showing his recessed maxilla to us.
A happy boy after making...
Any comment, Cian Hodgins?
How do you feel before tomorrow, Cian?
Look, I was just smooth, calm and collected. Knew what I was doing. Mark wasted way too much energy. Watch him fail tomorrow. I know, not hating on UL. It was a good heat.
D-Bucks is down in the depths, but we know he'll be up on top of the mountain tomorrow.
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
Big boy.
He'll bounce back quickly.
Can we get a word from Ben Smith?
A word from Ben Smith. How are we feeling?
Ben Smith puked up all his words on the track.
Look, that's just a commitment you got to give in your final.
Sorry, this is actually vomit-free, a rare vomit-free occasion, so saving all of my vomit for tomorrow.
Would you show the show is not over yet? There is one more race.
There is one last dance.
They're calling it the last dance.
They are calling it the last dance.
Last dance.
That's what they're calling it. So
I'm sure Ben will love to hear back our commentary. Cian Hodgins thinks he's in for a bad doing, but me and Luke are very respectful of him. We would never say anything mean about Cian Hodgins.
No, all our meanness is directed towards Barry Conway.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll both be on the 5k tomorrow, but I think, Luke, you might have to do the heavy lifting.
Well, I really want to know what age Penny Smith actually is.
Benley Smith is 32, Darren
we
Mulroney.
have multiple texts from Holly O'Boyle.
Oh, Holly's back. Do you mind? I am listening, thank you. Murr, murr, murr.
Insert explicit language.
As I go through my camera roll and show the lads a photo of her.
Okay. We didn't ask.
Show us. That was Cian Hodgins, anyone at home. Anyways, back to the track. We have
Tanner through to the final. Tanner, how was the wind down on the track?
We have someone lying down in
laps.
lane 4. I'm not sure what's going on there.
I just sat behind Mark and used his 8-foot height to shield myself.
And still waiting for these hurdles to start. DCU athlete is sat in the middle of the track, so clearly no rush on for him.
DCU athletes don't know what to do. Dublin athletes in general don't know what to do when they leave the pale. They think you can just sit on a track.
Yeah.
Part of the game.
Have you warmed down?
No, it's not enough of this. Give me about 6 months when the season's over. And when everyone's out of shape, I'll try challenge you.
A bit of a hold up before this 4x4.
Testing our patience.
I see Owen Sharkey over there. He's looking primed and ready for, what's this about? His
third race? I think he's on the 100 hurdles, the 400 hurdles. This relay, and he has
Sharkey does not see you, though.
That was very Cian Hodgins.
You see Callum Keaton strutting out to collect his gold medal.
for the shot put. His third in a row.
7 points for UL. You gotta love it.
All right, we're cooling down.
Oh.
Who's?
I am signalling over our club captain and Heat 2 winner in 3:58.99. Mark Hanron, how did you find that out there?
Hello. Yeah, grand now. Long day waiting here. I had to come down at 12 o'clock, so I was kind of...
Captain Judy's calls?
Captain Judy called, yeah. But so I was kind of a bit impatient, kind of wanted to get it done, so I said I'd go to the front and string it out, and I've probably acted as like a windshield for a lot of lads out there.
Yeah,
but
James Tanner was commenting on your 8-foot long wingspan.
Yeah, no, I have a bone to pick with him now. He was, hanging around out in lane 2, not wanting to take it on. Where's Tanner gone? But I know, sure. I said I'd take it on and string it out and see how the legs are feeling. So it was a good little blast before tomorrow.
We're hearing rumours of this incredible double that's going down. How are we feeling ahead of a steeplechase 1500 double tomorrow?
I'm keeping my cards close to my chest, Luke. I don't know what double you're on about, but steeple. No, steeple's the priority for tomorrow. Try to get a quick time, maybe a little highway record, and then see what I've left in the 1500.
Yeah. So further points in the 1500 is what we're saying.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the two lads here in front of me might have talked me into it. And Keane Hodgins. So yeah.
And how are the new spikes, Mark?
Do you know what? My legs didn't like them. They actually felt unusual. I was like up my toes way more than I usually am. So hopefully I'm able to walk tomorrow.
Alright, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Mark Hanrahan, a very talented athlete. UL club captain. We all love him here.
We're hoping to see him go up those steps tomorrow to collect a good few trophies.
As our mixed 4x4 are away at long last.
So it's DCU, SETU, UCD, UL and Maynooth in the outside lane. DCU are off to a flyer.
Shout out Keego.
We're looking forward to seeing Killian Keegan's celebration tomorrow after he wins
Jack
the walk.
Rainey. No, Owen Sharkey, I should say. Sorry, he's looking very good out there. I thought he was Jack Rainey.
Yeah, it's hard to see it. DCU have a big stagger to unwind. So
UCD seem to be in the lead, rounding into the home straight. Although Owen Sharkey has put in another burst. He is tearing down this home straight.
It's a great lead-off leg from the Donegal man. But it's going to be tight at the chrono. Chris Lynch with a very good leg for DCU.
Yeah,
so
he
they
seems
all
to have
hand
flowed
over
up.
at the same time.
Eve Mooney takes the baton for UL.
So we're going to see how the stagger unwinds here. But it looks like it's UL and UCD in first and second with DCU third.
Eve Mooney takes the lead as they cut across. UCD athlete sitting on her. Eve holding the inside for the bend. They seem to have opened the gap up on the DCU athlete.
So for those wondering for teams, it's 10 points for relay. 5 points go towards the men's or winning team for the winning respective team.
Keane Hodgins has just eaten all of my Haribos since I started commentating.
So Eve Mooney leads into the home straight. UCD right on their tail. She's going to hand over to Owen Kenny.
Owen Kenny gets the baton ahead of UCD, crucially.
Clean handovers for all. DCU handover in third.
A bit of a messy handover for them. Oisin Kelly gets it eventually. The UCD athlete comes up on Owen Kenny's shoulder.
Oh, Kenny doesn't hold back.
He's not letting up that inside line.
We're in. Looks like the Maynooth athletes.
Owen Kenny now opens up the stride.
Two boys are flying though. They're well clear. Kenny probably stolen 2 or 3 meters, but sets up for a grand final lap here.
Owen Kenny opens up a nice lead. This could be crucial. Owen Kenny hates DCU.
That is what's driving along. Hands over to Fove.
She gets the
Well,
baton.
hand over. UCD are going for it though. They have taken that lead down in no time.
That is a great first 100 by UCD. Can Fo latch on and use her strength in the final 100? It's going to be tough with this.
This is a seriously impressive first 200 by the UCD athlete. She's turned a 30-40 metre deficit into
Foe
a
seems to have
10
put
metre
in
lead.
another spurt.
We're going to see they're going to turn into the wind here. So this race is not over yet.
Foe's still there. UCD lead into the home straight. Can she hold on? She looks to be able to hold on.
The title is going to Dublin 4.
UCD, hold on. A great leg. It has to be said by the UCD athlete there. Foe ran it well too, and DCU come in for
and they
third.
come close to the IUA record.
DCU
There
bring
is
it in
going to
for
be
third.
carnage in UCD tonight after they won that one. It's going to be off the charts.
That was a great race.
DCU across for third. So we have a new champion in the mixed 4x4.
UL can't retain their title from last year, but a very solid showing.
A good defence of the title, but not to beat. An incredible last leg by the UCD athlete, to be fair.
Setu come in for fourth. Ahead of Minute. Jack Hickey will be very happy that Minute are last, considering they didn't enter. Smiles all around after that. Gotta love the relays to really bring the team aspect
To the 4.
Yeah. Oh, that leaves us just with our
pentathlete
and heptathlete.
Yeah, I
think it
so.
is at varsities.
5
so
for
we've
the
got
women and
800 and 1500.
Yeah,
all their
they
favourites.
have been dreading it all day, I could imagine.
Yeah.
800s and 1500s aren't fun at the best time, let alone after 4 or 6 other events.
Or is there, by the looks of it, there's a second mixed 4x4?
Okay, so it's on times.
I see a UCC team down there, and I see a UG.
Trinity, MTU.
Galway down there.
So we'd like to get a time on Galway. I presume they're probably one of the... They'd like to come in and spoil the UCD party.
I think Galway have multiple distance athletes on this.
Okay, they've a...
Trinity can have strong teams at times.
Ben Walsh is looking forward to a takeaway, so any
local takeaways,
any
please
suggestions,
sponsor
leave them
Ben.
in the comments and we will review.
And Ben will try all of them.
Ben has said he is looking forward to it.
That's not if people doesn't get there first.
I only passed on races.
Sure you do.
So 3:36 is the time to beat.
UCD athletes seem to be keeping a keen eye as they stay by the finish line. Maybe that's just tiredness. So
yeah, the UCD athlete put in one hell of a final leg. She really
gave her all.
Yeah, she grabbed the win for the team. Really.
So
No. We're going to drop the anchor when we get back to the hotel.
Oh, look, we like Cobb to drop the anchor anyway. Cobb is currently getting abused by his sister. That's not a good sign.
Ask her who's on the UG team.
I can tell you who's on the UG team. I can see one Mannion and a potentially a second Mannion, and I can see Nas and Yanafine. And
I can't see their fourth runner right now.
I can't see their second female athlete.
Oh, I
But
think it's
I
Caitlin
think
Hughes.
it is
I think it's
Caitlin
Caitlin Hughes.
Hughes.
So she was in the 5K earlier.
Yeah. strong distance contingent.
It's
bringing sprint and distance together in UG.
Some would say it's cruel to make her double back after the 5K.
A 5K 4x4. Now that's a good double.
That's impressive.
That is a tough double, especially in the conditions the 5K we're in today. Plenty of wind, and I believe Caitlin Hughes took on quite a bit of it.
Yeah, she was solo for a large part of it. So
UCC seems to have multiple singlets. I'm not sure which is their newest.
Yeah, I don't know what's official or what's allowed. I'd have to ask UCC expert Ben Smith.
Are quite a nice design. Nothing on the UL singlets, but
no, the green just looks.
The green just stands out. It just pops.
It's tough for these athletes. They've been waiting a while.
Yeah, the first race took a while to get underway, and I'm sure they were waiting through that too.
Looks like we might be starting soon.
You can see a few of them are keeping the tops on just to stay warm. They're all standing in one slither of sunlight from the sun that's being blocked by the stand we're in.
Fantastic facilities here in MTU, though, to be fair.
Yeah, they'll be hosting the Cork City Sports later this summer. A fine event. I would definitely recommend coming to it, especially if you haven't before. See some top class athletes. Much like today.
Yeah. Maybe not to the same calibre, but who knows?
Who knows? It's tough to beat Varsity.
It's too tough to beat Varsity. You could say that twice. These final teams still waiting patiently, because I think we go through some technical issues with the gun.
They seem to have it back working.
They're just looking up to our technical suite to make sure everything is being registered.
Oh, and they're called to their marks now, so I'm sure these athletes will be delighted to hear that sound.
So, Trinity, outside them UCC, outside them Galway, outside them MTU.
It's an intriguing race, this one. We'll be looking out for that winning time from UCD of 3:36, but that's going to be a tough time to beat.
And they're off. Galway off to a flyer. Trinity have eaten up the stagger already on UCC, so that might rule them out as a contender in this race.
Shouts of "Go on Tiger" from the UCC contingent.
And the traitor Barry Conway.
Yeah, he's on loan down there at the moment. Hopefully with an obligation to buy, not an option. Because I'm sure they won't avail of the option. I just did. So, UG coming into the home straight. This is a solid first leg. MTU holding strong.
On the home track, so they'll be looking for a good run here.
Tiger comes in for UCC.
So UG lead off. MTU on their shoulder. We wait to see how the stagger unwinds. Looks like MTU have eaten up the ground on them there from the outside lane.
MTU seem to have gotten off to a quicker start, but that's Caitlin Hughes of UG, so we'll see what her strength has to offer in the home straight.
What energy she has left after the 5K.
Yeah.
Then it's Trinity and UCC at the back of the field. So MTU are leading at 600 metres into this race. Seems like the graph hasn't grown recently. Caitlin Hughes seems to be able to keep it at 10 metres probably. So we'll see what they are at the handoff.
Strong leg from our host though, MTU into the home straight. They'll be getting cheers, I'm sure, from their home fans.
They're only delighted to see them pick up a medal on home turf.
Caitlin Hughes fighting back strong now in this home straight. But it will be MTU to pass over in first.
Clean hand over there.
Clean hand over
to Galway.
That is one of the Manions. 50-50?
I'm not taking the 50-50.
Yeah, I think we'll just call him Mannion today.
And he is eating up the ground.
He's flown around this first 100 metres. He takes over the MTU athlete.
And is showing no sign of showing down the South Galway athlete. He's going to drag them back into this.
I've heard shouts of go on David, so
we can presume maybe David
I'm going
Mannion.
to cash in my check a bit early and say that it's David Mannion on the third leg. But this is a super third leg, I should say, as he rounds into the home straight.
See.
He'll see Nasa Nianafine in front of him.
Our indoor 1500 champion, so another athlete stepping down the distance.
Strong pedigree. Nasa's been running very well this year. As she gets the baton.
2:49 on the clock, so UCD's time probably not under threat unless she produced a 48-second last 400.
Nasa, a very experienced relay athlete, representing Ennis Track at the European Clubs Cross Country Championships in Portugal earlier this year.
Alongside her own Keano Boyle.
And UL Club captain Mark Hanran, along with Eve Markham.
Right, Galway still flying, so they're going to win this heat of the mixed 4x4, barring disaster.
I think UCD are safe unless NASA closes sub 20 for 200.
Unlikely, but
I'd never rule it out.
Yeah, there is a strong wind here today, so you don't know.
Unfortunately, the wind is into our face in the home straight. Although it seems to have calmed, the trees aren't moving as much. So she rounds in, she's opened up the gap even further. As I see Darren Mulrooney filming me without my consent. And Galway win the second heat in 3:48. So
I don't know what the DCU time for third and the first heat was, so we'll have to wait to see who got the bronze medal.
Yeah, UCD and UL should be safe. 1-2 there.
We will now wait. MTU crossing in second in their heat, so Mannion showing from our host.
Trinity seem to have closed the gap slightly for third.
And we'll wait for UCC.
The UCC contingent has died down slightly.
Yeah, the Cork roar isn't what
you could
we
say
thought it would be.
It's gone a bit quiet in the second half.
Because the rebel roar not to be heard. As they flood out of MTU, similar to how they flooded out of Croke Park last July. As she comes across.
Luke is from Tipperary, if anyone hasn't guessed. So, Dara, there are 2 more events taking place, and then you can go home.
And Cian Hodgins is still warming down, so.
We have the end of the pentathlon and heptathlon to come. The 800 and 1500. Darren Mulrooney, not a happy camper one bit today. You would have sworn he competed. Taste of the relays here today for the National Road Relays next weekend in Raheny. Are Nina sending a team to that, Luke?
2 teams.
2 teams? Wow.
Ennis Track not coming to defend their title.
We'll have to keep you guessing. We'll have to keep you guessing. Niall Murphy currently looking at flights home early from Front Remote.
I'm sure he's not listening right now. So
yeah, he's definitely not listening right now.
He is probably TikTok scrolling.
I'm sure he's not cooking either. He's probably down in Hatch.
He's probably dropped the anchor for the evening.
Yeah.
Hope Niall's getting on well without his mother's cooking or sandwiches while he's away for the month.
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to live without the 15 sandwiches he has every day. I'm sure
there is no bread left in Fontremo.
That 3 foot long baguette he had that he ate in 23 seconds.
Yeah. Impressive stuff from Niall. He's nearly as quick as eating as he is at running.
And driving.
Yep.
Niall's just a quick guy.
He lives a fast pace of life, the electrical engineer.
As we
line up for the mixed. 3 of them have endured all 5 events today.
That's Laura Frawley from UL.
I think she's done 5 plus a few others. Our current university athlete of the year from last year, so I'd have to tip her as the favourite to maybe not win this race, but she probably has won overall.
Yeah, I've seen her on the podium already at least 3 times. So our UCD athlete seems to have taken an early lead. Laura Frawley of UL in second, and the Setu athlete in third.
Nothing easy about the pentathlon. This is their fifth event, and some of them could have done more.
Some of them definitely did more.
Yeah, I think Laura Frawley threw javelin as well, and potentially weight for distance tomorrow.
They set off with a decent pace. They're inside 38 seconds for that first 200.
Good chance for them to get a practice round out of the 800. I'm sure they have more pentathlons coming up.
As Barry the Rasher Conway leaves us for the evening, he'll be heading home, make himself a nice meal to fuel for his 5k tomorrow.
Tune in.
Laura Frawley sitting behind the UCD athlete now.
Yeah, they're going to take the bell here.
So they come through in 78 seconds.
So we'll see what they can close in.
Laura Frawley sitting in behind. Is she employing the Rota Roberts tactic from earlier today?
Seems to be. We'll see how it pans out now.
If she could kick like that, I'm sure she'll be in for the win.
350 metres to run now.
So go down the sunny back straight here in MTU. The wind definitely calmed down. I'm sure probably quite nice conditions for a run now, if that is any help at the end of a pentathlon.
Yeah, I think the weather is the last thing going to. I'd say it's just a survival to the finish line.
Strong running from the Setu athlete 2 and 3rd.
Picking up valuable points for their colleges, respectively.
Yeah. But UCD from the gun, still in the lead, but Laura Frawley seems to be making her move now with 150 metres to go. She comes onto her shoulder and round. So the Nina Olympic athlete takes the lead with 100 metres to go. Can she hold on now?
Dominant from start to finish across the 5 events today from Laura.
She opens up her stride. UCD athlete's trying to respond, but it looks like Laura Frawley's going to hold on here.
Some going to produce a kick like that after so many events today.
And the clock seems to have stopped early.
Probably about a 2:42.
About that, yeah. So it's all about the time for these athletes, not necessarily the position.
Yeah, I think it's based on world records or point allocations. So
I'm sure there's someone much more qualified to talk about that than us. And Setu rounds out the field. Well done to those 3 girls after a long day.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll be glad to see tomorrow come.
Yeah.
And I don't think there'll be many cool downs done there.
No, I don't think they are. I think they earned the right not to.
Yeah, they probably are.
I should see you back at Fort Movie.
Pentathlon, a tough event. You have to kind of use every part of your body. I'm sure there's no part of your body left not being sore tomorrow.
Strength, speed, power, it's probably, should they call the winner of the Decathlon Olympics the best athlete in the world? So
yeah,
I'm sure it's the same in the pentathlon.
I'm not sure anyone would argue it either.
No. As we see the men get ready for their 1500 metre and the pentathlon.
Oh, I was looking at the 800 start. I was like, I don't see anyone down there, but I do see them on the far side of the track. I think there's multiple Setu athletes I see.
Yeah, I think Setu went 1-2 indoors, so we're going to be looking to do similar here.
Credits to them.
Strong showing in the team competition indoors. I think they took second, only losing out to DCU by a number of points.
As Ben Walsh leaves us for the day. Looking forward to seeing him in the steeple tomorrow. That's going to be a fun event.
That is going to be one to watch.
The steeples and the walks tomorrow. Two
events, maybe at a typical event you might skip them, but I think at Varsities are worth a watch.
Definitely.
Serious drama.
Thank you to all 10 of you still tuned in to us here now. It's been a long day for you, as it has been for us. An early start to get down here to Cork. But at least the weather has held off for the majority of the day.
I think we're in for a drier, less windy day tomorrow, so hopefully we can see some fast times across all the events.
Yeah.
100 through to 5k.
So Luke, any standout performances of the day that resonate in your mind?
Simon Farrell in the 10K, producing
that was strong
a performance and a celebration to remember.
Yes, certainly.
From the Ennis track athlete.
Simon's been training hard recently, so it's good to see his hard work paying off.
He's been putting in that work. What other finals did we have today? Adam Nolan in the 100 hurdles.
The performance
victory.
that stands out in my mind is Rocha Roberts' kick away in that women's 5K.
The acceleration alone was
noteworthy. It's not easy to go from the pace she was going, an already hard pace, to dropping like that. Tom Tracy also had a brilliant last 400, as I'm sure Luke here knows, as he just held on.
It was all under control.
But that has to...
Owen Kenny here.
Owen Kenny, we are still waffling.
A lot of events today, and only 2 more tomorrow.
No. Owen Kenny, one of Varsity's
stalwarts.
We
might ask him how many Varsities this is. Owen, how many Varsities have you done? How many Varsities is this?
8
This is
Varsity.
8.
So only 3 short of Jack Hickey.
Jack Hickey has top 20 all-time appearances. That isn't bad for a track athlete because they don't do road relays or cross country.
Oh, we've missed the start of the men's 1500 in the heptathlon, and they've gone off at a great pace.
This is Trinity athlete is gunning, followed by SETU.
At their current rate of going, this is much quicker than our individual 1500. So either the boys are lucky they're not in that, or this could be a long 3 laps.
Yeah, hopefully they didn't get mistaken with the girls doing the 800.
But it's our Trinity athlete in front,
followed by SETU, Maynooth, another SETU athlete, and Josh Egan of DCU, our indoor long jump champion. So
he moves around. 3 laps to go now for those men. They've gone through in a very quick pace. About 45.
Yeah, they were ripping it. 3:45 pace, so taking hold of this would be some achievement.
Oh, it would.
62 at the 400 for our leaders.
Our 2 athlete coming through here now, getting his fan favourite by the sounds of it.
Seems like they've all kind of settled into their rhythm now with 500 metres gone in this race and a kilometre still to run.
Yeah. So they're coming through 500 in about 1:21, 1:22. So that's just outside 4-minute 1500 pace.
Yeah, they probably slowed now every 100, but I'm sure they'll rally for a finish.
It's going to be an interesting final couple of laps.
They're all fairly evenly spaced out as well.
Yeah.
So hard running on your own. Especially for the Trinity athlete, he has nothing to aim at. The rest of them have a target on the person in front of them's back.
But they come through here, 800 metres to go. So they're still evenly spread out. The SETU athlete may be gaining a step or 2 on the Trinity athlete in front.
But still, they're all trucking around. And these lads will have done 6 other events today.
Yeah.
So
and Keane Hodgins and Daniel Buckley come back from their cool downs, which is great news for us.
We can go home after this race.
So they come through 800 and about 2:20 in front.
So 62 followed by an 80. Probably not the ideal pacing, but still.
I'm not sure how you worked that out, Luke. That doesn't add up.
62 and 80. 220.
No, it'll be 60 and 80.
Oh, sorry.
And they say business students know nothing.
Apologies.
This is a strong run from the Trinity athlete.
He seems to have opened up another gap.
Yeah, he has.
Comes up
if anything, our DCU athlete in 4th is closing in on 3rd, ever so slightly. So maybe there might be a fight on there, but they still are well spread out here due to the quick pace.
I'm sure we're all looking forward to hearing that bell. Some enthusiastic fans here in the stands cheering on our athletes.
Yeah, the ultra is hanging around for this long.
We'll have to respect it.
Trinity athlete takes the bell in 3:18. So
400 metre separating him from...
finished inside 4:30. It would be great running.
Seriously good running. He wouldn't have looked too out of place in some of the 1500 heats earlier.
Absolutely not. I ran a couple of 4:30 15s. They're not as easy as you think they'd be.
And those were fresh. These lads are doing it after 6 other events.
Yeah.
They make their way down the back straight. 200 odd metres to go for our Trinity athlete. He's led this gun to tape. Now we don't know how this pans out over the overall results,
but they'll all be fighting for every point they can, that's for sure. So our Trinity athlete comes past the steeple barrier. About 110 metres to go. He sees the two athlete in front of him. That gives him something to aim at finally.
Target on his back.
He's opening up the stride in the home straight.
As they roar him home.
He'll see the clock as he's coming. He'll be aiming to get under 4:30. It's going to be close. And he's going to be just outside 4:30.95 for the win. Sedu athlete holding good form in the home straight. And our minute athlete into the home straight. He's going to hold on for third. Oh, will he hold on for third? The DCU athlete's coming
Josh
back
Egan
at him.
is closing.
But
He's
he
rallied hard.
Just holds on.
So
Look, that's white colour.
That's a great first day at the Varsity Athletic Championships down in MTU Cork. We'll be back again tomorrow. And I'm sure there'll be some more cracking events tomorrow with the majority of the finals on. So, thank you.